Are y'all talking a
Bring on the new year with
hold
Pep
on,
Boys.
y'all. Somebody
Trust
trying
Pep
to hate
Boys
on
to
what I
keep you
got going
rolling with
on.
quality service
Y'all
for
talking a
every mile.
whole lot of everything in this chat. Y'all talking a whole lot of everything in this chat. A lot of everything in this chat. I mean, people, I thought we was friends. Some of y'all, I thought we was cool. Some of y'all, I thought we was cool. Okay? I thought we was good. Now, y'all know I can't see, so I can't have the dramatics for long. Because, baby, I can't even see whatever comments y'all putting in here right now. I can't put them on for long. Baby, I said, Lord, y'all know I don't wear shades for real. I said, Lord, please let it be some shades in my head because I'm a creative and I think about crazy stuff. Baby, not me. I was walking back with the dogs and I said, let me grab my robe. And damn it, I got to find some glasses. And baby, I'm sorry, the Soldier Boys was all I could come up with, okay? The Soldier Boys was all I could come up with. But hold on, let me take this hot ass robe off, y'all. I can't wait. Baby, for the sake of time, I can't wait to go all the way back and look at the comments because the ones I did see, y'all real funny. Let me tell you something. Y'all real funny. Y'all, let me tell you, that's probably why I love this chat so much because, bro, I text the chat. I said, I called Jaleesa. I said, Jaleesa, y'all can't see my comment because nobody said anything. Y'all just kept eating me up. She said, oh yeah, we see your comment. But she said, but you was talking big. I'm trying not to curse because I'm gonna tell you why I was late. She said you was talking big yesterday. So you know that's just how we gonna do it. And I can't be mad at y'all because boy, y'all, Key, I thought you said Key said Fulton County hate to see me coming. She said, I know Fulton County hate to see Mel coming. Oh, Too Pretty. Too Pretty gonna be on top of it, and she's gonna make sure y'all come in like the live, right? But Too Pretty, what you say? You finna go to the store? You might beat me back. Did you say that? Because I feel like I feel like I read that beside your name. I feel like I read that beside your name, Too Pretty. I could be tripping, but I feel like it was you. Miss Sheila, you talking about your break almost over? You, I, I ain't got the best memory, but I swear I saw you in the chat say, I got 3 minutes left on my break. Oh, Brianna, me and Glanville on the same CP time. I said, if I come in this chat and one person call me Glanville, I'm going to scream. And lo and behold, it'll be my friend from Memphis. Like, okay, y'all. Okay, y'all. They say I think y'all better hit the I don't recall like Woody. Y'all, if you go on my YouTube channel, okay, this is again, y'all know I have no concept of time. I got off live with y'all last night, and what did I decide I wanted to do? Oh, I wanted to break down that 8-hour stream. By the time I got off live with you guys, talk to my baby because you know school is in. I decided I want to break down my 8-hour stream, which I will do going forward, but I'm gonna have to find another way to do it. So that meant I had to learn my video software last night too. Not only did I learn my video software, y'all, I was doing thumbnails. I mean, by the time I looked up, it was like 4:30 in the morning. I woke up this morning at 8:30. Phone dead. I said, let me get 30 minutes. As much money as I paid for this MacBook did not wake me up, y'all, okay? I woke up, it was 9:57. This MacBook ain't worth the damn $2,000 I paid for it. Ain't that some bullshit? Jasmine, see, Jasmine, no, I ain't lying. Jasmine, no, I'm not lying. Because I said this got to be some millionaires because who up liking my videos at 3 in the morning? Jasmine, thank you for confirming. I'm not a liar, baby. I might be late, but I'm not a liar, okay? It's the MacBook fault, y'all. This MacBook didn't wake me up. I ain't heard a sound. Do you hear me? And my sound is on because that YouTube video just played. I didn't hear a thing, guys. Do you hear me? But it's okay. Better days ahead. Hey, Shay. See, Shay coming in after the madness. Hey, Shay, girl. How are you? You know what, Keith? It's too early. It's too early. It's too early. It's too early. Let me get my stuff pulled up, y'all. It's too early. But if you go on my YouTube video, if you got that don't want to sit on the long 8-hour stream, and for those of you that's pursuing content, guess what? I learned how to edit my video last night. I even learned how to use a 3 a.m. watcher too. Thank you, it's me. Come on, friend. Yeah, what did they say? These are my witnesses, okay? These my witnesses. Good morning, everybody that's joining the line. Or you sleeping too hard. I think it was because I'm too tired. I went to bed at 4:30. That's just bottom line what it is. I can't do foolishness like that. But I will say I'm really happy I learned how to edit my videos because like some people don't want to sit through 8 hours of a stream. But now, girl, y'all, I've uploaded like between five and six videos last night. And now I know how to do that. So I'm really excited about that. And my thumbnails, I just figured that once I do, and for y'all doing content, for like I figured that if it's regarding the same topic, then I'm just going to keep the thumbnail similar. I'm not going to stress myself out about a thumbnail. But one of my things that I wanted to do this year was make my YouTube, especially the thumbnails. I think thumbnails make your page look better. So that is something I wanted to do. And that's probably why I wouldn't go to sleep last night. Oh, let me just do this. I feel like that's something I had to do. Isis, that's why I love you. Oh, Isis, have you been here? Is Simply Style here? Because Simply Style, I didn't forget about you. What did she say? She said, not mail late. Oh, Nick, I don't even know if you came in and said good morning. All I saw was not mail late. I said, oh. But I love the accountability because I need to be on time. These say thumbnails eating this morning. Brad, I'm trying to do better. I really am working to do better and make your content. You're right, Key. You are right. Most creators, they do have like a content day. And let's pray to God that my mom will get me settled and I can do that on Sundays or Saturdays. That's the easiest way to do it and schedule everything. Hey, Kika. Didi, it's supposed to be. Welton. Oh, look at True Story. True Story, that's something I still have to do. Let me get my live together with the stream. But I will say, and I'm gonna say this to the chat too, that yesterday, y'all, Malaysia, listen, slow but steady, slow but steady. I can take this beating because at some point, baby, I'm around here rolling like a real television show. So slow but steady. But I did learn it. But Key is absolutely right. I do need a content day. She said we need accountability Wednesday. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm gonna get it together, guys. But yes, that's my reasoning today. But I do have work to show for it. I do have work to show. They said they think they found her body last night. No, let me Google real quick. He not that smart, y'all. But I'm gonna say this. For everybody who has like people don't care until they care. And I'm gonna say for me personally, I remember sharing this story. Y'all can't remember. Was it Facebook? I doubt it was Twitter, so it had to be Facebook, or I had to share it in my Insta story. I just don't remember. And then that's all I did. That's all I remember doing. It wasn't like it was. I remember hearing it being so sad. Just like I've seen with this YSL case, social media can impact cases. And the fact that so many people are looking at this story is absolute, it's gonna put pressure on the Detroit Police Department to find that girl's body. Find something. I don't know what he did. I don't think he did it alone. I really don't. But I do. Good morning, everybody that's joining. Good morning, everyone that's joining. But I do. Hold on, 8 days ago, they found a child's remains, but they're unidentified still. Alice, someone put that in the chat yesterday. Good morning, everybody that's joined. Someone put that in the chat yesterday. Working on an empty house, find it partially buried. Dialogue with me. Oh, thank you for saying that. So I don't know how we're about to do WTF Wednesdays. And today I can only stream until 5 Eastern Standard Time. I told you guys. I probably talk to my community way too much. Y'all, I have seen y'all in comments telling people why I'm not live because I've already told y'all. And I said that was my people. But I started my group therapy today, and it's a 5-week program. One of my best friends, she enrolled me in this program. She accidentally signed up, and it was for Atlanta, not Memphis. So she enrolled me, and I'm actually excited to be going. I'm actually excited to be going. Today's my first day, and we do it's really dope because it looks like we do yoga first, and after doing yoga, we move to a group therapy. And part of the reason why I love, yes, I am Faye. Part of the reason why I love this community so much, um, you guys really have helped me. Is I don't know if you guys have been on the line and been on the live and heard this before, but you guys have helped me. Probably some of my greatest, the best I've felt is sitting on this live talking to you guys. And it's like when I'm in front of this camera and I'm talking to you all, it's you guys have made me forget how hurt I was when I'm not on this camera. I have talked to you guys these last couple of months. I don't know how many hours. Y'all remember we were watching something, they said 3,000 and some odd minutes. I know I have clocked more than 3,000 minutes with you guys, and I've enjoyed every single one of them. There's not a time I have ever been on this live and I hated being here or I didn't want to come on live. It has always been about connection, community, motivation, and encouragement with you guys. And I pray that this community, it stays like this. I'm not trying to get all mushy because I know we're about to watch something hard, but that's something else. Watching, I didn't want to watch this case by myself. When I started, I was like, let me stop. It is genuinely, I have to use my voice. Each one of us in this live, we have to use our voices. But watching this trial with you guys yesterday, I got through way more than I would have been able to do without watching it with you all. So I thank y'all and I appreciate y'all for that. But we got over here because of WTF Wednesdays. It does have to. I don't know if we're going to do it later, but I am not missing therapy. That is something I have committed to doing. It's for the next 5 weeks. So I'm doing this, and this is actual grief therapy. It's not just an all around therapy. This is grief therapy. So yes, I'll be doing that tonight. See, DJ Mommy, why is she playing in my head? I can hear Grit. I didn't want to watch along either. I'm so glad. I'm very happy. They said we love you, ma'am. I'm very happy to have you guys, and we can watch this. We can watch this together. And now I've got to get where we picked off. Y'all know we stopped we stopped watching with Miss Smith yesterday, and now I got to figure out which video that was. But India is not on here. At least I haven't seen India's name. But India, India sent me some clips. One of the clips she sent me, I don't know if I could send it to myself. It was of Nazia's brother. And first of all, it is y'all know he kept running away, so that's a sign that it's lamb today. Brianna, have you been back to the gym? Melkika, not in the last couple of days, but my niece, my daughter, and I, and y'all know Mariah been gone since Sunday. We did do yoga in the house together. Thank you, Malaysia. We did yoga in the house together. But why haven't I been? I think I've been online. Stop, Barchi, to sit in courtroom on Friday. Oh, Robin, good luck to you. Good luck to you, friend. But y'all, let me tell y'all something. Y'all laughing and doing all this. Y'all just wait. I'm about to turn it up. I told y'all I'm taking y'all to the gym with me. So I don't know if I'm going back to my old trainer, but I am about to get a trainer. I'm gonna start there. I'm gonna start by getting me a trainer. His testimony, King's testimony on the live stream. His brother, Malaysia, her brother is of age. And in the hold on. Oh, India's here. Okay, y'all. India, I'm not. Hold on, let me stop because now I got 50 conversations going on. The first thing is I'm getting a trainer. I think I told y'all about my hips and my back. I really be scared to do certain workouts on my own. So I don't know if that's gonna mean I go to PT first and then get a trainer, but I'm getting a trainer because I'm serious about summertime. And if y'all follow me on any socials, like probably Instagram, I put more in my story on Instagram than TikTok because I think my brain is just trying to do it on Instagram. Yeah. Yeah, prepare for a cold summer. Key, and I'm going back to their establishment, but I am I'm gonna get a trainer. There was another comment. I'm ready to see the gym videos. Yeah, I'm gonna have a trainer though, so y'all ain't gonna be in there laughing at me. I'm gonna vlog it. I told you I'm doing my separate YouTube, Barchi Fitness. I'm gonna vlog it. I really seriously want to get back in the gym. That's something that I have to do. India. Okay, that was it. India sent me the clip, and in the clip that India sent me about the brother, his face. First of all, in the video, there's a kid behind him lighting the blunt. I mean, it was him, and the words he said. He said that if you guys were in the situation that he was in, you would be traumatized too. And I was like, he was like, yeah, so much childhood trauma. Then India sent me another video of this so-called prayer. Baby, let me tell you, evil as Annette cursed those kids out so bad. Y'all know I don't like to use the MF word when talking to children. I just don't like to. I think it's too hard. Okay? Yes, Ashley, it's too hard. When Auntie, she told one of those kids, that's not your mother effing coat. Who the coat? I mean, it was just it was so disgusting. But I wish y'all India sent it to me on Instagram. Because I know y'all want to see it. Let me upload it. If I could upload it to my IG, I'm finna do it right now. But what it showed me is everything we think about in that video. It told she did all that cussing those kids out, baby, and then gonna say who turn is it to pray. I was like, I can't imagine. I didn't grow up in a house like that. I know some parents curse their children out all the time. That's it. My mama, I always say my mama's so I always say, hold up, y'all. India done sent me something else. Baby, India be on it, okay? I always say that hold on, India, why I can't find the other video you sent? Okay, here it is, y'all. I'm finna put it in my story for y'all. Anyway, I always say my mom was a little, y'all think I'm green. My mom really was green, okay? And so we just didn't do we didn't do a lot of stuff that other people did. My mama didn't curse. She didn't listen. Y'all, I don't really know. I don't know old school music because of my older sister, because my mama always listened to gospel and talk shows. So I'm not knocking people. I just didn't grow up like that. It's not normal for me. So I don't talk to my kids like that because that's not how I was. But this lady, it was so rough. It was no love. It was no love in there. Hold on, y'all. Let me put this link in here for y'all because I want y'all to see what I'm talking about instead of y'all just envisioning it, baby. India sent me this, and you know, Shannon, Shannon has a sister. So Shannon's sister is the one that we see in the video. And I'm just like, you don't even have sense enough to you don't even have sense enough to not have your mama cursing in this camera. No, she couldn't have thought about what was going to happen. But damn, you don't care about your mother's image? Like all of that. Okay, y'all know I'm going through the motions. Y'all know this a little new to me, but I'm doing it for y'all. You doing all of this and then have the nerve. It's gonna say link, y'all. It's the Insta story post that says link, and then just click on it. But you're doing all of that just for you to say, let's pray. Yeah, India. So India sent that. It is from Nick at Night. I hadn't heard of her before. But she covered it. She has a longer stream too on there, guys. So you can check her stream out. God damn it, hold up. Live reveal. Okay, there it is. I'm like, why don't I see the word link? Okay, y'all, it's on there. It's on my story. It just says link. I might need to put something because see, people weird. Let's I put Naziah because I don't want people gonna be like, what is this? I hate for them to click on it and be pissed. Okay, there y'all go. It's on my Insta story, guys. Dialogue on me. I never heard of her before. Oh, this is exactly what I thought. They need to be charged with child endangerment. I do agree. I never heard of her before. This was my first time seeing it, and I was looking at. Ooh, hold on, y'all. That's Mariah. Hold on. Let me tell her that I'm online. But that was my first time. Girl. Okay, y'all. Y'all know it's the first week of classes, so my it's been a process. And Jackson State been. Mariah walked into class last week. The teacher Monday, the teacher said, "Oh, you a freshman? Oh, this ain't a class for you." Like, it's been a lot. So we've been changing her schedule almost every day. I can share it on YouTube. I'll figure out how to share Erica. I just put it on my Insta story. No, that's Key. Count your days, Key. What that man be saying? Count your days. Okay, guys. I think this is the one we started off on. Yes. Um, Let me see if this is. Yep, this is with Granny. Get Granny off, and we're gonna start about right here. So we're gonna pick up on the police officer. So after Jarvis was arrested, he turned himself in on the 9th. On the 7th of February. Around a little bit after that, the police come to talk to him about messages that they've seen between him and Naziah. I could tell that the cop really wanted. You could tell from his body language, the way he was talking, he knew that man had been messing with that child, and he did not like it. And it looked like he wanted to jump over the table. You could feel it as I was watching the police officer. I want to see yesterday. I had to see, well, who's next, who's coming up next in Alive, and I saw that, okay, we'll see his interrogation video. I'll see what everyone wants to do because we can, of course, find it online and watch the entire interrogation video. But I will say the man is he's just a liar. He is just a liar. Yes, Alice, we saw that yesterday. He is just a liar. And it's just y'all, he lies so easily. He did not look. It's really scary, right? Because if we're seeing this, good morning, Adriana. If we are seeing this, guys, imagine that, like, imagine what those women were going through. Y'all, the fiance, why would she go through all of that to get into his phone? Shannon, the other baby mama, they all said the same thing. He lied with ease to his sister. He lied with ease to Talasha Moore. The man is a liar. When we tap into this video, it's like he just doesn't, yes, Miss Sheila, sitting back as if it's disgusting. So we're going to tap into this police officer who actually went and spoke with him.
How are you employed?
With the CD Detroit.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Detective Jason Mays.
And how are you employed?
With the CD Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you been employed as, in the city of Detroit?
A little over 21 years.
Is there a specific unit that you're assigned to?
Homicide.
And I'm going to take you back to February 15th of 2024. Were you working that day?
I was.
Okay. When you're working alone or with a partner?
With a partner.
And who's your partner?
Detective Lisa Johnson.
And what is it that you were assigned to do that day?
I was tasked with interviewing the individual.
Okay. And do you remember the name of the individual that you were supposed to interview?
Yes.
Who was that?
Jarvis Butts.
And do you see the person that you interviewed in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point to them and tell me the color of the clothing that they're wearing?
The gentleman sitting behind the fence with the green shirt on, the mask.
Your Honor, would the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected.
Thank you, Judge. And where did this interview take place?
Detroit Police Department headquarters.
Okay. And who was all there in the interview?
Myself, Detective Johnson, and the defendant.
Okay. And how was it that Mr. Butts was there?
He was brought there by officers, I believe.
And was Mr. Butts in custody for your purposes at that time?
No.
Was he in custody for other purposes at that time?
I believe so, ma'am, yes.
Okay. Did you ask Mr. Butts if he would talk to you?
I did.
All right. Did you offer him any food or drink, anything like that?
No.
Did you ask if he knew or understood English?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay.
But by speaking with him, I knew he understood English.
Okay. Did you ask him like his education level, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask if he was under the influence of any narcotics or alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. And did you advise him of his rights at that time?
I did.
Okay. And did you use anything to assist in providing him with his constitutional rights?
Yes. The constitutional right form. I also recited it to him.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Penny Goods Markets People's Proposed Exhibit 20. And explain what it is that just handed you.
Certificate of notification of constitutional rights.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the constitutional rights that you provided Mr. Butts on February 15th, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 20.
No objection. It will be admitted as People's Exhibit 20.
Thank you, Judge. And on this sheet, did Mr. Butts reflect that he understood and acknowledged his rights at that time?
Yes.
And how is it that he did that?
By attaching his signature and dating it.
Okay. And who all signs this form?
Myself as a witness and also anyone that's in the room.
Okay. Did Mr. Butts exhibit anything to you as an experienced officer with 21 years that would make you believe that him talking to you wasn't voluntary?
No.
And did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
All right. About how long did you guys talk for, if you recall?
I would say the interview may have been a total of maybe a couple hours, 2 hours.
And were there any breaks in between that time?
Yes.
Okay. And was this interview recorded in any way?
Yes.
How was it recorded?
Audio and visual in the interview room.
Okay. And I showed you previously in a video of the interview that took place. Do you remember me showing you that?
Yes.
Okay. And when I showed that to you, was that a fair and accurate depiction of the video interview that you took with Mr. Butts back on February 15th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And John, I'd move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 21.
No objection. It would be admitted as People's Exhibit 21.
Thank you, Judge. And may I publish? I'm not going to play the whole video. It's rather lengthy, but there are parts that I did want to play.
Okay.
Now, first, detective, I'm sorry. Did Mr. Butts give you a phone number that he used?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what phone number it is that he gave you?
I would have to review my report, but I believe it's 313-585, something or other.
Okay, would reviewing your report refresh your memory?
He would.
Do you have your copy or?
Yeah, I have a copy.
Okay.
It's 313-585-8719.
Now I want to jump to 1 hour and 46 seconds and 1 hour, 46 minutes and 56 seconds. I'm going to play at 1 hour, 46 minutes and 38 seconds.
Yeah, but whatever you deal with, right? Okay. Ain't nobody just living the life, man. Ain't nobody. You got them together, they know what's going on together, but they know about each other. Okay.
So, first when I ask you that, I wouldn't ask you no questions I wouldn't have answers to, so I'm just trying to understand something. So, this right here is a brief synopsis of Zaza's interactions with you and the phone number that you had since 2019. And so right here on the day that I'm concerned with, this is right here.
Don't forget to be there for sure. Yeah, that was what she said that I was supposed to pick them up that day, but I never responded.
Yeah.
Well,
So then, the next one, she responded.
if you send a message.
It's hard to delete your number.
No, I don't, like I said,
Baby. Okay. Y'all know he's talking about January 9th. That's the last day anybody has seen Azaya alive. Remember, she texted him. There were text messages where she was kind of saying things to him. Hey, meet me after school. I think she said at 3. If you're not there, I'll wait. Hey, can you say something so I'll know that you see this? He takes back, okay. Now, his first lie was that he was supposed to pick them up from school, or they asked that he picked them up from school. That was the first lie. Then he says, I never responded, because clearly I think this fool thinks if she deleted the messages, I deleted the message, they're gone. No, sir. They get your records and they're going to see everything you've ever said to this child. But I think in his mind, he thought that they covered themselves by deleting the text messages. And that's no. He just doesn't know how shit works. I don't know what he was thinking, but that's why he's getting all up in arms, because he said, I didn't respond. The detective said, yes, you did.
Before you explain, just for the time, say back to back. And we in school, and then right here, tells you to respond, okay. That's what I see. I did receive. So, and you said, okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. So, like I said, that was the numbers they were sending.
And pausing at 1 hour, 48 minutes and 7 seconds. I want to go backwards in time.
Fuck that, Ashley. How you supposed to be by school?
All right. To 1 hour, 13 minutes and 49 seconds.
So, okay, so yeah, that's what we saw. Okay. All right, so your original date was in what was your original date today?
November 20th, the day before my birthday of last year.
That's when it happened?
Oh, no, when the case happened?
No. When did you supposed to get sentenced? Because we got 2 days. We got January.
So what happened was, I was supposed to get sentenced last year, the day before my birthday.
Hmm.
We went to court, whatever the case may be. They adjourned it to January 9th.
That's the day we met.
Right, so I had a legal issue pending. And I asked to get it extended before I could take care of my legal issue.
Hmm.
That was January.
Now, for all my women in the chat, I don't know if we have men in here today. He said he asked to be extended. He asked to have his date extended in January so that he could get some things taken care of. What do y'all think he meant? When I heard him say that, I thought the court just reset the date. I didn't know. I mean, I guess nobody wants to be in jail, right? But for me, hearing the situation and knowing what was going on, I said, I put the caption on, y'all. It's hard to hear. It's hard to hear. But I said, when I heard that he went and he requested that the date be reset, I said, that man knew if I don't take care of this now, it's not going to happen, because I'm about to go to jail. I'm about to go to jail. So, right, Key, he could have been gone in November. He could have been gone November 20th. Oh my God, he could have been gone November 20th. Y'all know I'm taking notes. He could have been gone November 20th. But no, he got his date reset. Moved it to January, probably because the holidays coming up. Moved it to January. Walked in there January 9th, and who took him to court? Do y'all know who took him to court? Do y'all remember who took him to court that day? The man is insane, because once y'all tell me who took him to court, I want y'all to just think about his day. Who took this man to court? Do y'all remember who took him to court on the 9th? Testified. We watched it yesterday. Oh, we thought he was going to test him in. The fiance. Yes. The fiance took him to court because they all thought he was going to, they thought he was going to jail. They thought he was going to jail on when they went to court January 9th. Remember Sister Girl was trying to figure out where his phone was going to be kept while he was locked up. They say at a gun charge, Erica. Remember, she trying to figure out where his phone was because he was getting ready to go to jail. It's so disturbing. I don't know I don't know if that lady knew his background. I don't know what she knew, but the fact that you are around here checking for a pedo, ma'am, you got to do all of this looking for the man phone, like excited he finally finna go to jail and you can look through his phone. Girl, fine, get another one. Ashley said thin hair. Come on, Ashley. Come on. But yes, so yes, we've pointed that out, guys. He should have been in jail November 20th. It didn't happen. Reset him for January 9th. Goes into court January 9th and asks for additional time to get things straightened out. What happens had he been gone November or January, that baby would still be here. And he'd probably be getting more time. But I don't have faith, y'all. Now, I would hope social services would get involved, but I don't have faith that their grandmother or Shannon would have turned him in had they found out she was pregnant, and they would have automatically known it was by him. I know Shannon would have known. I know grandma knew. I both of them. I don't have faith that they would have turned him in. They would probably made that girl shut up about whose baby that is. And guess what? Shannon would have treated her way worse than she'd been treating her. Because as we've seen from those text messages yesterday, Shannon knew. Shannon knew something was up with that man and that baby. She knew. She knew.
25th. So after that, then they scheduled for February 7th.
To go.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm pausing at 1 minute, or 1 hour, 44 minutes and 44 seconds. And moving to. One hour, 15 minutes and 52 seconds.
Alright, so what's your relationship with on the day-to-day? Like, are y'all having any interactions? Is this y'all got
So
like these relationship?
yeah, we kind of like this in the house. So get her and my daughter from time to time. Tonight,
His brother.
J.A. Hospital. And I, my age,
Your man.
Butts,
Go ahead. How old is he?
16.
Like, 16? Okay.
No, 16.
I thought you said, you okay, 10, okay, go ahead.
So I get them from time to time. I do cleanups.
Okay,
All the time. Sometimes I see them coming down. I work at my old job. Frank's, I used to have them come and clean up my office and my bathroom and stuff. Like pretty much twice a month, give or take.
okay, and where's Frank's at?
That's each one.
Now, I just want to say this, guys. You mean to tell me you needed those two little girls to come to your shop to clean the office and the bathroom? Now, I would love to see what said office at a damn tire shop, mechanic shop looks like for this man. Maybe you guys can shed light in the comment, because I have never been in the back of a auto shop before. But what kind of office? I would love to see this office that these girls were coming to clean. I'd love to see it. How big is the bathroom that you and the other man couldn't clean this bathroom? What was going on? Like, Malaysia, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, Miss Sheila. Grandma might be too old for him. I don't know, but I know they said the grandmother she had, that oldest at 11, she may be 50, somewhere up in there. Maybe so. I don't know. Oh my Key, you are so correct. Brad on it too. Brad is on it too. Miss Sheila, you right. Brad is on it too. Hey, Tati. Y'all, but listen, we don't know if the bathroom was down or something at that time. It could have been down because I can't see an establishment. They just using the gas station every day, but we don't know. That's a really good question. Definitely it is, Ashley. That's a really good, not question. That's a really great observation. God damn it. Let me tell y'all something. I forgot about that. That might be something they bring up in court. Y'all know how we were watching YSL and there are certain questions we won't ask. I want to know what was wrong with the restroom. Can I get a layout of this damn place? We already know he's lying, but you know how, when you know people lying, you just want to double down and you really want to prove to them, not prove to them, you just want to show them everything you have that shows that they're lying. Y'all, that right there, the sister had to go to the gas station. Remember, I forget who said it. It may have been Keita yesterday that talked about how the little girl probably, it was her pregnancy hormones. While she kept getting in and out of that car, she had to go use the restroom. She kept having to use the restroom, so she kept going to the gas station. No restroom in the building. I don't know dialogue with me, but I want to see why were they going to the gas station to use the restroom if your story is they were coming to your shop to clean your office and the restroom. And I don't care. Shannon and Annette would definitely come up with some kind of lie and they all get their lie together. They would all, because all of them could go down for this. Remember that. Annette, Shannon, and this fool here, they all have incentive for him not to be found guilty. What's the incentive? If he's found guilty and say he starts telling and starts implicating Shannon and her mom, come on, they all have incentive.
Did you pay him?
And pausing at 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 3 seconds. And I'm starting at 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 1 second.
That's your password to you. That's official. It's a face recognition. So you wouldn't able to use your face, you have a pen instead of 04 1925. Okay, so if I need to know the last time you talked to her, okay, bro? Alright, so would you be willing to give me consent to do that real quick? What type of phone do you have? iPhone?
Yeah, man, that's what I thought. You looked at me like, what kind of?
Zero.
PIS.
Yeah, it was fine, man.
We have a Jarvis, we work with.
Yeah, I work with a Jarvis. Alright, so iPhone, what color is it? Okay, the last you said is 11. And your phone 313-585-8719. Password is 041925.
When the last time you used that phone? Right before I got back. Okay.
Effective morning before I turn myself in.
Okay, did you cut the phone off or is it still on?
I cut it off. It's still on this flash company wise.
Company wise, right, okay. Where did you leave the phone?
It was actually with one of my girlfriends, man, because she took me, she brought me.
I understand, I can understand.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard you say baby mama, 13 kids, fiance. You live with who do you live with?
He's one of my
That's the fiance. And you got a girlfriend. Okay, Flavia, you want to fire heartbeats? Okay.
I actually used it before I went to sentencing.
Okay, so she had her phone.
From my understanding, the police have my phone.
Now, who did they get it from?
Her.
We asked because we don't know this
So,
info.
from my understanding, they conducted a raid on her house.
Okay,
Why they raiding her house? I don't know, that's the same thing.
but she had the phone.
But the phone was in her possession.
Okay,
So,
and that's where you left it, and you got locked
in
in.
my jacket in the car.
Okay,
What type of car? What color? Tan. Okay, I'm gonna go check.
is that your car or her car? Oh, okay.
Pausing at 1 hour, 24 minutes and 50 seconds.
Now, come on, y'all. We got to think together. Yesterday, I felt like the fiance said she didn't know, or was she talking about the ninth? She didn't know the phone was left in her car. Do you guys remember what point I'm talking about? At some point, they asked her about his phone. And here in jail, in this interview, he's saying that the fiance has the phone, right? He left it in her car in his jacket, is what he's saying. When she was on the stand, it almost felt like she didn't have the phone. It felt like she didn't have that phone. Like he told her he left it at the house. Kiara, I know I'm not crazy. Now y'all, Key sent us something. Shout out to Key. Key sent us a video. I'm gonna pull it up. That shows us the gas station. They are connected, y'all. Hold on, let me get back to our stream. And let me show you guys this. The gas station is connected to this shop. And now I see the shop. This shop, I'm assuming he worked at two different ones. This shop, I could see it not having a restroom. Okay, here we go, guys. This is the car shop they says Jarvis Butts worked at. When she kept seeing the girl go in and out of the car, do you guys see how close they are together? I don't know if I could expand that, guys. I can't expand it, but you guys can see they're right there. So, Tati, I saw one of them. So it can at least paint a picture of us when we're thinking about her getting in and out of this car and going to the gas station. It's right there by the shop. Thank you, Keith, for that video. Going there. But I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew that this lady, first of all, that fiance, if she had that phone, baby, that fiance would be in that phone. That fiance would have been in that phone. So I knew he does not strike me as a man who trusts any of them with his phone because he's a liar. Giving them access to his phone gives them a little more access to him and what he's doing. He's a known liar. He's a pedophile. Nazaya is probably not the only little girl he was messing with. So he was not going to leave their phone with any of those women. Shannon, no shame. You've been with him 12 years. He's cheated on you umpteen number of times. And even women in her neighborhood. She ain't have the password either. No one had it. He was not trusting anyone with that phone. Anyone. So to hear this now is just sickening because you just in there lying with a straight face. Oh shit, she got my phone. They raided my house. I don't know why they raided my house. Okay, baby. All right.
I'm playing at 1 hour, 32 minutes and 16 seconds.
To the sex and everything, maybe. And I know she's getting older, so she's into certain things. Like I come up, she had fingernails and shit on. And I'm, and I know grandma was.
So why just not give it to her?
Earn
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So the value is a mentor.
it. So earn it.
So you mentor, would you talk to her then about anything?
Depending on, certain other things, I would ask them how she would be, nothing serious, like I say, I really got too much into that business. And when I pay, like I said, everything is ready to do that to earn it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So if you want something, earn it, then you appreciate it more. So that was my whole thing on that. So I used to just give it to them, they would take advantage. And every time I put and there's a lot of kids out there, so I can't keep giving.
Do y'all hear this man? I can barely hear him either, Shaka. You gotta take your time. You really gotta listen. You can really hear. But thank you. Okay, Key. You got it, y'all. You really the audio is really bad. It's really bad. So audio must be bad in interrogation rooms across the country, okay? Because it's giving Fulton County. Can't hear a thing they're saying in here. I heard this what Key's saying. Key said that he said I'd buy her little fake nails and things. He was her mentor. It's so many kids over there. You can't really keep giving one without giving the rest of them. Who is the rest of them, y'all? Who's the rest of them, y'all? You really can't give one. Because remember, Naziah is his, I'm going to say baby mama's niece, okay? His damn kids! They are his kids. Like, do you hear the mindset? His own. Do you hear him? In India, it's bad day all around, y'all. I to prepare, I was like, okay, I knew this was gonna come. It's gonna be bad. His damn kids, but also it speaks to the mind. If you guys remember yesterday, we were kind of talking about Shannon, and we were saying Shannon knew he was doing something with that little girl, right? They keep saying it was a normal niece and uncle relationship. Listen to him, what he's saying. What actually the brother, I don't know how old he is, but I'm gonna just assume about between 17 and 19, somewhere up in there. He might be younger. I'm just assuming. But what does it sound like, guys? If you're a grown man and you're dating a little girl, not dating, Lord, wrong word. You this grown man and you got this little bitty girl. That little girl, you can do things like get her nails done, bring her hot Takis, bring her stuff from the store because for a girl who's in a home where she's getting no attention, she's not getting any love, those things will mean the world to her. So it's like he's saying it without saying it. He would buy her stuff. Do y'all think for a second Shannon wasn't peeping that he's probably walking in the door with maybe he had 5 of them, maybe 3 of his kids, something plus Naziah? No grown man is mentoring a kid. Yes, Kiki, he was grooming her. He groomed this girl. We had this conversation yesterday. He took full advantage of the fact that this little girl, her mama, for whatever reason, because y'all see the defense was they were trying to insinuate that she was emotional, maybe trying to feed into this runaway story. She was emotional. Things didn't go well with her mom. I'm sure that hurts to have a mom who doesn't care for you and you leave me in the house with women who don't care for me either. Giving her things she wasn't getting to keep the grooming going. Yes, Key. Exactly. If he didn't get her past, she would have none. Okay, y'all. I'm sorry. And I know the audio is bad. No, y'all, but hold up. Let me see. Hold up. Let me take a pause. Our friend she did send us some messages. Hold on, let me see what they are first. See if I can read them. Oh, okay. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. I'm trying to hurry up and read over these real quick. See if I can read them on live. Okay. So I'm gonna do a summary of the messages. It's these messages that India sent us, shout out to India again, are from Shannon's Facebook page. In her Facebook page, I'm gonna read her responses to the person. This is around the time she went missing. Around the time she went missing, these are Shannon's words. And if you guys feel like she showed no emotion on that stand, let's take a look to what she was going through. Let's take a look at what her emotions were like right when it happened. Okay? Right when it happened. She said, Tuda asked me where 2 streets were, Balfour and Outer Drive. This is her first time. Tuda is sneaky as shh. Come on, India. So who lives over there? We don't know. Do you know who the boy is? She said, oh, okay. Somebody said, damn, do she have a boyfriend? The police said it used to be a skip house in that area. I don't know for people to skip school. And she said, or a girlfriend. This is another person. She said, all her friends saying we did nothing wrong. She want some D word. Who in the hell? Because keep in mind, what did the grandmother say? The grandmother, when she spoke of Naziah, because I love to see who is paying attention when we're watching court. What are some things the grandmother said about Naziah that would lead you to believe that this girl is not a runaway? Ain't no kids telling her that, honey. What are some things the grandmother said during her testimony? She was very likable. She said that. They had a great relationship. She said that. She was come on, India. She was a perfect child. They keep calling her sneaky. They pray before leaving. They keep calling her sneaky, but the grandmother was saying stuff to make this. She was a great student. She had great grades. She'd never come home late like this before. She wasn't a child who skipped school. All of these things, and then the grandmama used the word sneaky too. This auntie, sneaky. If you are a 30-year-old woman with fried brain cells, okay, because you're out here creating babies with a pedophile. If you are that type of woman and you peeping that your niece, I'm used from Shannon's POV, your niece is sleeping with your man. That's the mindset you have. My niece is sleeping with my man. Not that this man is molesting your niece. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. It's your niece's fault. You can't even be scared that the girl is missing. Very smart, good grades. My oldest niece is 28 years old. I have her location. Let her not answer the phone. I know where she is right now. If her mom, my sister called me and said, I haven't spoken to her, where she is, I'm checking her location. Let it be off. I'm going to the police. I'm going to keep calling you. I'm going to call the group chat. But I don't just let stuff because it's too scary. This word is too scary. But to see that this is when it was just happening. And that she said, all of her friends saying we did nothing wrong. What friends? Her sister, someone else said, Mama haven't processed this yet, but the lady going through it. Somebody asking her, is she a virgin? She said she better be. This is sad. It can be if she wanted some D word. She said she never left. And then this other says she's still here. And she don't use tampons. I don't know why they said that, y'all. I don't know why she said the girl don't use tampons. But she's saying all we know is she got off the bus and she didn't come home. Said her mom went to the school. The DPD came to her mom's house. Y'all, she said, oh, God. Y'all, this lady said they been here all effing week long. Does that sound like a concerned aunt to y'all? Does that sound like a concerned aunt to you? Not your inconvenience because your niece is missing and the police keep coming to your mom's house. Yeah, Zakia, you're right about that. Oh, you're right, Zakia. You're right, Zakia. She said, they've been here all effing week long. Let's see. Well, Key seen 2 statuses on her page talking about from an understanding the grandmother of the missing kid didn't report anything until 3 days later. The second post talking about pedophile in the family. You got to check them as well. Key blocked her after. Hold up. What is Kenya posting? Somebody named Kenya. And she said, whoever this Kenya is, Kenya clocked their tea and they got mad about it because Kenya talked about how lady took their mom to report. The grandmother talked about that there was a pedophile in the family. Y'all think Shannon didn't know what pedophile they were talking about? Kenya's a cousin, y'all. They said Kenya's a cousin. Y'all think, now that's even crazier. If Kenya knew the man was a pedophile, come on. Y'all think Shannon didn't know what pedophile in the family Kenya was talking about? They said Kenya is the cousin, y'all. Y'all don't think Shannon knew what pedophile they were talking about? Yes. Y'all, oh! Y'all. Okay, y'all. Have y'all ever, this is just, it is so crazy. This was January 11th, y'all. No, this is January 13th. Y'all ever had a person say something and then you go back and think about, damn, they were telling me right there and I didn't catch it. They were telling me what was going, they were telling me the answer I wanted and I didn't catch it. Okay. This message, Shannon is sharing the poster. Hey, she said, please share, cuz. Okay. The cousin says, why would she run away? Who she live with, cuz? She said, Tuda lives with my mama. We think she running with a boy because whatever, older guy. What? See, she's so pissed. She's so pissed because she read that iPad too. She know that man's been messing with her niece. She's so pissed, want to tell the world, but she can't really say nothing. But that was her way of telling. I don't care what you say, because what evidence did you have she was with an older guy other than, come on. She knew. She said, we think she running with a boy or an older guy. She's so pissed, y'all. She can't say it out loud for real. This is the closest she can get. Yes, Kia. Hold on, they're coming by so fast. Right, honey. Why is he at her school? Y'all, this girl, like, y'all know what I'm talking about, right? You so mad, but I can't tell the whole truth, but I can sprinkle some stuff in. I can't tell you what older guy. I can't tell you that I know this for sure, so I'm gonna use the word think. We think. I'm gonna use the word think. Although she didn't, y'all ain't been really searching the girl's phone. Y'all ain't been really searching anything of this girl. She just been existing in this house. But all of a sudden, you just think she would a boy or older guy. I never heard y'all say nothing about she boy crazy, anything like that. What, Miss Carrie? Hey, y'all. I dropped the 304 finally. Carrie, I think you're a real person. Because I don't know what that means. Carrie, if you're not a bot, say something else, because I don't know why you're talking about 304s in the live right now. I'm about to say, what Carrie talking about? Oh! Okay, Carrie, you just popped in talking about 304s. I said, what? I said, this ain't the live. I love y'all. It's never a dull moment. I said, is this a bot coming in the live? Because this ain't the live for that. Well, friend, I'm glad you dropped the 304 on your name. We're glad you have dropped the 304, Carrie. And now that she says that, yes, okay. Carrie, you can't do that. Carrie, I got PTSD. I got rated on Twitch, and they was put all type of, they were talking in German on the live. So, Carrie, I'm glad you dropped that 304, okay? Hey, Mikhail. But, okay, guys, let me get back. But, yes, nothing will ever make me feel like Shannon did not know what was going on with this little girl. It's so telling. It is so telling. Oh, my God. It is so telling. I thought she was talking about her man. Honey, I didn't know. I thought she was talking about a man too. I did. I thought Carrie was talking about a man. I said, oh. I said, what? I'm like, what are we talking about in the live that made her tell us she dropped her hoe? I said, what's going on? Okay, guys. So, yes, those are the Facebook messages India sent me. And those are messages Shannon had with someone. It's too much. It's too much. But let's carry on.
Yeah, and I didn't bet anybody in that house, and that looks real bad if I just give you money every time you had asked for it, and or she asked for it, and I can't give it to everybody else. So therefore, you guys want something, I gotta talk to you. I have some really good alcohol that you can come in $25 a piece, depending on.
Yeah,
Y'all remember he's the other people he possibly talking about his kids.
So, actually about this real quick.
I gotta stop the live now because what's going on with the likes? It's almost 400 people in here. Hey, everybody that's joining. My name is Melanie. Millionaire Male. This is my channel. We watch trials and we have fun. If you are going to participate in the chat, please make sure you just keep it respectful. We don't mind you disguising the words you're trying to say, but just keep it respectful in the chat. And please hit the like. I don't know where the likes are right now. Can y'all tell me where the likes are right now? Please like the live. It does help me get into the algorithm. I promise you will have a good time over here with myself and the millionaires. We do joke one, huh? I'm not even in the 200s with likes. Now I know y'all ain't sitting in here and not liking the live. We have a good time over here, okay? When I say we have a good time, we have a good time. Yes, we are going to laugh, but I think we do a really great job of trying to break down what we're watching. Myself and everybody in the chat, they make this channel the way it is. Key is our baby. She does cut up from time to time. But please like the live, guys. Can I at least get to 300 likes? We will be on here for a while. We're watching the Nadia Harris case. If you didn't catch the live yesterday, I have a full stream, and then I broke down some of the testimony from yesterday, so you can see some individual testimony as well. But can we please get to 300 likes? Just click the X. I'll exit out of the chat and hit the thumbs up button on the live. Please, please, please. That helps me get into the algorithm on YouTube, guys. We're at 221. We're almost there. Thank you guys so much that have already liked the live. I appreciate it. And if y'all like reading funny live chats, just scroll up to the start of this live. You'll see how foolish this chat was. You should be able to see how foolish this chat was this morning. She said we finna be like Miss Sylvia, like the live or we going members only. Okay. Okay, please like the live. Please like the live, guys. We're at 229. Y'all, we should be at the 300 now. We should be at the 300 now. We promise you're going to have a good time over here. Oh, Ash, you were not in the live. They were on me bad, Ash. I was late this morning. And when I tell you the comments, Ash, they ate me up so bad. Listen, they ate me up so bad in the comments this morning. Okay, y'all, we at 230. We're at 230. We're trying to get to 300 likes. They ate me up so bad in the live, y'all. I deserved every bit of it, but Lord, thank y'all. We're at 240 now. Trying to get the likes to 300 because I will be streaming. It's 11:42. I will be streaming until 5:00 p.m. today. Ooh, big tit. Nah. Listen, Key. No, Key, right now, I think you can. Ash ate me up. When I tell you left no crumbs, Ash, they ate me up so bad in the comments this morning. I had to call Jaleesa. I said, Jaleesa, can y'all see my comment? She said, we see your comment, but you know, you was popping big yesterday. Told us you were going to be on here at 10 and you're not on here, so you know we can't let that go. I'm not going over to Twitch today. I'm staying on YouTube. Come on, Zakia. I'm not asking for a galaxy. I'm not asking for a line. I said lion. That was real Memphis, a lion. I just want y'all to like the live, please. The grandmother and aunt need to be jailed. You're absolutely correct, her. You are absolutely correct. Oh, they don't get in trouble, friend. She needs Zakia. She need male X for a galaxy. Girl. Y'all, why are we just at 250? What's going on? We're trying to get to 300. We're 48 short. 253. It's almost, yeah, I feel like y'all making me feel like I'm at the, y'all make me feel like I'm at church and I already passed the collection plate around and they went to the back and counted it. Now I got to come out and say, we 100. No. I need about 10 people to give me $100. Have y'all ever been in church like that before? Key, I'm not my twin. Y'all ever been in church like that before? Because I'm leaving right then. He said, oh, I got sister over there for $100. I got brother here for $100. Can I get y'all to like the live? Y'all, I'm leaving. If your church start acting like that, I'm gone. I'm sorry. I'm gone. I get it, but you might need to make some private phone calls. Because if I just gave you $100, because I just paid my tithes, and then you be coming back talking about, I'm like, what they trying to pay? What are they trying to pay? And let me tell you, I would rather, if you're not gonna like the live, please just leave the live. This is not easy getting in front of y'all talking for hours on and hours on. It is not easy, but I love this. But I don't love that you're not liking the live. We're at 260 now. Oh, y'all, she's talking about Duke, y'all. They said, who's your twin? They're talking about Duke. Listen, out the door, you gotta go. I'm not mad about it. I appreciate everyone who does stay and like the live because it's really easy. Does again help me get into the algorithm so that more people can find my page. And I do appreciate it for you guys liking the live. Guys, Malaysia. Now, Mel, you're not about to say you can't talk for hours. Ash, just because I can do it, don't mean I'm going to do it and not let them like the live. Okay? Malaysia said, God said there are 10 people in here that are going to bless the church with $100 to building fund. Malaysia, that's exactly what they say. That's exactly what they say. I know that's right. We at 271. We almost there. Thank you, Miss R. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for the super chat. I hope you're having a good day. Okay, y'all, we're almost there. We're almost at the they said not the building fund. What is this? My like fund? This is the like fund. We're almost there. We're almost at the 300 likes so we can keep on moving. Nick, I don't know what's going on. Miss R says she gonna add to the building fund. And I appreciate that. Ash, will there be one more? Will there be one more? Now, I know for a fact there's somebody out there that has not liked the live. I know it. And God is telling me right now that you're about to put your hand on that thumbs up button. You are about to put your hand on that thumbs up button, okay? And the moment you put your hand on that thumbs up button, you will be blessed, okay? Lynn, I do. I am doing. Listen, put your 283. Will there be more? Will there be more? I'm going to tell y'all every time I ask people to like the live or something, my numbers go down. And that's fine. That is so fine. It's like they probably go out to not like the live and then come back once I stop asking about the likes. Petty. Hit the like button, guys. We're almost there. Mel, you going under. Listen, it's okay. This happens all the time. I don't know what it is. I don't know the psychological aspect behind that. Because just like the live, I don't understand it. But people literally, they will leave. I think I probably done seen like 60 people leave. Oh, we had 293 though. The doors of the live are open, baby. The doors of the line are open. We short see. She said the scripture, Mel, chapter 1, verse 1, thou shalt like the video at all times. Thank you. Hey, Kiana, make sure you like the live while you're sneaking in, Kiana. They said she is not begging for money like others. Likes are free. Come on, Gus Wynn. I do believe God gonna take care of my every need. Okay. You hear me, Ash? What are we gonna do? I think we at 300 now. Are we at 300 now, y'all? We should be at 300 lives now. I mean, 300 likes now. I feel like we should be at 300 likes now. 297. Can we get 3 more? I hope somebody at their phone like, let me like this live so she can shut up. Please. Please like the live so I can shut up. Okay? Please like the live so I can shut up. 3 more, y'all. Y'all know how people be. Oh my God, let me just go ahead and do this. Please do it. Whoever that was that said, yeah, Mel, that's me, because we're at 298. Thank you. First Baptist Church of Mel is, come on. Return the love with a like. We are a given place, okay? She said, finna go unlike. Don't go unlike. Okay, y'all, period. We made it. Thank y'all. We done hit the 300 likes. We hit the 300 likes on the live. I appreciate it.
What's her other name?
You know about when that picture might have been taken or where? Did she look like that last time you saw her? What she look like the last time you saw her? Any color in braids? Okay.
Now, y'all know what he's looking at. He's looking at the picture that we've all seen of Naziah with the 2 buns that's on the thumbnail for this video. He is looking at that video. They're asking him, was her hair like this the last time you saw her? Had he said yes, then you've seen her recently, because he's telling them, I haven't seen her since November, December. And remember, she was missing in January. He is trying to distance himself. He said the last time he saw her, she had long braids, when we know for a fact he was with that girl. He had that baby. He had her the day she went missing. Now, all of a sudden, he didn't see her. Why would you lie about something like that if you didn't do anything to this baby? Described it with his hands. She had long braids. Talasia has already told us, she told us where you were sitting in the room, you saw this baby the day she went missing.
You talking about back and forth between the house? So she wasn't back and forth. Last time I seen her, she was with her hair. Yes, she was. She was back and forth. No, sweet. It was staying next door. So she was going back and forth. We came next door. They were in the basement at the grandmother's house in her hair.
And I'm pausing at 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 6 seconds. And I'm playing at 1 hour, 44 minutes, 34 seconds.
So, when I was asking you about you had any contact with the text message or you did anything with driver, you know, you don't have any contact with like that at all. It was you can't think of the last time that you talked to him? Right off the top of my head was. Were you supposed to meet her anywhere? No. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Okay. So if were you supposed to meet her anywhere? No. Not at all.
He asked, was he supposed to be her, guys? I'm trying to, if I can tell you what it's saying, I'm trying to listen hard, but it is hard to hear what he's saying.
Not at all. Not at all. Okay. So if
Pausing pausing at 1 hour, 45 minutes, and 37 seconds. I'm playing at 1 hour, 50 minutes, and 44 seconds.
Girls are more girls, fast and things like that. So, not a king, but some of the stuff we can't just. I gotta ask you. So I do a lot. So where, so can you kind of help me out, like, what went on this day, or point in the right direction? I'm not saying, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is what's going on, what happened, like, I can't tell you. Why would she be texting you everything if I wasn't moving? So he's not supposed to be at the house. It's okay. I'm that home, her and my brother. So that's not. I was picking them up at that house, at their grandma's house on Bedford. Okay, from time to time, I had Joshua, and I did tell them that the location she didn't put at my grandma's house. Well, we're supposed to do that because they got out of school, whatever time. I was looking on my daughter, got out of school. I don't pick them, I don't pick one of them out of them. I don't mind. I don't pick one of them out of them. It wasn't.
Pausing at 1 hour, 51 minutes, and 54 seconds. And I'm playing at 1 hour, 52 minutes, and 47 seconds.
Okay, did she ever confide in you about academic troubles with, with girls and boys? I don't know about the situation she had with some girls. Supposing that I'm doing something like that, I'm not sure about that situation. So what are you talking about? She was talking about the number that she called me from. Like I said, they call from different numbers. The IT, this text now shit. So right. So so I can get your number. I don't know why she was saying my number though. Because anything that we do, like I said, it's always like that. When they call me from text now numbers and all that bullshit. So I'm assuming that she was seeing what she said. Like I said, I don't have no reason I had nothing else. My phone is what it is, everything is in my phone. Y'all have possession of my phone. Take a look at it, go through
it. Not he telling them y'all got possession of my phone. Take a look and go through it. How you think you're gonna call the police bluff? Fool, that's what they're gonna do. Not he trying to call their bluff. Y'all can check my phone. Y'all got my phone. Fool, that's what we're gonna do. How you think they got those messages? They already got that right there. I don't have no reason to hide anything. I don't know why she texted me that. Not only that, he just gave up. I don't even know what the hell text now is. But whatever it is, if you're like me, you didn't know, you're going to go Google what it is and figure out, oh, he uses this. How do I figure out what number he's been using on whatever text now is? Whatever text now is, how do I figure out his number on text now or who's been communicating with him on text now? Now that's what you have to do. It's a text-free number app. I mean, when y'all say text-free number app, it gives you a number like a cell phone? It gives you okay, it's like a cell phone. It's like WhatsApp. Okay. Now, if you like me didn't know what the hell that was, I've used WhatsApp before. Now my thing is, how do I figure out who's been communicating with this man on text me now? How do I figure out? She said it traces right back to your email. Child, Basically, you can text with Wi-Fi. Thank you, y'all. Thank y'all for that. She was using text now, and he, oh, child, this nut.
I don't know what that's about. I don't know why she said give me my number.
So, you saying that you didn't need a right?
I promise to Jesus, I didn't even get it.
Promise to Jesus.
Like I said, she sent me that text message. I was supposed to pick them up. We never had a text to anything because
What are you going to explain?
they want to know that we were going to die next time.
On the night?
Man, yeah, you know, I don't know what it is.
I'm pausing at 1 hour, 54 minutes and 42 seconds. Now I'm playing at 1 hour, 56 minutes and 53 seconds.
She knew she was supposed to come to me.
Did you tell the mother or anybody?
She was just,
Listen.
I told my child's mother that I had, that she had texted me.
Dad,
Yes.
to me,
Yeah. Because she had texted me and I asked what number was this. She was like, I don't know. I gave her the number. She said she didn't know what number that was.
so you see the daughter had correspondence the day before, on the 8th?
Yeah, from the same number. What does it say?
So,
It said, what are you doing?
right, that's you.
That was usually what I'm doing?
She's saying that. She asked me you was at work and you explained what you're doing.
Yeah, what are you doing?
So, y'all have back and forth conversation.
Not like that. Like I said, they called me when I had jobs, and I told you when they had my hat.
But I guess the way that the unit is coming in, I'm just trying to understand.
So I can tell you that.
Okay, there we go. I couldn't see y'all for a second. It's I think you guys have put it. It's the arrogance. It is the arrogance that he is displaying sitting here, acting like this officer is just a fool. Acting like, hey, Tamlin, acting like this officer is a fool. And the officer, I'm commending the officer because I know that this officer, he knows what's up with this man. He's read the text messages. He's heard the story. He knows something's going on with this man and this baby. I'm going to commend him for keeping it together because you can tell he's getting very defensive and the officer keeps trying to bring him down. Hey, I'm not trying to say that. I just kind of want to know what's going on. Like he has patience. He has patience because it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see what's happening here and that this baby had some sort of inappropriate relationship with this man. And the officer is being so patient. Listen, traveling. Detective Stabler is the perfect person to have been interviewing this man because I need him to throw him against the wall or something. I need you to throw him against the walls. Do something. Knock his head against the table.
No, you wait. Listen, I'm clean. At the beginning of the conversation, you asked, did you ever speak with her on the phone or text message? And you said that. And you said that you either speak with the grandmother or you speak with your child's mother.
Or they call me, they ask me and harass me, and I call the grandmother and let them know that they did that.
But here, we having back and forth conversations going on.
It wasn't conversation.
This is
And I'm pausing at 1 hour, 58 minutes and 23 seconds. Detective, it's fair to say that this were just clips of this interview.
Correct.
Okay. And your conversation with Mr. Butts continued on into other kind of topics too.
Correct.
Okay. Did Mr. Butts say the last time that he saw Naziah before she went missing?
Yes, he stated to me that he had last seen her at the end of December or early January sometime at the grandmother's house in New York.
Okay. And did he say anything about knowing where Nazia's bus stop was?
Yes,
Okay. What did he say about that?
he said that the bus stop was a 3 mile drive in Cornwall.
And when you guys are talking, and you mentioned the name Zaza, who is he referring to as Zaza?
The decedent. He's talking about Isaiah.
And you were showing Mr. Butts some text messages. What were the messages that you were showing him? Where were they from?
From his cell phone data, or I got that information from the officer in charge of the case. I don't know exactly where it was extracted from. I would have to review a document.
Okay. Like, were they from like a cell phone provider? Were they from an app, something like that?
I believe they were from an app.
Okay. And was it your understanding that those were messages between Mr. Butts, the defendant, and Naziah Harris?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the photo that you showed Mr. Butts, where he identified Naziah Harris, I want to show you people's argument exhibit 12. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Is this similar to the photo that you showed Mr. Butts in your interview?
Yes.
What's the only difference, if there is any?
It appears to be the same. I feel like my picture was zoomed in a little bit.
Okay, so it's just a smaller version. Was yours in color also?
Yes.
All right, and is this the one where he identified as Naziah Harris?
Yes.
Nothing further at the time.
Good afternoon, Detective Maurice.
Good afternoon.
So, let me ask you, first of all, your role in this case, were you primarily just to interview Mr. Butts, or were you involved in the greater investigation?
Mainly for the interview. I assisted on a search.
Okay. So, you interviewed Mr. Butts on February 15th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He was already in custody, correct?
Yes.
And where did this interview take place at?
Detroit Police Headquarters.
Okay. Did you take him, transport him, or was he already there when you got there?
He was already there.
Okay. So you don't know what conversation was had with him prior to getting there, correct?
No.
Okay. How long was he there prior to you seeing him? Do you know?
I can't recall, sir.
Okay. But it was you and your partner, Lisa Johnson?
Yes.
All right. You came into the room, correct? And he was already in the room when you came in?
Yes.
And you said that you didn't offer him any food or drinks?
No.
Okay. Do you know, have he had a chance to sleep, use the restroom?
No.
Okay. So you begin the interview with the reading of his constitutional rights.
Yes,
All right. And you said you believe he understood English. He understood everything you said, correct?
correct.
And you read the rights from him.
Yes,
Did you read them? Did he read them to you, or did you read them to him?
I recited them to him first,
Okay.
and then I asked him to go over and read it himself.
Okay. You didn't have him read them out loud.
I can't recall. I can't recall. No.
All right. And he initialed behind each one of those, correct?
Yes,
You had him verify his phone number, correct?
correct.
All right. First of all, let me ask you, what was Mr. Butts' demeanor at this time?
His demeanor, initially it appeared to be forthcoming.
Okay. So he appeared to answer all your questions, correct?
Yes.
Didn't hesitate in answering any of your questions, did he?
No.
All right. And it was a conversation between the two, correct?
Yes.
And you said this interview took place over 2 hours and 15 minutes. Is that what I had?
I feel it was about a couple hours. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you asked him about his cell phone, correct?
Yes.
He gave you the cell phone. He gave you his number, correct?
Yes.
And he even signed off to say, yeah, go ahead and search my cell phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you asked him about January 9th, correct?
Yes.
And he told you he did not do, he had a legal issue up in Clinton Township. I'm
Yes.
sorry, he had a legal issue, excuse me.
Yeah, he said he had a legal issue. Yes.
All right. Did you check and verify whether or not that was true?
I did not.
Okay. And you asked him about Nasiah coming to his shop, correct? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you asked him about his interaction with Nasiah, correct?
Yes.
And he told you that she would come to his shop from time to time, correct?
Yes.
And he would have her do work in his shop, correct?
Yes.
And he also told you he had his daughter do work as well, correct?
Correct.
Did you verify whether or not that was true?
I did not.
Okay. You asked him about a bus stop, correct?
Correct.
And he said, he told you where this bus stop was, correct?
Correct.
And did you find out how he knew where this bus stop was?
I did not.
I'm sorry?
I did not.
Did he tell you that anyone told him where this bus stop was?
I'm not sure, sir. I can't recall that, sir.
You can't recall? Maybe that's true.
I can't recall, sir.
Can't recall. Okay. Just one moment. Yeah, I have no further questions.
Can we redirect?
No, Judge.
Thank you. You're done.
Jaleesa said as he was testifying, it looked like he was about to cry. I think you guys probably saw my comment. Hey, he's showing more emotion than her family. It is sickening and very telling because the grandmother showed no emotion. She, in fact, tried to cover herself and make herself look like a saint. And Naziah was this sneaky, bad kid. And then flipped it. Oh, she's this great kid. Didn't even know what she wanted to say. Shannon, her aunt who lived with her, she's been with them since 2016. Shannon, oh, she's sneaky. She's trying to go get some D word. She is probably with some boy or an older man. She was 13 years old. No one is showing emotion for this kid. And I think, like I said, it's so telling that all of the emotion that we've seen from this trial has not come from her family. It hasn't come from her family. We're not going to talk about the fiance who has kids, the baby mama that was up there. Neither one of them had emotion. The man that y'all were sleeping around with killed a baby, was having a relationship with a baby. It's just these adults, like, I just don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Okay, we're going to see who we're going to see next on the stand. They must have gone to lunch. So let's see who's next.
No, we're not going, I'm not gonna live stream it either. No live stream either,
Are we able to take notes?
Yeah, yes.
In person.
without name, of course.
Yeah.
My bad, y'all. That's the minor. They did not live stream the minor. All right.
Raise your hand. You swear to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay. Just one.
Here.
You can pull that microphone off the ledge if you want, so you don't have to keep leaning into it. Hands ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
It's Erica Anderson, ERICAANDERSON.
And how are you employed?
I'm with the Michigan State Police Northville Crime Lab in the biology unit
And how long have you been employed by Michigan State Police in the Northville Crime Lab?
for 15 years.
And what kind of education do you have for your job?
I have a bachelor's in biochemistry from Eastern Michigan University. I also have training with the National Forensic Science Technology Center and the Michigan State Police. That was approximately 1 year of testing in biology, forensic biology and DNA analysis.
Okay. So what kind of training, I guess, do you have to have for your role that you do? And do you do any continuously?
So I had approximately 1 year of training with, I previously mentioned, as well as continuous education, which includes at least 8 hours in DNA specific training, as well as up-to-date.
Okay, Key just reminded me we can read the article for those of you that know. Zakia said it too. So let me tell you what, I have an article that kind of tells us what the minor testified to. It says on Tuesday, one of Naziah's young cousins testified about being in the room with another cousin so there are 2 kids in the room while Butts took advantage and had sex with Naziah. The cousin says it wasn't the first time she witnessed Butts coercing sex on her cousins with an S. She testified that he tried to make advances towards her at one point, but she was able to say no after recognizing what he was trying to do. The teen's adult cousin, Roxy, described seeing Butts in court and hearing the allegations. They said, I don't have nice words necessarily for that, but obviously I have to be strong for my family. I have to be strong for Naziah, and I'm putting my trust in the justice system. Yeah, so that kind of summarizes what that minor told what testified to in court. How did all these damn kids see what this man was doing? And let me stop, because then again, that's me saying this with the assumption that the grandmother and the aunt didn't know what was happening. They knew what was going on, because what the hell did you think he was doing in a room full of kids? A child molester, a pedophile. What could he have been doing? Why would he be in a house with the kids? You mean to tell me that he's doing something like that in front of children, other children, and nobody told their mom? Come on, man. Shannon knew. I'm starting to believe. I saw a comment that said Shannon was probably so desperate for that man that she let him do those things so that she could still have a piece of him. And I'm starting to believe that's exactly what we have. She knew what was going on and allowed it to happen so that that man would still come around, still be there. I'm starting to believe that, because there's no way that he is doing this type of stuff in front of other kids. Where the hell were y'all? Because I don't know what y'all do in y'all house, but it ain't no way a grown ass man there for me. You get to just go through my house and be along with kids. And we're not even talking about the fact the man is a pedophile. So if Shannon, which she knew the man's past, you know his past, and still allow him to be in a house with other children, you still allow that. Like I just can't explain it.
Journal articles and current technology.
Okay. And do you have any certifications or any necessary like licenses for this job?
No, we don't.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Where at?
Washington County, Wayne County, St. Clair, Oakland County, federal.
And approximate how many times have you testified as an expert?
About 40.
And what is it that you testified as an expert in?
On DNA analysis.
Your Honor, I move to certify Erica Anderson as an expert in DNA analysis.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. I want to talk about this case specifically, and when I say this case, I'm referring to lab number MD24-691. Did you author reports as it relates to that case number?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what record numbers did you author?
Record 4, 6, 8. I believe there's one more. Oh, and 5. Sorry.
Okay. So 4, 5, 6, and 8.
Correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Handing to this market People's proposed exhibits 22, 23, 24, and 25. You look at these and tell me if you recognize what I've handed you.
These are the reports I authored.
And we'll go through these one by one. Is People's Exhibit 23, is this a fair and accurate copy of the report you authored as it relates to record number 5?
Yes, it is.
I move to the admission of People's 23.
No objection.
It'll be a minute as People's 23.
Okay, sorry, I missed 22. In Proposed Exhibit 22, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report that you authored in record number 4?
Yes, it is.
Move for the admission of People's 22.
No objection.
It'll be a minute.
Thank you. And in Proposed People's 24, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report you authored as it relates to record number 6?
Yes, it is.
Move for the admission of People's 24.
No objection.
It'll be a minute.
And 25, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the report you authored as it relates to record number 8?
Yes, it is.
And I move to admit People's 25.
No objection.
It'll be a minute.
Thank you. Now, may I publish, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, you turned off sharing, sorry.
She wants to share her screen. Oh, sorry.
Thank
I
you.
think she loved her.
Okay, so we're looking at People's 22 right now. Tell me, what is it that like these these reports just generally start with at the time?
The information that is submitted by the agency with the evidence, which is their agency number, as well as the investigating officer, and then we assign a laboratory number to the case. It also has the date received for that evidence and the date the report was completed.
And who comes up with the nature of offense? Do you list that? Does the police list that?
The agency,
Okay. And what about the victims and suspects? Who lists those?
they also list those on the paperwork when they submit the evidence.
So in record number 4, what did you do in record number 4?
I interpreted and recorded 2 items of evidence that were submitted.
What were those items of evidence?
A buckle swab from Jarvis Butts and an ID, swabs of an ID card.
And what is it that you did to them? What's the process that you did?
So I'll give you a general overview of the process. When we receive this evidence in our laboratory, it's usually in a small tube, it's cuttings or swabs from evidence. We then extract the DNA, we see how much is present, and then we make many millions of copies of that DNA. We can then get a picture of that DNA profile from the evidence or the individual, and we can compare those. So in this case, I received the buccal swab, and for a reference sample or a buccal swab or blood known DNA from an individual, everyone has 1 or 2 what we call types at each of the locations within the DNA. So when I see 1 or 2 at one of these locations, I know that's only one person. If I'm seeing 3 or 4, 2 people in that sample. So for a reference sample, blood or a buccal swab from the inside of someone's cheek, there would only be 1 individual present because that's directly from that individual.
Okay. And what you do, your process doesn't change or alter the DNA in any way, does it?
No, everyone has their own unique DNA profile. It is specific only to that person unless they have an identical twin. Every cell in your body has the same DNA profile that is unique to that individual.
So in record number 4, you came up with some interpretations. What does that mean?
So when I look at the kind of the picture of that DNA profile, I'll interpret how many people are there and then make comparisons to any known samples and the evidence.
Okay. So in interpretation number 1, you obtained a profile from the Jarvis Butts buccal swab.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that was sufficient for comparison purposes.
Correct.
What does it mean to be sufficient for comparison purposes?
So DNA must be above a certain threshold for evidence or references. And in this case, that DNA profile was all above that threshold, and it can then be compared to evidence.
Okay, and the interpretation number 2, you obtained a DNA profile from ID card swabs, but that was insufficient for comparison purposes.
Correct. The amount of DNA there was just too low and did not make it above that threshold, so I couldn't do anything with it or compare it to anything.
Okay, so you can say there's DNA there, but you can't compare it to anything.
Correct.
And that was the entire substance of record number 4. Is that fair?
Correct.
In record number 5, what evidence did you analyze in record number 5?
I received earbuds that were submitted as a possible alternate known. Fabric mattress pad cover cuttings, plastic mattress cover piece. That's it.
And these earbuds, alternate known. What does it mean? What does alternate known mean?
When there isn't a known sample from an individual, occasionally they can bring in, an agency could bring in an alternate known. Usually this would be a toothbrush or, something that you knew belonged to them, a comb or something along those lines. And then we could use that as an alternate known for that individual as their known sample.
Okay, so as opposed to there's a straight buccal swab from them or a hair strand from them.
Generally, buccal swabs or blood samples are used as references
Okay.
for known samples.
And in this case, what do you know what alternate known you received?
This is an alternate reference known possibly for the victim in the case.
Would an alternate known, could that also be like a blood card from the birth?
Yes, that there are blood spot cards taken at birth that can be obtained from hospitals to be used as known samples.
Okay, so it'd be a known sample.
Correct.
Okay. And your results in this case, in your interpretations, you stated there was a DNA profile obtained from the earbud swabs that was not sufficient for comparison purposes. Is that the same thing that you were saying?
Y'all, hold up. I think the stream stopped right there. Where's Miss? Y'all, the stream literally. Okay, hold up. It picks back up. It picks back up. I said, wait a minute. Why did the screen go black?
Tilting
So
that
why?
way,
Okay, y'all.
just
Here we go.
not
She's
all
back.
the way.
And in record number 8, what evidence did you analyze here?
I received black hoodie stain swabs, another set of black hoodie stain swabs, black hoodie swabs, pink bodysuit stain swabs, pink bodysuit swabs, as well as Najee Harris blood card.
Now, what kind of testing did you do in record number 8?
The same as the previous records.
Okay, that's autosomal DNA.
Yes.
Now, going through this, you were able to have a sufficient amount of DNA for comparison for Najee Harris's blood card.
Correct.
And in your first or your second interpretation, this is as it relates to black hoodie stain swabs. This is the 5AD stain swabs. What were your hypotheses here?
So I determined that there were 2 individuals in that black hoodie stain swab, the first one, 5AD. And I would compare each of the known individuals to the sample. So initially it would be Jarvis Butts and one unrelated unknown contributor, and then on the other hypothesis would be 2 unrelated unknown contributors. So based on those results from the black hoodie stain swabs, it was approximately 460 times more likely if it originated from Jarvis Butts and an unknown contributor than if it was from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides moderate support that Jarvis Butts is a contributor to the black hoodie stain swabs.
And you can't say what that stain was, can you?
No.
And then you said you did one for Jarvis Butts and you did one for Najee Harris.
Correct. So when comparing Najee Harris, it's approximately 3.7 million times more likely if it originated from Najee Harris and 1 unrelated contributor than if it were from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Najee Harris is a contributor to the black hoodie stain swabs.
And in interpretation 3, this is the second of the black hoodie stain swabs, 5BD. When they're separated like that, when you have like 5BD and 5AD, does that tell you that they're different parts that are being swabbed, different areas?
Generally, it will be 2 different stains on the same item, but the person that actually took those swabs, they would best be able to describe where they were collected from.
So as it relates to 5BD, the black hoodie stain swabs, what did you find there?
That was 1 individual in that sample, and it genetically typed as female.
And so if that's the case, what was your hypothesis then?
So comparing Isaiah Harris to that sample, it was 3.6 octillion times more likely if it originated from Isaiah Harris than if it was from an unrelated unknown contributor. And this provides very strong support that Isaiah Harris is the contributor to that black hoodie stain swab.
Okay, so we see this. So when I was watching, so I told you I've been not wanting to watch without you guys, but I've been seeing clips and I've been reading articles, and I did see that they found DNA evidence, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. It wasn't clicking to me that maybe the DNA evidence definitely came from, ID card, possibly clothes, possibly whatever. Now I'm happy to actually see where the DNA evidence is coming from. But India, I'm like you, girl, I'm over here listening extra hard so that I can keep up with what Miss Ma'am is saying, because DNA, I'm waiting on her to say some words that I understand here. Say some words that I understand. And what is she saying? The jacket that they found in that wooded area, there was a stain on it. They were able to test it for DNA, and they are able to conclude that it is more likely than not that it is Nazia's. So I'm just happy to figure out where the DNA evidence came from.
And then I compare Jarvis Butts as well, and he's excluded from it to his single source samples.
Okay, and would that be because you found that it was only from one individual genetically typed as female?
Correct, yeah. When comparing him, he was excluded.
And when you say octillion, I'm not a math person, how many zeros is that?
That is 27 zeros.
Okay. And in interpretation number 4, we have just black hoodie swabs, and that's 5CD. And you have two analyses here, one with Jarvis and one with Naziah. What did you find as it relates to the comparison with Jarvis?
So the black hoodie swabs, generally these are taken to see who may have possibly worn it, or skin cells, opposed to stain swabs. So I determined that this was from 3 individuals. There were 3 individuals in that sample, and at least one of them genetically typed as male. And when comparing it to Jarvis Butts, it was approximately 2.1 million times more likely if it originated from Jarvis Butts and 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Jarvis Butts is a contributor to the black hoodie swabs.
And what about the comparison to Naziah?
When comparing Isaiah Harris, it is 97 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Isaiah Harris and 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from 3 unrelated contributors. And this also is very strong support that Isaiah Harris is a contributor to the black hoodie swabs.
And how many zeros after for sextillion?
Sextillion is 21. And just for reference,
For all of you people that could somehow still be in denial, there you go. Wait, time out. Why y'all saying Shannon? Do y'all think Shannon is the other unknown person? I think that too, but I'm trying to see if that's what y'all talking about in the chat. Is that what you guys are saying? Because I haven't, and I may have missed it. Have you guys heard that because it sounded like she said there were 3 did I hear her right? There were 3 possible DNA matches, types of DNA on that jacket. Did I hear that right, guy? She's saying 3 people's DNA on the black hoodie. Jasmine, I feel like that's what she's saying too, but let's make sure we heard that in the chat. And I think someone is an unknown contributor, right? Being that they lived in the same home. India's right about that. If it could, or the fact that there are other kids in the house, and as we've seen from their praying video, they share clothes. Okay, got it. India, here's the thing too. It's also, she lived with Shannon. And like I said, watching that praying video, the grandmama was mad because whoever she was yelling at had on someone else's jacket. So it wouldn't be unreasonable to think that somebody in their house wore her jacket before. It wouldn't be unreasonable, but we're going to listen to more. Okay, so this is why I like watching with y'all. So it wouldn't be unreasonable to hear that, but the fact that Jarvis's DNA should not be on that girl's hoodie because he didn't see her, one, he's never alone with her, two, his DNA should not be on that girl's hoodie at all. And why? Even it shouldn't be on there. It shouldn't be on. I can't even imagine a scenario where his DNA would be on her when he claims he did not see this girl. Okay, y'all.
Anything over $1 million is considered very strong support.
And your next interpretation is to the pink bodysuit stain swabs. And you performed this assuming that there was 2 individuals. What was your comparison as it relates to Jarvis Butts?
When comparing to Jarvis Butts, it was 6.3 times more likely if it originated from Jarvis Butts and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides limited support that Jarvis Butts is a contributor to the pink bodysuit stain swabs.
Okay. And as it relates to Neziah Harris?
It is approximately 60 septillion times more likely if it originated from Neziah Harris and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors. And this provides very strong support that Neziah Harris is a contributor to the pink bodysuit stain.
How many zeros in septillion?
Septillion is 24.
And then you interpreted the pink bodysuit, just regular swabs of it. And you determined that there was 2 individuals, at least 1 was typed as male.
Correct.
Tell me your comparison with Jarvis Butts.
It was 24 trillion times more likely if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Jarvis Butts and 1 unrelated unknown contributor. And this provides very strong support that Jarvis Butts is not a contributor to the pink bodysuit swabs.
And you had said previously, just the swabs of items, you said they're more related to like a wearer ID type thing?
Generally, if it's possible stain, blood stain, semen stain, it'll have the word stain. It's just swabs of. Generally, it is just swabs looking for who was possibly wearing that item. But I did not take the swab, so that person would be able to tell exactly.
And for the comparison with Neziah Harris, what did you find there?
It was 150 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Neziah Harris and 1 unrelated unknown contributor than if it was originated from 2 unrelated unknown contributors, which is very strong support that Neziah Harris is a contributor to the pink bodysuit swabs.
And I think we said previously that was 21 zeros.
Sextillion, yes.
And what were your findings as it relates to interpretation number 7 of the fabric mattress pad stain cover?
So in the earlier report, we did not have a known sample from Neziah Harris, so I went back and compared her to those previously submitted evidence samples, one of which was the fabric mattress pad cover stain, which she was excluded as a contributor to that stain. Also to the plastic mattress cover.
I need y'all to give me just a second. I need to refresh my page because I cleared my cache. Y'all told me it's cache. I cleared it while we were on here, and now I can't come in. I've been trying to come in and talk to y'all in the chat, and I can't do it. So let me refresh this real quick. Okay, y'all, I'm back. It wouldn't let me talk to y'all, and I said something must be going on. But here we go.
Piece swabs, which if you'll remember, that was 4 individuals. When comparing her, it was 430 million times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Neziah Harris and 3 unrelated unknown contributors. And this was very strong support that Neziah Harris is not a contributor to that plastic mattress cover piece swabs. The final was the shower drain swabs. That was also 4 individuals. And that was 13,000 times more likely if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from Neziah Harris and 3 contributors. And that was strong support that Neziah Harris is not a contributor to those shower drain swabs.
And
Right.
nothing else at the time, Judge.
Okay, Ross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So when you receive the swabs, you said in separate tubes, each swab or cutting or whatever you would be testing comes in a separate tube,
Correct.
and it's all labeled with a number that corresponds with the file that you're working on. Is that correct?
Correct. Each one has its own ID, yes.
Okay. And what other communication do you receive with those swabs?
We have submission paperwork, and that is in our system loaded, as well as all of the worksheets from the analysis that we go through. There's chain of custody. I mean, all this is within our system, but we only receive that initial information when we submit it, that paperwork. Occasionally we'll have a police report or something, but in this case, I didn't see one.
You didn't have one in this case?
I did not have one in my case file.
Did you have any communication with Sergeant Shannon Jones before you did the testing?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you know, was there a name associated with this file that you knew of before you did the testing?
There are, like I said, names within the case file. Generally, we process samples in batches and we don't really look at all that before we get started until we sit down to actually write the case, and those profiles are already complete.
Okay, and I'm gonna try to get some information from you just on how that process works, because I have a limited understanding of DNA, so correct me when I mess up. But as I understand it, when you're running these samples, essentially you come up with, ultimately for interpretation, kind of a line that shows peaks, and that is those are the things that you're comparing. Is that fair to say?
So we look at 24 different areas within the DNA, and 2 of those will just give me the sex of the individual, if they're male or female, if there's a male included. On the other 22, it will be 2 like peaks basically at each location, and you'll have either 1 or 2 each individual.
And there could also be other peaks. So typically you have some that are taller than others, but you could also have shorter peaks. Is that fair to say?
If there's multiple people in that sample, I'll see maybe several peaks, and that's how I would determine how many individuals are in that sample.
Or things that you might interpret as, like, I think they call it stutter.
We possibly, it's a kind of a normal part of the system. There are these peaks that are expected, and they generally are filtered out. Occasionally they get a little high, but we know what they are. So.
And I was going to say, so then when you see this chart, is that part of your interpretation to kind of exclude that as something of significance?
The starter peaks?
Yes.
Yes, I would evaluate if any of those peaks could possibly be stutter or not.
Okay. And I think you answered this, but I just want to make sure. How many loci did you test?
There's 24 total loci.
And that's what you tested?
Correct.
Okay. And that's of like the 3 million base pairs that exist, fair to say? I mean, 150,000 loci in the human genome, correct? Is that right?
Yeah, this is the standard for forensic testing, yes.
It's 24.
Okay, let me stop just so we can get here. Zakia said, y'all remember his phone pinged off that motel. So he basically used the motel to do an abortion and it went south. Zakia, the only reason that I don't want to say that it was at the hotel, I don't know the location she's taking this DNA from. Let's just say it's the motel. If they did that, the DNA would have had to be somewhere in the hotel room. And it doesn't sound like they had any, even if he showered, she showered, something, if that's the drain. But remember, his location pinged off of, and I'm catching up in comments too. I was getting the next video ready. His location pinged near that hotel and near his house and near the shop. So it could have been done at either of those three places, or because I can't see him taking her to those woods. I can't see him. I do not think he tried. No, Zakia. Okay, gotcha. Zakia said she was asking us. Zakia, the motel, his house, and that shop, I think that's where they're getting it from, Zakia. I really do think I can't for the life of me figure. We not coming for you. She said, don't come for me. No, it made me think, Zakia. I'm thinking just like y'all. What locations? Because I don't think they're telling us the location. But when your comment made me think too, okay, he didn't make it to that hotel. So what was going on? He pinged at all three of these locations. Yes, Tarina, I think this will all come out at trial. Absolutely, she's correct. They can't tell us everything. But just hear me out, y'all. I don't think it was the motel. If we're doing a botched abortion, I just think that's not enough privacy for what he was trying to do. Remember, he pinged at around 8 or 9 at his shop too. Could it have been at the shop? Because Miss Sheila was talking about a story in Memphis where someone where someone buried a body in the cement. I just don't think he had enough time to do all of that. But he had to be somewhere where he had enough privacy, I think, to leave her body and go back to it. Y'all think King helped? The shop may be how the hose got there. The hoodie got stuck on something. Could be right about that. She was already talking about twins being different and aunts are twins. Yeah, the aunts are twins. Okay, could have been at the shop. He needed Barchi, stop it. He did need privacy. He definitely needed privacy. So maybe the plan was, hold on. Maybe the plan was for him, and as soon as I got back on her, she started again. Maybe the plan was to go to that hotel room at some point with that baby. Because remember, the aunt talked about how they would often get hotel rooms. Maybe that was the plan. Because he pinged near that hotel. He also pinged near his house. Like, I don't know, but I do know he needed privacy. The only reason I'm skeptical about the hotel is how would he know he'd have the privacy as opposed to going to the shop when he knows nobody's there? He'd be the only one there. I don't know. Yeah, Barchi is upsetting me. Barchi's upsetting me. So let me see. Let's see. He's a registered, so his DNA should be on file. I think that's what they're using to test it against. I said the shop yesterday too. I don't know, man. Tomorrow I need to hurry up and get started. Zakia, your comment really did make me wonder where are all these DNA samples coming from, right? What are they testing? And someone did make a point. This is just the prelim. So they can't throw everything out there. They can just give enough to say, hey, we got enough to go to trial. During trial, they have to prove beyond a shadow of doubt. So maybe we will know exactly where they found these items, this evidence from. I don't know. So your comment definitely made me say, okay, where could he have done this at? Hey Tanya, where could he have done this at, y'all? So, okay.
And so I think you indicated in almost all the things that you tested, they were mixed samples, except for the two initial, the buccal swab and the ID card. Is that fair to say? More than one contributor?
Yes, except for the mattress stain swabs, I believe was a single contributor. Otherwise, yes,
Okay.
more than one individual.
On the black hoodie swab, the non-stain swab, I think your report indicates, or your testimony was that there were 3 contributors. Is that correct?
Just wanted to kind of double check to be
Of
sure.
course. Yep. Are you going to refer to your report to do that?
Yes, my report.
Okay.
So the second, the 5BD,
Yes.
5BD was only one individual, female.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm looking at.
The hoodie swab's not the same, you said?
Correct.
Yes, that was determined to be 3 individuals present.
Okay. And I think your report says that at least one was male.
Correct. I can't determine how many males, just that at least one is male because there was a boy in the sample.
Okay. So fair to say there could have been 2 male contributors and 1 non-male, 1 female contributor.
Yeah, all I know is at least one in those 3.
Okay. Now, is it the program that determines the statistical number, the probability, or how is that determined?
I determine how many individuals are in the sample, and then the software determines that likelihood ratio.
Okay. Because you're only receiving swabs or cuttings, you don't actually see pictures of what the items are that the stains came from or the swabs came from. Is that fair to say? Or do you?
They are in the case file. I did see them in this case. So sometimes I'll look at them, and sometimes I'll just write the report unless there's a need to see them. They're not always provided, but.
Do those pictures indicate to you where the different samples might have been taken from, or the swabs may have been taken from?
Yes, the pictures in this case were taken by the previous analyst that provided the samples to me. So she would have actually examined the evidence itself, took the pictures, as well as where any swabs or cuttings were taken.
So the previous analyst would be testing for genetic material in general. Is that fair to say, like saliva, blood, semen, stuff like that? She's the one that's making that determination.
Yes, she would do any body fluid testing, such as blood, semen, saliva, and then any swabs that just for skin cells.
Okay. DNA can degrade over time, fair to say?
Over time and in certain conditions, sure.
Weather, stuff like that.
Potentially as sunlight can degrade DNA.
The elements in general, bacteria.
Yes.
Okay. And so when it degrades, does that mean that the DNA molecule itself is breaking down?
Yes, it's degrading, yeah.
And what is the impact of that on a DNA test?
It could just be lower than it would have been. So there's still a profile, it's just lower. We also see a very specific pattern when something is degraded, where it, instead of peaks kind of being nice and straight, they kind of ski slope off. So we can identify it.
Okay. Could it mean that you get an incomplete or a partial profile?
Sure, yeah.
Was that a factor at all in any of the swabs that you tested in this case?
I didn't see any very specific that pattern that I was talking about. I didn't see that. Some of the samples are lower, so they may have been possibly, if they were in the elements, degraded or diluted.
So you mentioned that when you're looking at a profile, if you see a Y chromosome, that indicates to you that there's a male contributor to that sample, correct? And try to say this in the least amount of words possible. And so if you have a mixed sample, you can do, or one of the ways to determine the male profile would be to use a Y-STR analysis. Is that correct?
Yes, we do offer testing that specifically looks at only that Y chromosome in our lab, and I don't perform that testing personally.
Somebody else would perform that?
Yeah, so when we need it, they will perform it, yes.
And what would indicate, or what would determine when that would be needed?
Generally, it's in samples where it's a mixture usually from a female, let's say a body swab, and there's so much of her DNA, it's overwhelming the small amount of male DNA present. So they can do this testing to only look at that Y chromosome so that that large amount of female DNA kind of isn't in the way.
And so this would be done for something like skin cells or saliva or some DNA, some genetic material that's not specific to males. Is that correct? Like you wouldn't need to do that kind of a test on semen or something that's only going to come from a male.
It's any sample where there's just an a large amount of female DNA, but a very small amount of male DNA is generally when we use the testing.
Okay. Would you use it if there were multiple suspected male contributors?
I don't want to speak to that test, like when we would use it, since I don't do it.
Okay. Is it possible to use that, or would that be helpful in general?
I have no idea.
Okay, you're not familiar with?
No, I mean, I have the basic understanding, but since I don't actually perform it and I'm not trained in it, I don't want to speak to it.
Okay. Is it the Y chromosome DNA, is that passed down to male offspring?
But the male profile, so you're talking about the YSTR profile, it would be the same?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, from a father to a son.
Correct.
Okay. And that's the Y-STR DNA, right? The
Yes.
Y short tandem repeat.
Correct, yes.
I really think she's a really great witness. I don't know, maybe if you're talking about her or the defense. I think the problem is the defense is trying their best to poke holes, and she just like, no, we're not going to do that. You know, I think, and the problem, and Jaleesa too, not knowing if she was pregnant, that is maybe why the defense is asking these questions. And I think for us, it's like, girl, she's trying to poke holes in the story. But I will say, the state's witnesses, especially their expert witnesses, know their shit. Okay, they do, and they have done really well when they are up against the defense. I don't want to say up against because they're just there to speak their truth, tell whatever, but they have done really well when they are on cross-examination. The defense just tried 4 times to get her to speak on something that she said, it's not my expertise. I'm not going to speak about that. The defense kept trying. I can't speak on that. I don't run that test. They did their job, Key. Exactly. Right, Mamie. She's telling the defense that's not where I'm trained at. The defense is trying their best, but I do think their expert witnesses have done an amazing job on the stand with sticking to the science, right? I'm not rooting for Jarvis. I'm not saying he didn't do this. I'm not saying he's guilty or not guilty. I'm just going to come here and speak about science and tell you what the science says. And I have enjoyed that aspect. Even though this DNA, I'm over here really doing my best to listen because it is confusing. But the pieces that I am catching, I do understand. We see in this section, she's literally, I gotta stop saying that word. She is asking about this test that they do. They know that these are Naziah's clothes, and they know they go in anticipating to see an overwhelming amount of female DNA. So if they know we need to see that a male's DNA is on here somehow, let's go ahead and do a test that will bypass all of the female DNA and only focus on male DNA. So the defense's question is, what if would you use this same test if you needed to find DNA from multiple men? And she's saying, I can't tell you what would happen because I don't perform that type of testing. So she couldn't answer that question. So the defense is saying, hey, what if there were other men or if there were other DNA samples that came from men? What would you do? Would you use this same test? I don't really know why that would matter, but because with DNA, we know there would be a way to find whose DNA it was on her jacket. So, yeah.
And so you could have a similar Y-star profile between a father and a son because that chromosome is being passed down almost completely unchanged. Is that fair to say? Or is it correct scientifically?
I mean, scientifically, they would have the same, without any mutations, that father and son would have the same Y profile.
Okay.
But in autosomal testing, they would not.
And when you were doing your testing on these samples, you had 2 known profiles, correct?
Correct.
You were testing against Jarvis Butts,
Correct.
yes, and Naziah Harris.
That's correct.
You weren't testing it against any other males.
No other references were submitted to us for comparisons.
Okay. So a DNA test obviously can't tell you when DNA was deposited on an item. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And it can't say how it came to be put there, right?
Correct.
Like it could be there's primary DNA, right? If I cut myself and I get blood on my shirt, that would be a primary transfer, right?
Yes.
If I then touch something and get blood on that, then the blood that's on say it's on my paper, the blood that's on the paper then would be a secondary transfer.
Yeah, like from your shirt.
Yes.
Correct.
Or say if I hand my pen to Mr. Riggins here, and then he hands it to somebody else, that would be a third. Is that correct?
It's the transfer of the DNA. So I touch this primary, then you come and touch it, my DNA's on it, that would be secondary. And tertiary would be, then that DNA moves again. Of course, each time DNA is transferred, it's lower and lower generally.
Okay. And so then if Mr. Riggins walks away with my pen and leaves it in another room and somebody picks up that pen and uses it, in theory, they could be tested and have my DNA on them, correct?
Possibly.
Even if we were never in the same room together.
Correct.
Okay. Transfer can occur also even like in a washing machine, right?
Possibly.
So if clothes are washed together, which is kind of illogical, right? You're washing something, but in reality, my clothes and Mr. Riggins' clothes could be washed together and his DNA could transfer onto my clothes just by virtue of being washed in the same cycle.
Correct.
Okay. Just a second.
Now listen, if we didn't know what we know about Jarvis and know that he did this, I think that was a very good question for the defense. All BS aside, the amount of ways that you can transfer DNA is insane. I have never heard that one, y'all. Malaysia, what do you mean it's a house full of kids, Malaysia? Yeah, I don't care. That was a good question. That was a good question because think about it. What if Shannon was all over him and that's how the defense, the DNA, we know what, well, I'm sorry. I don't believe anything. I believe this man is guilty. What I'm saying is that question, that's one of the first questions I've heard during this cross. That's one of the first questions I've heard during this cross that actually made sense to me that she's asked. I did not know. I'm learning. I did not know. And I don't know if y'all knew. Did y'all know you could transfer DNA? Jarvis's DNA, his kids, Malaysia. His kids. She said we biased, boo. I know that. His kids. Shannon. Even if we operated, which we know is not true, even if we operated in the mindset that they always went out to him or Shannon always left. If we operate in that mindset, right? Because I think that's going to be, the defense is kind of, I think, telling what their defense is going to be as far as his DNA. He's got 5 kids and a baby mama in that house. They are going to try to say that the DNA they found on her stuff came from this washing clothes thing is crazy. I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. I did not know that. But this is the first question I've heard the defense ask on this cross that made me go, Now, if there wasn't an overwhelming amount of other evidence, right? But if y'all ever get caught up in some mess, y'all remember DNA can be transferred in the washing machine. Would have to be his son, or it could be him. It could have been him. I don't know what they're gonna say, y'all. I just thought that was a clever question. That's what she said, Key. She said that is pretty ironic. Oh my God. Now, too pretty. You done went too deep down a rabbit hole for me. Too pretty said, think about if you go to the laundromat and a person use the same washer as you, they get murdered. Now these people coming for you because your DNA is on their clothes. She done went too deep down the rabbit hole for me. She went too deep down the rabbit hole. But do y'all get what I'm saying now? No, we're not buying it. But y'all, that right there is the first. That's the first moment the defense has asked something that made me go, oh. There's an overwhelming amount of other evidence, right? So we know this is BS. But at least we know their game plan. Their game plan is they're going to try to find other ways that would seem that his DNA could have been on this girl's clothes. They've given it up. And if I were the state, I would be preparing to really like double down on everything that I've presented and then add more. Add more. They say I get you, but hell no. Yeah, but y'all, that was intriguing to me. That was intriguing right there. They said defense, blink twice if you need help.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Yes.
Redirect?
Just briefly. You asked some questions about YSTR testing. Would it be fair to say that that's kind of like a secondary test you would do if nothing comes up in autosomal DNA testing?
Correct, that's when we look at that type of testing, is when we don't get results with autosomal.
And is that because in autosomal testing would be a direct match as opposed to just a match on a Y chromosome?
Yeah, to a Y profile that is shared, yeah.
Okay. So in these reports, you had known samples from Nasiah Harris and known samples from Jarvis Butts.
Correct.
Okay. And they were direct autosomal matches to Jarvis Butts.
But we don't use match. We might compare them directly, yes.
They were direct comparisons to Jarvis Butts DNA.
Correct.
Okay. And so I believe, as you said, he would share Y DNA with his biologically related male children.
Correct.
But his X DNA would not be the same as his biologically related male children.
No, we get half our DNA from our mom, half our DNA from our father. That's what makes up your DNA profile.
So if he has a male son, their DNA would not compare, it would only be compared comparatively to the Y chromosome is not the X chromosome.
Yes, so father and son, they would not have the same profile, but they would have the same Y profile, which is not the testing that was done in this case.
Right. This was direct autosomal comparison.
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that people shed or produce or leave DNA at different rates?
Yes, everyone is different in how much DNA you leave behind when you touch something. Things like blood, semen, saliva, we would expect there to be more DNA present in those types of samples versus just touching something in skin cells.
And given that people can shed DNA at a different rate, if that's kind of the right way I'm wording it, you can't say whether or not something was a primary transfer or a secondary transfer based on the amount of DNA present.
No, I can't say at all how it got there or even if it's a body fluid. I mean, I don't do any body fluid testing, so I can only say what the DNA is and not where it came from or the type of possible fluids.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All done.
This why it take us forever to get through something, because I'm looking at y'all questions and I always have a question back for you guys. Okay, y'all, let's do a roll call. Who in the chat considers themselves a reasonable person? Put a 1 in the chat if you are reasonable. If you consider yourself to be a reasonable person, put a 1 in the chat, please. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay. Put a 1. Y'all, 1 and 2. You can't be 1 and 2, Brooklyn. You're cheating. Angela, you're not reasonable. Can't be 1.5. Is it La Monet? You can't be 1.5. Kiara, I need you to be reasonable, Kiara. Kiara, you've been here, so you got to know what my next question is about to be. Read Big Tits. Read the comment. Y'all got to know. You can't plead the fifth either. Y'all, what is going on with the chat today? What's going on with this chat? I don't want you to be biased, Big Tit. I don't want you to be biased. I want you to be reasonable. Okay, y'all. When cases go to trial, right? When cases go to trial, the prosecution has to prove beyond a what? Give me 2 words. They have to prove their case beyond what? Beyond 2 words. Beyond 2 words, guys. When we take something to trial, thank you, Gus Wynn. Thank you, Missy. Oh, I got a lot of people in here that knows their stuff. Okay. So a lot of you guys said you were reasonable. Y'all understand that the prosecution has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. Now let's go back to Big Tit's comment. What evidence have they shown of a murder? Obviously, we know he did it, but if one juror believes she ran away, what do y'all think would be the nail in the coffin evidence-wise? Love this question. I love this comment. The reason I asked if you guys were reasonable is because let's always go on the assumption that we have a jury full of reasonable people. Okay? So now, next part. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe he is guilty of murder. Put a 2 in the chat if you believe she ran away. And remember, I do consider this chat to be a chat of reasonable people. 1 in the chat if you believe he is guilty of murder. 2 in the chat if you believe she ran away. Okay. Can't be a 3, Miss Chocolate. You got to follow the rules, friend. She said 1 and 3. I don't even know what 3 was. Now, Krista, are you playing with me or are you serious? Krista has a 2. Okay. He sold her. Y'all giving the man too much credit. Miss Chocolate said she made it up. Hold on. Nick, here's the thing. She wasn't running away. She went to someone she knew. That's not running away. I don't think he did intentionally, but he did it though, Malaysia. She did not run away. She was in love with that man. She thought she was with someone that loved her and cared for her. The reason I asked this question is because I do like Big Tits comment, because she's right. But we have to always assume when we have juries, our juries are comprised of reasonable people. I really do feel like this chat is comprised of reasonable people. Okay. So I said, let's take a poll and let's see, what do we need? I don't think we could, without a doubt, say he murdered her. I can't, Kia. I am going to, and Kia, what would, she said with the evidence, we can't say without a doubt he murdered her. What would be your, people who are saying they can't say without a doubt he murdered her. Tell me why you feel that way. Brianna, that's her name. That's her name. Okay, she said, let's just say she did run away. What would be the reason why she ran away? If I was a lawyer or a juror, that would be my question. Agreed. After school classes until 5:30. We saw her get off the bus. Actually, we'll see testimony about that. Hey, Kelly, because they don't have a body. That wouldn't matter to me. Marva, the only reason the body wouldn't matter to me because the 13-year-old girl, she went missing. There's motive. If she's not dead, then why would you lie about being with her? Why would you lie about being with her? I would not be able to be unbiased. I say that all the time, Amy. People saw her alive with him last. He had a motive to kill this little girl. All of us believe it was an accident, but he had a motive to try to do this damn abortion. There's overwhelming evidence that he had motive. I think we'll probably hear during trial. I agree with that, Key. Y'all, the chat, y'all is cutting up in this chat. He tried to help get rid of the baby because they knew where I really believe in my heart of hearts, I think Shannon figured she was with that man. Y'all don't think it was an accident? Nick, I think it was an accident. The back against the wall comment. This is what I was going to say too. For those of you that may be on the she ran away, she may be still alive bus, this is probably going to fuel that for you guys. I don't know if it was on purpose. I don't know what happened. But did you guys pick up yesterday that Shannon kept talking about her in present tense? Did any of you guys pick that up? Let me see. Yep, that comment was disturbing. So, okay, Angela. I hope that's the name said Angela. The chat is booming right now. I believe that too, T-Boss. Do y'all remember that? And so for those of you that are in the chat saying he sold her, they sold her, I hate to add fuel to that theory that you guys have, but I noticed that about Shannon. She spoke about her as if she was still alive. Lakeisha, that may not be your crazy mind. You could be right. Sold her to who though? Nick, a pimp, somebody who got her locked in a basement somewhere. Can we just say Shannon? We could say Shannon. I don't believe that selling her story. I don't believe it either, Erica, but I did notice that Shannon was talking about her in present tense. I do believe she was talking about her in present tense. She locked in a shed or a basement to the birth of the baby. The baby should be born by now. It's a bordering state. They say it's a traffic hub. But I don't know, y'all. At this point, I don't know. I don't know, y'all. She's not in the grandmama's basement. She in Mexico. I'm not giving them that much credit. Kiara, I agree with you. But I did notice that this is not my theory. I do believe, my theory is that it was a botched abortion. And that baby, she passed. And he had to get rid of the body because calling the police means he had to explain what he was doing with her. He would have to explain the botched abortion. She'd go and be 13 and pregnant. They're going to want to know who the father is. They're going to start investigating their family. Too many things would have come by that would have hurt everybody around them. So he did what he thought was smart. His back was against the wall and he got rid of her body. But for those of you that think that she could still be alive, I did catch that yesterday. Shannon spoke about her in present tense. And I know you guys are saying, well, she has to act like that. She has to act like she's still alive. Shannon doesn't believe that girl is alive. She doesn't believe that girl is alive. I'm like you guys. I think Shannon knows more than she's letting on. I agree, Tatiana. What if Shannon's new baby is really Nazia's baby? Oh, Brianna. Baby, y'all be coming up with some questions in here. Megan said, oh, Megan. Megan said, do you think that's the reason they're not upset? I don't know, Megan. I do believe something happened. Me personally. But damn it, I won't lie and say that that's not interesting. I won't lie and say, I can't wait for this case. And we'll come back to these lives and we'll remember things that we've said watching the preliminary hearing. We'll remember these things and see which angle was more likely. Because La Monet, they're going with the assumption that Shannon was pregnant at the same time as Nazia. Shannon is not a small girl. I remember one of my aunties was pregnant, y'all, and she was a bigger lady. I didn't even know she was pregnant. She was like 7 months pregnant. She looked the same to me. I remember being a little kid thinking to myself, like, she don't look pregnant. Like, I remember that. Miss Hall, we're just watching. We're watching testimony in general right now. Her own children being taken away. No, I'm serious. Y'all laughing. I remember being a little kid. I was probably 11. I'm thinking about my height at the time. I was probably anywhere from 10 to 11 years old. And I remember when they said she was pregnant, y'all, I couldn't tell. I could not tell that she was pregnant. She was just a bigger woman. I couldn't tell. My aunt at the time was probably 300 or more pounds. So I couldn't tell she was pregnant. And I remember being a kid just being perplexed because normally when I saw people pregnant at that time, you could tell because their belly was poked out. I could not tell. So Shannon, especially, let me find this picture. The girl who we saw, that's not the picture I saw of Shannon. I think all of you guys have seen it. This the picture I saw of Shannon. Shannon looked pregnant in that picture. That's Shannon and her twin. They look, when she walked in court, I said, who is that? She might be on Ozempic or something because I did not know. I said, who? Shannon has lost a lot of weight. Brianna said, I know your mama used to have to squeeze your arm when you was young. This is why LJ don't get in trouble like people think he does. LJ, because LJ is me, he just me times 10, okay? Me times 10 is what I say about him. A part of me understands my son's problem and his struggles, okay? Baby, part of me understands the boy's struggles, okay? I'm his mama. I get it. I still struggle right now, and I'm 37. Okay, y'all listen.
Oh,
This one tells you how to the nothing but truth.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you for this. I think
Could you say your name for the record, sir? George Harris. Name, just like that.
You can just take it off the ledge too. It's easy.
And what do you do currently for a living, sir? I'm a school safety liaison. And going back to January.
hold on, time out. I gotta stop because someone said, oh wow, the remains found were Naziah. T-Dog, I think you up to date in the chat. I just Googled, I don't see that. So where you getting it? Where do you get that story from? I'm trying to see. I just want to make sure before we go on because then it'll send the chat in a frenzy. So I'm looking. I don't see any updated coverage that say they found remains. Yeah, I haven't seen anything that says that. So if you have a story, T-Dog, drop it in the chat or tell me where you're looking at it from, and I'll pull up the story. No, T-Dog not behind because they're saying the news. I just checked. I haven't. Let me see. I'm checking now because I know the chat will be crazy. So I said, let me go ahead and let me just Google this real quick. I don't see any updated stories about any remains found. She said, don't make me call Fox 2. Kiera said it don't say no profit. No, Tarina, they're saying the remains found are Naziah's. I don't see that. Me too, Key. I thought someone in the chat said it was a little boy. Okay, y'all. Let me see if T-Dog can send us this story because I already know my chat. We'll be on something else and we'll be still stuck talking about where the story. See, unknown. They found her remains. I knew those kind of questions would come. I said, let's get to the bottom of this before we start this stream. T-Dog, you said you saw a clip. I thought you said the news, friend. Okay, y'all. Okay. I think it's a clip, though. I think it's a clip. Ashley, ain't nobody telling them. They ain't told in this long. Them people, I really do think they think they're smarter than the police. They think they're smarter than the police. I really do. I really do. I think Big Shannon, babe, I can't wait till the day they put Big Shannon in cuffs. Oh, Annette. Ooh, y'all, how y'all think Annette gonna survive in jail with no synthetic wig? Child, lock them up.
January of 2024, where were you employed at that time?
Detroit Public Schools Police.
And what did you do for the Detroit Public Schools Police Department at that time?
I was a lieutenant.
And assigned to an investigative division or something else?
I was in charge of the Western Patrol Division and our intelligence unit.
Okay. And did that include, at least on the intelligence unit side, some investigatory roles?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And were you involved in the disappearance and homicide investigation into Neziah Harris?
Yes, I was.
And how did you become involved in that, sir?
The initial report came in that she was missing. A detective was assigned to it. She liaisoned back to me that Neziah had a social media account and had communicated through text now. So anytime there was a cyber-related nexus or anything having to do with cell phones or digital communications, I was the person who had handled it with the district for years.
And what is the reason you would handle the sort of cyber or internet portions of investigations?
I had the training and experience.
And as part of the investigation, did you do an initial search warrant to TextNow?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get an initial return for that?
Yes.
Okay. And were those from the dates of January 8th, 2024 to January 26th, 2024, if you remember?
That sounds
about right?
Yes.
Okay. It didn't go back before January 8th at that time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I will come back to that in a second, but the initial agency investigating Neziah's case, was that Detroit Public Schools Police Department?
That's correct.
Okay. And when did that investigation begin?
January 9th, her grandmother reported her missing. One of our officers, Officer Wolf, I believe it was, went out to the school, took the report. Canvas was done. Detective Gardner was assigned to the case. And then from there, she liaisoned with me, and I started making my notifications and started working on it from the.
You said January 9th the report was made?
The 10th, I'm sorry.
The 10th? Okay. So that's when the investigation began, and that's when you became notified of this case, correct?
Correct.
And did the investigation stay with the Detroit Public Schools Police Department for the entirety of until today?
No.
When was it transferred and to who was it transferred?
It was transferred to Sergeant Shannon Jones sometime I don't remember the exact date, but it was later in January, maybe early February.
Okay. So
Were we getting closer to that 30-day mark?
around a month?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the reason it was transferred to DPD?
There have been no sightings, nothing had been heard from her. At that point, the other agencies that I brought in, we ended up shipping it over once. We received some more calls from DPD. The commander of the 5th Precinct had called me, and we just got together with Detroit, my chief and I, and the deputy chief, and then they decided they were going to take it over because it appeared that she was not going to be recovered alive.
Okay. And in the course, to your knowledge of the initial investigation by the Detroit Public Schools Department.
Now, I'm not a police officer. I don't know how it works, but I can't wait for the trial to hear what does he mean by it appeared that she was not going to be recovered alive. I can't wait to hear how they got to that conclusion and then send it over to homicide. Hopefully we'll hear it here. Don't know if we will, but like it had been 30 days.
Was there any activity from Neziah on social media after January 9th?
Not from Neziah, no.
Now, you said earlier that after it was transferred to the Detroit Police Department, did you receive a call regarding, from Sergeant Jones regarding a request to confirm an ID that was found, a school ID?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive a copy of that picture?
Brianna, remember they found the clothes March 14th. So he's talking end of January, closer to February. After a certain period of days, they assume it. Okay, kids saying that maybe that's normal. Y'all are saying time. Y'all are saying y'all think it's because of the amount of time. Damn. I guess for me, it's like 30 days. If she was a runaway, you know, I didn't know what the time frame was. And so I'm like interested to know maybe more about that processing. They trigger person missing and not heard from, worse than the outlook is. That's why she's presumed dead. There hasn't been any sightings, social media calls, or anything since then. Okay. They assume it. It took 30 days to get to the police department. Hey, Miss J! Missing foes in a couple days from the public school police perspective. Okay. I have one question. What was the street's name that the auntie said she asked about? It was Belfar. Let me tell you. I know it was it Bedford? No, the girl said she gets Bedford confused with Belfar. It was child. India just sent me a post that says Skilla Baby offers to cover funeral costs for 13-year-old Naziah Harris after she's presumed deceased. And give the money to their grandmama? Please. Please. Save your money. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to find the street for y'all. Belfar and Outer Drive is that intersection, guys. Belfar and Outer Drive. Zion, that's what Shannon is doing as well. Okay, Cynthia. Oh yeah, we just saw that. Balfour and Outer Drive. Okay, y'all. And thank y'all for that. I was just wondering. I said, dang. I guess because sometimes people be in the missing persons for years, and I was just wondering, is this normal? I would just expect it to take a longer time before you just say, okay, I think this person is deceased versus missing. So yeah, not Bedford and Balfour. It was Balfour and Outer is what Shannon texted her cousin.
Of the ID to confirm it?
Yes.
Okay. And the picture that was sent to you, did you confirm that as Naziah Harris' grade 8 identification card? If you don't remember.
I'm not sure
Okay.
what grade she was in, but yeah, it was her identification card.
May I approach?
Yes.
Approaching with what's already been admitted as Exhibit 40. Does that look similar to what you were asked to confirm?
Yes.
And that one you went into, did you go into the school system to confirm that was Naziah's ID?
Through an intermediary, but yes.
Okay. And in the bottom corner of one of that, it says grade 8, correct?
Yes, it does.
And you had said earlier that you did an initial search warrant to text now to receive some messages, correct?
It started out as exigent circumstances request, so yes.
Okay. And may I approach again?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as Exhibit 16. And if you could take a look at that, I'm handing you the last page of Exhibit 16. Does that look familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
And are those some of the messages that you got from the search warrant that you did to text them?
Yes.
And are there on that page that you're holding 3 highlighted ones on the bottom of that message or of that page?
Yes.
And the first highlighted one, is there a number associated with whether that it was sent or received from or to?
Yes.
And can you read that number further for me, please?
313-585-8719.
And was the first message that's highlighted there, was that a sent or received message?
It was a sent message.
Indicating that it came from the owner of the Text Now account, correct?
Correct.
And what does that message say?
Don't forget to be there before 3. I will let you know when I'm leaving school. If you're not there, I will wait.
And to be clear, the owner of the account that you did a search warrant on, you believe to be Neziah Harris, correct?
That is correct.
And then the second message down from that, second to last message on that page, is that a sent or received message?
It's a sent message.
And who is it sent to, the number?
313-585-8719.
And what does that message say?
Send okay if you send the message so I can delete your number.
And then the last message on that page first, is that a sent or received message to that account?
Received.
So the owner of the account would have received that message from someone else?
Yes.
And what's the number that sent the message to that text now account?
313-585-8719.
And what is that message?
Okay.
And what are the dates of those messages?
January 9th, 2024.
And when the owner of that account received that last message of okay, what date and time did she receive that on?
January 9th, 2024 at 14:23:10 UTC.
And the UTC would be 4 hours ahead at that time from the local time?
Correct.
Okay. And so that would have been at 10 a.m. or so?
That would have been 9:23
a.m.
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay, boss?
Is it Sergeant Harris? I'm sorry.
It was Lieutenant
It was
Harris.
Lieutenant, I'm sorry. Let me get that right. So did you learn about this case through Detective Gardner? You learned about it from somewhere from the school, or how did it land on your desk? Can you?
So the grandmother went to the school called Officer Wolf, who works that area. And then whenever we have a missing student, we always dispatch a detective.
Okay, so it was Officer Wolf who was initially dispatched to the school.
Correct.
To do kind of an initial intake or interview,
Yes.
so to speak. Okay. And you're familiar that he did that?
Yes, he generated a report and did that. And then Detective Adele Gardner took over from there.
So when Officer Harris,
Wolf.
Wolf came back with his report, he passed, essentially, the report indicated what he did on the case and then handed it off to Detective Gardner.
No, Detective Gardner responded to the scene before he even came back and did the report.
Okay, so Detective Gardner was also involved in some of the things that Officer Wolf did.
Yes,
In
the
terms of
canvassing and
canvassing.
talking to people, yes.
Okay, that's what I was going to get to next. So you're familiar that at least Detective Gardner and Officer Wolf went out to the 3 Mile Drive location at Cornwall where the bus stop was and canvassed that area.
Not just them, but other officers, yes.
Others too, okay. Did any of the officers in DPS interview the teacher that was in Neziah's class that day?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes, do you know who it was?
It would have been Detective Gardner.
And do you know if Detective Gardner has authored a report?
She would have case notes and interview statements with everybody she interviewed.
Okay. Did you follow up on anything that Officer Wolf did or that he left open in his report to do?
Not personally, I was just directing the efforts of Detective Gardner as whatever guidance she needed or help.
Okay. And one of the things that she requested of you was to do the search warrant for the text now?
The text now, Instagram.
Okay. And did you receive anything back from Instagram?
Yes, I received back to her Neziah's Instagram account
Okay.
information.
Okay. Now, ultimately, you came into possession of Neziah's laptop. Is that correct?
You talking about the one she uses at school?
Correct.
Yes.
And how did you take possession of that?
I sent Detective Gardner over to the school to pick it up.
It was at the school?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where at the school?
With all the rest of the laptops the kids use.
Okay, so they leave the laptops there every day at the end of the day?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if anybody from your unit or searched anywhere in the classroom, like lockers or areas where like coats and other things, bags, backpacks, lunch boxes, that kind of thing are stored?
That would have been standard to have to search where her locker was, her classroom, any of that stuff.
It would have been.
We would search the whole school to make sure that we found kids hiding in the school before they were going missing. So we would search the entire school, surrounding area, that route to and from school, things of that nature.
Can you say for sure that that was done here, or just that should have been done because
That should have been done.
Okay, but you can't say for sure that you didn't do it.
I didn't go to the scene.
Okay. And you haven't read a report that indicated somebody else did it. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. Now you also were shown a picture of Messiah's 8th grade ID card from the school.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when that ID card was issued to Messiah?
Should have been the beginning of the school year.
Okay. So then it would have been end of August?
Yes. Or yeah, because we started before Labor Day again last year.
Okay. Other than the warrant and giving the laptop over to DPD, did you do anything else yourself in this case?
Yes.
What else?
Went back out to the school, interviewed some students, got some more information from some of Nazia's friends, different from what they had given earlier. Spoke with her little sister, spoke with the grandmother, got the release for her dental records, picked up the toothbrush, went out on a couple more canvases, things of that nature.
Okay. Now you mentioned that you passed this case off, or your department passed this case off to DPD at about the 30-day mark.
Somewhere around there. It may have been a little after, because right around the 30-day mark is when I would have went and got the toothbrush, so we still had it then. Because you have to make that update in the system when you get close to the 30-day mark.
So the case was opened on January 10th, correct?
Correct.
And was it the 13th of February that you gave the laptop to the Detroit police? Do you recall?
That sounds about right, around Valentine's Day.
Okay. And that would have been about the last thing that you did at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And that's right around a 30-day window, fair
Yeah,
to say?
a little bit past at that point.
Okay. Now is that 30-day window, is that kind of a standard protocol, or is there something that kind of where your jurisdiction kind of expires and you pass it on to a different agency?
I would say no, because I had been with the school police since 2011, and this was the first missing we hadn't recovered within a couple of days. So normally we would, continue on with our cases. But once it got to that point, once we suspect, it could be a possible homicide, then the jurisdiction goes back to Detroit. So that's kind of how we went.
Would it be fair to say that once you had kind of exhausted your tools,
I guess, yeah, that's one way to look at it.
or could you hand it off to a different?
Kiki, because me and Kiki both over here was searching what's going on in Michigan. So Kiki, it sounds like Detroit Public Schools has some sort of protocol that they follow with the missing teens or missing students. And at the 30-day mark, it's their protocol to treat it the way that it's been treated, because he says they turn it over. He said at the 30-day mark, we're not used to looking for teens that we don't recover within a couple of days. They didn't recover her. So closer to that 30-day mark, they're going to hand this case over, because there's a possibility, or a stronger possibility in their mind, that something has happened to this teen. So it sounds like maybe that's why it went over. It's their policy to do it that way.
Different agency before 30 days? Could you decide within 2 weeks, we aren't coming up with any leads, we should give this to a different agency for more assistance?
We could, yes.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Very briefly, Judge. Ms. Quick asked you about recovering a laptop. That was done in this case, Nazia's laptop was recovered, correct?
Yes.
And did you or did someone else or DPS recover a tablet that belonged to Nazia as well?
Yes.
Okay, where was that recovered from? The school or somewhere else?
From the grandmother.
From the grandmother?
Yes.
And that would be Annette Harris?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay, you are done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. May I proceed, Judge? Thank you. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Antonio Carlisi.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Detroit Police Department Homicide Unit.
How long have you been with the Detroit Police Department in total?
A total of 29 years.
And how long in the homicide unit primarily?
11 years.
And what is your current role in the homicide unit?
At this time, I am one of two that extract surveillance videos from locations.
Okay. And does that sometimes include like doorbell cameras, Ring or Xfinity or something like that?
Correct, it does.
Okay. And did you do that? I want to take you back to January 20th, 2024. Did you receive a request or a dispatch to go to a location?
Not on that date, but yes, I did receive a request back in February 20th of 24 to make 4803 Bedford to recover some video.
Okay, and you said 4803?
Correct.
And did you write a report about this?
Correct.
Is there an error or a typo in your report regarding the injury?
Yes, I have 3803.
And in preparation for your testimony, did you realize that that was a typo?
Correct.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that location on Bedford?
At that time, to recover video from a surveillance unit that's showing a girl walking down the street.
Okay. And are you familiar with the area that address is in, or what the corner and cross streets are?
Yes.
And what are the corner and cross streets right next to that address?
That is Bedford and Cornwall.
Okay. And then is the street 3 Mile Drive nearby this location?
That's 1 block east of Bedford.
And did you have a chance to observe the videos or some of the videos that you recovered earlier today?
Yes.
And do those fairly and accurately depict the videos that you extracted from this system?
Yeah, that was a Ring system. Yes, sir.
Okay. And at this time, Judge, I would move to admit people's proposed exhibits 49, 50, and 51.
Any objection?
No objection.
They will be admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
And playing exhibit. Playing exhibit 49 from the beginning. And stopping the video at 9 seconds in. I'm not going to ask you to narrate what we're seeing in the video. I just want to lay some groundwork as to what we're looking at. Did you see that bus go by on the right side of the screen?
Correct.
And where is that bus approximately stopping right now on the screen?
That's stopping right approximately at 3 Mile Drive.
And Cornwall?
Cornwall.
Okay. And we're looking at Bedford from this view?
Yeah, we're looking eastbound from the house of 4803 towards down Cornwall towards 3 Mile Drive.
Okay. Continuing playing from 9 seconds. moving to exhibit 50 and playing from the beginning. And moving now to exhibit 51.
I was like, am I missing something? I don't see anybody, but it must be this video.
And stopping at 6 seconds into the video. Detective, is there a timestamp on this video that you can see or that you know of?
There is a timestamp.
Can you see it on the screen right now?
No, sir.
And is it being obscured by the zoom thing in the bottom right corner?
Correct.
Okay, a lot of us had questions about her changing clothes, and I think it's exactly what some of us suggested. Sometimes kids take a change of clothes for right after school. I went to a private Christian school in North Memphis when I was young, and there's this girl, she lived in Binghamton. Every day after class, after school, she went to the bathroom and changed her clothes and left, and then would go home. So we know there's a picture, the famous picture, she had on a white school shirt, a black jacket. I don't know where her bottoms were, and she had on her shoes. Well, in this video, those appear to be jeans. Are y'all seeing jeans too? Because it looks like she has on jeans, like she's changed her whole outfit from this video that we're watching right here.
Yeah. Detective, when you went to extract this, is there something you do or a process that you follow to calibrate the time system on the system you're extracting the video from?
Correct. We do a time calibration to the world clock.
Okay, and what is the world clock?
So basically, the world clock is the anatomical clock that we go by from the Navy clock. So looking at the anatomical clock or the world clock to the video system, we calibrate how if it's zeroed, which this one was, to, or if it was short or fast.
Okay. So you would be able to tell if the time system that is on the video is 10 seconds fast, 2 hours fast, or slow?
Slow, correct.
And what was the result again for this video?
Again, this was 0 to the world clock, so it was on time.
Okay. And
Just go closer.
are you good? Okay.
Yes, it looks like a small bag on her back. You guys asked, somebody just asked, Kiara just asked if that is a book bag. It looks like she has, I don't know if it's a small purse, if it's a backpack, but she does have something on her back. I want to see something. This was a Tuesday, so I'm thinking maybe she left some at the weekend, but this was a Tuesday, January 9th, 2024.
And
Y'all know Jaleesa, a teacher. Jaleesa said I had a student snuck Easter shoes to school to wear because they had a little heel. Baby, she clacked around that school all day. I would have told her, ma'am, go put your shoes back on. You're not about to be click-clacking down in this classroom all day. I bet she sharpened 50 pencils that day. You are not going to be click-clacking all up and around. You're not gonna be click-clacking all up in this classroom. She said her mama, she lied like her mom knew she had them. I had to call her mom. Baby, if you don't sit down, I can see her now. Like, y'all, my niece, I wish I could find it for y'all. My niece, her mom found her these little red boots, y'all. They had little rhinestones on the boots, and the heel was this small. When I tell y'all, she would click clack. I'm gonna have to find the video on my TikTok. Click clack all over the house in those red boots. Why would y'all buy a little booty for babies with a little heel on it, y'all? Baby, she was click clacking everywhere. I had to hide them red boots. Every time we get ready to go, she want to put them red boots on. You and the red boots can stay here. Listen, I'm gonna find those red boots for y'all. It could be the only house with a camera, Miss Sheila. The Easter Kitten Hills. I'm gonna find those little red boots so y'all can see her. My niece thought she was the business in those boots. But back to what Day said, it does look like she changed into jeans. And that's the colorful jacket that the sister was saying she saw her in. You know how we kept saying, I'm genuinely confused because they found the black jacket. Do you guys remember Jarvis's sister testifying that the girl had on a colorful jacket? And then what they were covered in the woods was the black jacket. I don't know what happened, how all of these clothes were changed throughout the day, but at least it helps us with the confusion on what she had on and what she didn't have on. I think she changed. Demetrius sent us a screenshot, and in the screenshot is again Shannon talking to someone. And she said, to be honest, I believe Tuda planned this shit out. All she really did is watch and observe Ari, her brother, when he did it last year, to be honest. So, still, a little girl who never ran away, wasn't really a problem child, all of a sudden you believe she planned this running away and going missing so that she could be like her brother. So there we go. Thank you, Demetrius, for that too.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yeah.
Detective, can you read, it might be easier on the laptop, what the time is in the bottom right corner on the screen right now?
Once it's still covered up. So that time is, and I don't have my glasses, it is January 9th, 2024. I believe it's 14:54 and some seconds.
And 14:54 would be around
2:54 p.m. on the 9th of January.
And all of these videos have that timestamp?
Correct.
And playing the video now from 33 seconds. I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Real quick.
Now, Nicole, I know we all say Shannon knew she was with the man, everything. Just maybe, what if she did know, because not the mom may not have, or I don't know, the mom, let's just say the mom and Shannon knew that she was with him and that she needed to do this at-home abortion, right? And so that's why they didn't rush. That's why they're talking to people. Oh, she ran away. She made this up, because again, they're trying to cover themselves. People really think they're smart in the moment. It always turns up to be the dumbest decision you could have ever made. So time will tell. We will see what happens. It's been a year and there have been no charges brought against the mom or Shannon. So we'll see what happens when this case starts, when the trial starts. She said they didn't find the backpack or the coat and her ID was found somewhere else. Yep, her ID was found, I guess, near that bus stop. Not her bus stop. I don't know if it was her bus stop or the Miss Smith's bus stop, because remember, Miss Smith said she'd been walking over that badge for weeks. I think she said about 2 weeks before she finally decided to pick it up and see what it was. And when she picked it up, she turned it around and it was Nazia's. So yeah. Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna get off this video because he's done now. And we're gonna start the next set of testimony.
For the mutual sequestration order is still in place. That means anyone who is on YouTube or viewing this from streaming, you must.
Now Taxes is getting the TurboTax app and filing your taxes yourself 100%.
And were you working back in February of 2024 in homicide cold case?
Yes.
And did you get the chance to assist in the investigation of, at that time, missing Messiah Harris?
I did.
Okay. And I want to take you to the location of 20,000 Harper. Okay. Did your assisting in the investigation take you to that location?
Yes.
And what is that location?
Park Crest Hotel.
Okay. And do you recall when about you went there?
Sometime in February.
Okay. And it's in 2004, 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. And when you went there, what is it that you did?
We spoke to the clerk that was on duty at the time, and we requested the ledger for January.
And did you receive anything from the ledger from January?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And what is it that you received?
There was a sign-in sheet filled out by Mr. Butts.
Okay. And did you take a copy of that sign-in sheet?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with people's proposed exhibit 19?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm handing you what's marked as people's proposed exhibit 19. Can you tell me, you recognize what it is I just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the receipt that you received from the Park Creston as it relates to Mr. Butts?
Yes, it is.
And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 19.
No objection.
Okay, to be admitted as people's 19.
Thank you, Judge. And looking at that receipt, who is it that checked out a room?
Jarvis Butts.
And is there a address associated with that?
Yes, there is.
And without reading the numbers of the address, what street is that on?
Wilshire Drive.
Hold on, I think this they stream. Hold on. Let me skip so we get back to her. I don't know why they stream be cutting off like that. Wait a minute, y'all. And when I go ahead, I don't think the woman. I don't know what the rest of the testimony is. We got a whole different person coming up.
They tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, watch yourself. I'm going to tell the witness box.
I don't know what happened. Hey.
Thank you. You state your name for the record?
My name is Omar Reyes.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am currently the interim deputy chief medical examiner for Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you worked at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 6 years.
And what is your role at that office?
I perform autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death.
And do you have certain education that allows you to do that job?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that education?
I'm a physician by occupation and forensic pathology by specialty. I attended medical school at Damascus University in Syria. After that, I moved to the US where I did my residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit. Following that, I did a fellowship.
Hold on. How far back, Miss J? Because the stream cut on here. Hold on, let me make sure. Hold on, y'all. She told me to go back. So let's see if we can go back. Because when I check the stream, that's them sitting in court. And then it's their news on. The stream cut out on the one. Hold on, y'all. Hello. Okay, y'all. Miss J was telling me that this is the judge's stream. So when it cut off, it cut to a different angle. So we can still hear. We just not gonna see her face. After she's done, it'll cut back to their stream. Okay? Okay. Okay, y'all. Here we go.
In that section as well.
Yes.
And what's the email address for the Google or Gmail account?
Jarvis Butts 82@gmail.com.
And going to line just a couple down on 24, is there an account listed on line 24 of the user account section?
Yes.
And what is that for?
This is an Instagram ID account.
And is there a user ID or a username associated with that Instagram account?
There is
And can you read that?
JO back to the money.
And is that all one word?
It is.
And then is each Instagram account associated with a unique identifying number?
Yes.
And is that number, that unique identifying number listed on line 24 that you're looking at right now?
Yes, in the second column, there it says user ID.
And just read those numbers for the record.
2628544051.
And it, just in general, in preliminary device reports, are some contacts that was in the phone listed as well? Maybe not in all of them, but just that happened in some preliminary device reports. Okay.
Not in the preliminary device report is just specific to the device information. So in other sections of the phone extraction, there would be other information.
Contacts that the person entered into the phone or communicated with.
Yes, that would just be in different areas, not in the preliminary device information.
May I have one more?
Yes.
And just a couple questions based on your experience performing phone extractions. Is it possible to recover things that have been deleted from the phone? And is that a guarantee that you're always going to get all of the deleted content from a phone?
No.
Can you just talk about that very briefly?
So there's any number of variables that could impact the ability to get deleted information. So it could be make, model of the phone, the software version of the phone, whether or not that phone is supported on the equipment used, a number of different things, if we have the passcode or not. And the possibilities are long.
And does someone going into their phone and actually deleting like a text message or photo affect whether it's going to be recovered?
Yes, it can.
Where after someone deletes like a text message, for example, where would that go into the phone where it may or may not still be able to be recovered?
So it depends again on what the make and model of the phone is and what the version is. Because the phones change all the time with different updates, it could be in different places. Usually would go into like an unallocated space or into the trash can where the user can't see it, but it could still be in that trash can or in the deleted files on the phone that the user doesn't necessarily see, but would still be available possibly through extraction.
And that's not, is that a guarantee that if they're there, they'll be recovered, or is that trash can or unallocated space overwritten as time goes on?
It can't, well, so there are no guarantees. It can be overwritten. It may not be an area that, it may not be a device that's supported to attempt to recover deleted. So it could be any, there are never any guarantees with it. There's a lot of variables that would play into the abilities.
Thank you. I have nothing further to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Brock.
Good morning, Detective Markle. Now, you say that at the time you were assigned to phone extraction?
Correct.
Have you been reassigned since then?
Yes,
Okay, where are you currently assigned?
the third precinct,
Any particular division?
the investigative, the precinct detective.
Okay. So on this particular case, your job was strictly phone inspection.
Correct.
You did no investigation on this case, correct? I think you testified on direct that you received several phones. Do you know how many phones you received in this case?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Did anyone in particular order you to do the extraction of the phone?
Well, that was, at that time, my only, position at homicide, so do you order me or do you just do?
In this particular case, did the OIC say here, these phones are a particular possible evidence in this case? So was there an order to extract the evidence in this phone, in this case?
I guess I'm not sure what you mean by order, like did somebody order, like verbally tell me to do something, or are you?
So you weren't directed to search these phones? You were just your overall duties, you just searched the phones?
Well, I do the extraction, the data extraction on the phone.
Okay. Were you told a particular suspect to look out for on this case?
No, I don't have information on the case, I do the extractions, and then return the reports to the officer in charge or the, or that team that is working on this.
Okay. So you extracted all the information from the phone, and I think you've already testified, you used Cellbrite to download the information?
Yeah, Cellbrite was, Cellbrite was the main tool that was used.
And I think you already testified that there are times that you don't get all the information.
Correct.
It may not be a complete download.
Correct.
You may get pieces with other parts we just don't have. Correct.
Yes, that is always possible.
Okay.
Jazz, if you're in the chat still, I'm sorry, because I think you were right. I think this is a different person. She's talking about cell phone extraction. The other person was an investigator who actually went to the hotel. She said she doesn't do any investigation. So Jazz, I apologize, friend, because this is not the same person. This lady is the person who did the extraction of his cell phone. And clearly she does not like when people think she is ordered to do anything. She said, I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean by ordered. Or are you saying someone told me? I know that's right, ma'am. She said, nobody's ordered me around to do anything. Jazz, I was just putting some things away, and I said, wait a minute, I think she's right. This is a different woman.
You turned over all the reports, correct? And I think you testified that for the phone number ending 8719,
yes.
You downloaded the information from that. Did you get a passcode for that?
If I could see the supplement that I did for that, I think that'd be nice.
Now, Coach Young.
Yes. On the 8719, there was a passcode provided.
So you did not have to, like proper term, break into the phone.
Correct.
The passcode was provided.
Yes,
Where'd you get the passcode from?
from the officer in charge when the phone was brought up.
I think you testified that you found a couple of emails, correct? And that phone.
Yeah,
Email accounts.
in that device, in the preliminary device information, it gives that basic information about the account or Apple ID.
It doesn't give you information on who was using the phone. I mean, using those email addresses, correct?
Correct.
So there's no way of knowing who used those accounts, correct?
Correct.
And of course, there is no way to know who was using the phone the data was created in the phone, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I have no further questions.
Or you call your next witness, I want to check on the case.
Okay, now let's skip ahead of the years. Okay, now we'll go to.
We pretty much take it all: fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches, mat.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Approaching with what's now been admitted equals 18. Doctor, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And are those the records that you reviewed to come to a conclusion in this case as to the review of those records?
Yes.
And did you ultimately write a report as to your conclusions on your review of those records?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Pathology by specialty. I attended medical school at Damascus University in Syria. After that, I moved to the US where I did my residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology at Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit. Following that, I did a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Medical College of Wisconsin and passed the board examination in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And is that two separate board certifications?
Yes.
And can you just separate those out?
Yes, so I passed the board examination for anatomic and clinical pathology and the board examination for forensic pathology. So I'm certified in both.
And then is that while you were working at the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office?
No, before.
Okay, and then you started working there?
Yes.
And for the last 6 years, has it been your primary role or one of your main roles is to perform autopsies?
Yes.
And are you currently practiced or licensed to practice medicine in the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And have you testified as an expert in this field before?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move to qualify Dr. Reyes as an expert in forensic, anatomical, and clinical pathology.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object. I don't see the relevance of Dr. Reyes' testimony in this matter. We haven't heard anything that he's performed an autopsy. That would be the matter of his expertise.
Judge, I believe that as an offer of proof, Dr. Reyes is going to testify to a review of Messiah's medical records that he was provided and his opinion as to those records. I can ask him if record review is something that he does as part of his job on a regular basis.
If you could.
Yeah. Doctor, in terms of performing autopsies and coming to your conclusions as to cause and manner, do you regularly review medical records associated with the decedent?
Yes, I do.
And is that something that can inform your opinion as to a cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And do you rely on those records in various cases?
Yes.
And were you asked to review medical records in this case?
Yes.
You did not perform an autopsy in this case, though,
No.
right? I would renew my qualification for Dr. Reyes, Judge.
I would be curious to know what was the date on the medical records he reviewed for any relevance of medical records to this matter.
Well, I think it was relevant because we offered, what I offered for Mr. White, the witnesses on stand regarding medical records.
I guess I can object when we get to that.
Right. You can object or on cross. So, yes.
Thank you, Judge. And Judge, at this time, too, I should have done this before I called him. I would move to admit people's proposed 18, which are the medical records from July 2014 to October of 2023 for Messiah Harris.
And at this time, I'm going to object to the admission of these records as irrelevant. They're through October 2023. The date of disappearance of Messiah Harris was January 2024. That's a 4-month period. I don't see how these are relevant to what might have happened in those 4 months. It's certainly not relevant to what may have happened on January 9th.
And Judge, I think the defense's objection as to relevancy goes to the weight that this court can give those or not give those records, not the admissibility of those records, because while it doesn't encompass straight up to the January 9th, it does encompass a several-year period for her where, as again, on offer of proof, the doctor is going to say there was nothing life-threatening that he saw in these records.
I would agree. Overruled. So I would admit that's People's Exhibit 18.
18, Judge. May I approach her?
Yes.
Approaching with what's now been admitted equals 18. Doctor, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And are those the records that you reviewed to come to a conclusion in this case as to the review of those records?
Yes.
And did you ultimately write a report as to your conclusions on your review of those records?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's been marked.
Y'all know his sole purpose here is just to establish that she was a healthy child. She was healthy. There's no way she should have it. Anything's possible, but she was a healthy child and should not have died. She would not have died by natural causes, is what he's just trying to establish. In case they're trying to do that, no, these are her records. She didn't have any major illnesses or anything where she could have ended up somewhere and died because of an illness that she had. That is what he's here to establish.
Marcus Peoples proposed 42. Do you recognize that document that I handed you, proposed 42, Doctor?
Yes.
And is that your report that you wrote after you reviewed the records in Exhibit 18?
Yes.
What's the exhibit number on that document?
Exhibit 42.
It says 42. And at this time, Judge, I would move to admit Peoples proposed 42.
And I'm objecting to this, Your Honor, specifically to the last paragraph in this letter. It assumes facts, not an evidence, where it says the cause of death remains unknown. There's not evidence of a death at this point. In terms of MRE 703, I don't believe that they'd be admissible pursuant to any expert testimony, because expert testimony has to rely on facts in our data and evidence, and we don't have that. It's not, as far as I understand, Dr. Ray's job to declare death, and we don't have a declaration of death. We see no government, paperwork from any government agency making that declaration.
And Judge, I don't think that's required for the doctor to opine as to his opinions as to the medical records that he reviewed in this case. His qualifications allow him to do that. Those medical records are what he's talking about. Those medical records are admitted into evidence at this point, and the underlying data that he relied on is there. So that does comport with MRE 703 related to expert witnesses and opinions.
And of course, it's a little difficult because I don't see Exhibit 42, what the contents are. You're just speaking to the last paragraph?
The last paragraph, which assumes the fact that I don't believe has been placed in evidence and is beyond the ken of Dr. Ray's expertise in this matter.
It mentions the cause of death?
Correct.
It says that the cause of death remains unknown, which, Judge, obviously, Ms. Quick is getting to one of the main issues in this case, and one of the
I'm sorry, y'all, but here again, I see what she means. There's no body, and the paragraph does say the cause of death remains unknown. Although many of us believe that this baby has been murdered by him, there is no body. There's nothing for us to determine, and that's going to be their argument. That is going to be the defense's argument. And the more they get up and object and say things, we kind of peep out which way they're going to go. But there is no body. So if I were his defense attorney, I would object to that paragraph as well, because who's going to see that at some point? At some point, the jury is going to see cause of death. So even if she's overruled, I get making the objection, because what did we learn from Wisdale? If you don't make the objection at that moment, you lose the opportunity. You have to object when it's there. So whether she wins this or not, I get why she got up to object to that particular paragraph.
The big questions in this case that I anticipate is going to be a defense argument, and we will have that argument at some point, but for the purposes of this testimony, the data that Dr. Reyes relied on is in evidence, and certainly this court can take that document in the proposed exhibit.
Anyone with $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans may qualify for help from National Debt Relief.
For what it
He said, I don't see them winning the jury over. Me either. But she still has an obligation to her client to try. I'm not buying it, but she still has an obligation to her client to do that. By capture.
It says and give it the appropriate weight.
I will give it the appropriate weight. We all know that that's one of the big issues here in this case. So I will admit it with your objection noted. That'll be exhibit 42.
Thank you, Judge. And doctor, were you requested to do this medical record review by a certain agency?
Yes.
And who requested that?
Wayne County Prosecutor Office.
Okay, and after you reviewed those records, you wrote that report. Can you read the last paragraph of that report?
Yes. The last paragraph states, as we do not have Nazaya's body available for examination, the cause of death remains unknown. Her medical history reveals no life-threatening conditions, and her vaccinations were up to date.
And based on the records that you reviewed in that time period, did you see anything in there that would have caused Nazaya to die naturally?
No.
I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
I just have one. I just want to make sure I have the dates correct. It stated the medical records are from January 14th, 2023.
January 2014 to October of 23.
It's July 2014.
July 23, I'm sorry. It is contained in that exhibit.
Okay, can you just publish it?
Permission to publish.
Thank you.
Very much, Doctor.
Good morning. Good morning. You swear to tell the truth, no keeping nothing but the truth. Yes. Watch your steps. Also, you can pull that whole microphone off the ledge when you testify so we can hear you better. Okay.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record?
My name is Rion, is my first name, Green is my last name.
And what do you do for a living, Ms. Green?
I am a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police.
How long have you been a forensic scientist with the Michigan State Police?
I've been a forensic scientist for almost 4 years now.
4 years?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have first, what is your primary role in what division do you work in within the Michigan State Police lab?
I'm in the forensic laboratory and I am in the biology unit, also known as BFI, which is body fluid identification.
And is that what you've done for the 4 years that you've been at MSP?
No, I've actually been at MSP longer than the 4 years. I'm sorry, it's been almost 4 years.
Okay.
But I've been with MSP for a little over 15 years now.
You've been in the lab for the last 4 years, or almost 4 years.
Correct.
Okay. And while your time in the lab, has that been spent on body fluid identification?
Correct.
And do you have any training or education that allows you to do that role in body fluid identification?
Yes, well, my education, I have a bachelor's in chemistry from Tennessee State University. And my training, I went through a body fluid identification scientist training, which included practice samples, mock samples, casework observations, lots of literature to read.
And how long, in terms of hours, was that training? Or how many training hours do you have in total for this body fluid identification job, if you know?
I'm not sure of the hours, but the training was from June of 21 to September of 22.
Okay, so quite a long training.
Yes.
And did you successfully complete that training?
Yes.
And do you go through a recertification or retraining every year on an annual basis?
Not necessarily retraining, but we do have proficiency tests that we do. We have 2 a year that we do, and they are yearly and they are mandatory.
And have you successfully completed all of those proficiency tests?
Yes, sir.
And are you currently working in the body fluid identification field?
Yes.
And how many different cases have you worked on to identify different body fluids that were submitted from law enforcement agencies in the almost 4 years you've worked there?
I don't have an exact number, but at least 100.
Okay.
I can say that.
At this time, Judge, I would move to qualify, or have you testified as an expert previously?
Yes.
And both in Wayne County and outside of Wayne County?
Just Wayne County.
Just Wayne County?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would move to qualify Ms. Green as an expert in the field of body fluid identification.
Any objection?
I would just ask how many times she's testified previously
Previously as a scientist, 2.
as an expert.
Yes.
How many?
2.
2. Okay.
Yes.
No objection.
Okay. Thank you. And first, can you describe what is meant by body fluid identification in general terms?
So body fluid identification is the examining evidence items for the possible presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva.
Okay. And do you use different tests to identify, let's talk about blood primarily.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a test that you used in this case to identify or determine if blood is possibly present on a piece of evidence that was submitted?
Yes.
And what is that test, and talk a little bit about it, please, or different tests?
So we can use different tests for blood in this instance. Primarily, there's a test called phenolphthalein. I can spell it if you need me to.
Please.
Okay. PHENOLPHTHALEIN. And we refer to it in the lab as pheno for short, if that's easier. But that is essentially a 2-step test that we use. It's a color change test to where if there is a possible presence of blood, it will turn a pink color. If there is not, or it's like an undetectable amount, it will not change color, basically.
Okay. And is there another test that you use specifically for blood?
We also have what we call hemosticks available, which are essentially strips, little plastic strips with a pad on the end that is also a color change test, but it's simpler to use. You touch it to a cutting of your evidence and it'll turn blue or it will not turn blue. And there's also a hemotrace test that we test for the presence of human blood.
Okay. And did you utilize those 3 tests that you talked about in this case?
Yes.
And in terms of the pheno test, can you just describe how that process works, what you actually have to do to utilize that test?
Yes. So again, it's a 2-step test where you have the pheno solution and you have hydrogen peroxide, which is the 2 components used. It's a 1-for-1, 1 drop, and you drop those onto the substrate, which is typically a cutting of a swab, or that's typically what it is, a cutting of a swab. You drop the 1, you drop the 2, and then it'll change to the pink color or it will not. If it changes to the pink, we refer to that as a positive.
Okay. And that's for the presence of, or possible presence of blood.
Presence of blood, yes.
And then jumping forward a little bit, you described to determine whether there was human blood or not human blood.
Mhm.
We call that the hemotrace, I believe.
Correct.
What's the process for that?
So the hemotrace involves actually a small extraction of a cutting of a particular stain up in this. For example, a particular stain, you extract it in the buffer solution that comes in the hemotrace kit for a set amount of time. And once that is extracted, you spin it down, you take the liquid, you draw the liquid off with a pipette, and there's a cartridge test. And it's similar, we read it similar to like a COVID test where a set number of lines, like if the test line appears, then it's positive. If not, then it's negative.
May I approach Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 41.
First of all, y'all in these comments about this lady here, yeah, I'm real tickled at the moment because I'm gonna tell y'all something. Her hair reminds me of something my mama would have done. No way your daughter does hair and you let your tracks get like this. This reminds me of nobody but my mama. And she has on a blue shirt. Y'all know I have things that remind me of my mama. And it wouldn't normally be weave. But the blue definitely, because my mom was a Zeta. So the blue definitely. But baby, these tracks, I'm reading y'all comments. And I can't think of nobody but my mama. This is giving my mama, y'all. When she used to wear tracks, this is giving my mama. Y'all would have ate my mama up so bad. It ain't me though, y'all. I can do hair, and she her own woman.
And Ms. Green, do you recognize the document I just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a report that you authored that was relevant in this case?
Yes.
And first, what record number are you looking at there in your report?
This is record 7.
And what is the lab number associated with that?
MD 24-691.
And permission to publish exhibit 41.
Yes.
And on the screen there, are you able to see that from your seat?
Yes.
And is that the same document that you're holding in your hand that's on the screen?
That is the same document, yes.
And just talking about the information on the top of that document right now, what goes in where under laboratory report? What is entered into that portion of the document?
So under the laboratory report section, we have the number, the investigating officer for the case, and their agency number, the record number, date received, time received, and the date completed.
Oh. And moving down to evidence reviewed, can you talk about what is listed in that section of these reports?
The evidence received section?
Yeah.
Yes. So these are the containers that I received under this record number for this submission.
And when you say container, what do you mean by that?
The container numbers on the left side there, can you hear me okay when I turn this way? Okay.
Yeah.
The container numbers on the left are the container numbers that are given to the item when it's submitted into our laboratory.
And are those numbers, the container numbers, assigned by the law enforcement agency that submitted it or by the MSP lab yourself?
The container numbers are assigned by us, and when it's entered into our system, it gives it a sequential number.
And in terms of the agency number, though, is that also included in the evidence review?
The agency number is what the item numbers that the agency gives in their internal system, but we include it in our description.
And for container number 5, first, what was in container number 5?
Container number 5 is the black hoodie, sweatshirt style.
And what agency number was included for that submission?
Number 85.
And then in container number 6, what was in container number 6, the physical piece of evidence?
Was a pink bodysuit.
And what agency number was that associated with from Detroit Police Department?
Number 86.
Okay. And we're going to talk mainly about those two, but I do want to go through your interpretations. First, can we talk about what goes into the interpretations section of your report?
So in the interpretation section, this is where we report out our results for our body fluid testing.
Okay, and you talked about blood.
Mhm.
Did you do a blood test on the first item that we're looking at here, the black hoodie?
Yes,
And did you also test for semen as well?
yes.
And starting with the test for semen, what was your first? What is that test called?
The test that I did was the acid phosphatase test.
And was there any? What was the result of that test?
It was negative.
Did not indicate the presence of semen on that black hoodie.
I just need y'all to do me a favor, because I know we joking in the chat. Can y'all go ahead and put TSU in the chat, because it is always said that HBCUs, the kids aren't as smart as kids that go to PWIs. But like I said in the chat, the gentleman that was in the YSL case, they know their work. I love that. I love to see this woman up here seeing women in science, because science is boring to me. But to just see this woman up here, she has a degree in chemistry. She's gone through training to be at the position that she is now. And I'm sorry, baby. I'm so proud of Miss Ma'am for that. And I'm just happy to see that. And the fact that, again, I'm not sure what Fulton County was doing, but these Detroit experts are on top of it, okay? She is an intelligent African American woman, and I love that she is into the science, because I'm not. So I'm listening. She went to Tougaloo? I thought it was it, when did we call TSU to TSU? Why you say Tougaloo, Miss Sheila? Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I got the school right, because I thought I heard TSU. But yes, I just absolutely love hearing her say this. Hearing her talk right now is making me proud. And the fact that she talking that talk. You know, she's speaking with so much confidence. Every expert they've had, though, not to take away from the other ones, because every expert they have had that has gotten on this stand has been educated and has not gotten up there and fumbled anything. T-Bossman, we gonna let it go. She said her baby graduated from honors from Tougaloo. Miss Sheila, my aunt taught at Tougaloo for years as the head of their art department. I have a cousin who graduated from Tougaloo. She is now an optometrist and has 2 offices in Jackson, Mississippi. So I'm very, very, very familiar with Tougaloo. My sister's best friend graduated from Tougaloo too. So yes, y'all just had to stop. I said, wait. I know we be cracking jokes with all that, but I'm listening to her talk. I'm looking at the science and the fact, what Key say, she's spitting these science words out like it's nothing. I can appreciate that, and the fact that she is explaining it so that we can understand what's being said.
Right. And then moving down now to your next test here, what was the result? First, what was the next test that you did for?
The next test after this one that I did would be the pheno test. The way that it's listed here is not necessarily the order of the testing that I did. Is how, for some reason, that's how our reports generate the report. So, but the next test I would have done on this would have been the pheno or phenolphthalein test.
Millions of gun owners represent the best of America. Meet the faces of firearms.
And is that a blood? You described that as a blood test, right?
Yes, presumptive blood test.
And for the pheno test, what was your result of that test?
So there were areas that were not phenopositive, and there were areas that were phenopositive.
Okay. And can you talk about that a little bit more when you say areas that were positive and not positive?
Sure. So I selected several areas on the entire surface of the hoodie, from the hood all the way to the sleeves, front and back, to test for the possible presence of blood. And I tested numerous stains. Not all of those stains were positive, meaning they didn't all exhibit a color change.
Okay. Yes. But some of them did?
Some of them did.
If you know how many did and how many didn't?
I wouldn't know.
With looking at photos of that, be able to help you answer that question?
Looking at photos, yes, it was a lot.
Okay, we will come back to that.
Okay.
Going down to after the pheno test, what was the next test that you did?
On the hoodie, it would actually be Yes.
Let's just go down the list of the
Okay.
tests, if that's okay,
Yep.
as they're listed on here. So after the acid phosphate test, what's the next one there?
The next one will be the hemotrace test, which I did on the stains that were phenopositive. I decided to follow those up with hemotrace to test for the presence of human blood.
Okay. And pheno test doesn't differentiate between human and animal blood, correct?
No.
That's what the hemotrace is for.
The hemotrace will tell us, yes.
All right. And what was the result of the hemotrace test on the areas that were positive on the pheno test?
So I tested 5 areas with hemotrace, 5 of the phenopositive stains. And 3 of the stains on this hoodie were hemotrace positive.
Now, the next listed one is the hemosticks test, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what was that test for? What was the reason you administered that test?
I did that one on the stains that were not as obvious. Sometimes you might get a weak phenopause, which is basically a very faint pink. And to kind of supplement the positive result to make sure I was seeing what I was seeing, I followed up with the hemosticks because sometimes it's easier to see. The hemosticks has a yellow pad and it changes to like a deep blue when you apply the sample to it. So that's what I followed up.
As it's listed here, the hemosticks test was positive, correct?
For the ones that I tested, yes.
For the ones that you tested, which, to be clear for the record, was not all of them.
Correct.
And you said that you tested the weak positives from the pheno?
Yes.
And did you only test weak positives from the pheno test?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
All right. Now, going down to the next page on record number 7 here, there's a line there at the top of the page. Can you read that line and tell us what it means? Or the paragraph at the top there.
Where it starts indicated?
Yeah.
Okay. So indicated the presence of human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood.
And what does that mean? And why did you include that in the report? Or why is that included in the report?
That sums up the results from page 1 for the hemotrace, hemosticks, and pheno. The first sentence indicated the presence of human blood applies to the hemotrace positive. Additional areas on this item were tested that did not indicate the presence of blood and or human blood. That was for the hemotrace, the ones that were not positive with hemotrace. Additional areas on this item were tested that indicated the possible presence of blood were for the pheno tested stains.
And in terms of...
So are you guys hearing this? She did blood tests on... first of all, let's go back. We heard from the DNA analysis that that jacket absolutely had Naziah's DNA on it. Jarvis's DNA was also on that black jacket. Now she came and she tested the jacket for traces of blood, animal blood, human blood. She performed the test and did find that there were traces of human blood on that jacket. Yes, y'all, I'm listening. It's okay. They did find traces. And hi, Kiss and Pink. Welcome to our live stream. So she did find traces of human blood. So guys, listen, for those of us that we need more evidence, we need more, right? For those of us that need more, we have her clothing, articles of her clothing that she was last seen in. These clothing have been spread out, and a lot of us think it was planted because of the condition the clothes were found in. If we go back to the Border Patrol agent that found her clothes, remember he said those clothes looked fresh. Do you guys remember his testimony yesterday we watched? He said the clothes looked fresh. A lot of you were in the chat saying, I can't believe the elements haven't changed the way those clothes look. Everybody, it was overwhelming the amount of comments that said it's too clean. That pink is too fresh. Like it looks It's too bright. I remember seeing that comment. It's too bright. So putting all of these things together, right? Listen, I know a lot of people want the body, but listen to all these things that we're finding out. Clothes could have been planted. They had been there for almost 60 days. Then let's fast forward. The DNA in the jacket. It was her jacket. She was last seen in that jacket. It was hers, right? Now she's testing for blood. Now, I hadn't heard her say whose blood it was, but she found traces of human blood on the jacket. She said the alarm went off, then I went off. So, yes, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page when it comes to this evidence.
After you conducted your test on the black hoodie, or your tests on the black hoodie, did you do anything to preserve more swabs for further testing by a DNA analysis?
After I did my testing, I went back and I selected 2 stains to send forward to DNA. So I swabbed those areas with 2 sterile swabs and cut those. Once they were dry, you have to wet the swab first. Of course, swab the stain, let it dry, and then the swabs were cut and tubed and sent forward to our DNA lab.
And what was the reason you didn't use the same swabs that you had already taken and tested with the pheno and hemostax and hemotrace?
So with the hoodie swabs that I sent forward, there was enough of the stain there to where I wasn't concerned really with total consumption of that stain. So I didn't use the tested swab. I used fresh swabs to swab that stain.
Well, she just answered our question, guys. I said, I don't know whose blood. So that they use that blood. I mean, they use the DNA analysis, use the blood that she got from her to find the DNA. She sent it to their DNA lab, right? Are we following now? So we would have to go back and listen to the DNA analysis, but she went through the different types of DNA you can have, using someone's blood versus skin cells. She went through that in her testimony. So to get a better understanding, yes, I'm going to go back after this live and go listen to her again to get a better breakdown, because now it's making more sense to me. Yes, it's making more sense to me now. I wish she went first, then the DNA analysis, but now and I could be watching out of order, but now, guys, we have a better picture of why they were on stand and what they found, and now it's making a little more sense.
And after you send those forward for analysis by another technician, are those individual swabs that you send forward given an identifying number to keep track of them in your chain of custody system?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as record number, or as admitted as 25, which is record number 8, testified to by Erica Anderson.
File free in the app by 2/18. When you switch to TurboTax, do it yourself.
Just looking at that report, Ms. Green, are your swabs that you sent forward listed on record number 8?
Yes, they are.
Just as it relates to item number or container number 5.
Yes.
And can you read the agent or the container number associated with the swabs you sent forward for item number 5 off of record number 8?
Okay. The container number or the item number?
Both.
Okay. The item number on here for item 5 would be MD 24-691-5 capital A lower D. Another set of swabs sent forward is MD 24-691-5 capital B lower D, and MD 24-691-5 capital C lower D.
And the first two ending in AD and BD are listed as black hoodie stain swabs, correct?
Correct.
And then CD is listed as a black hoodie swab?
Correct.
And what's the difference between those two things where you have stain swab and then just swab?
The AD and BD that are referred to as black hoodie stain swabs were swabs of the actual staining that I tested, and that test, the pheno test and hemotrace. The 5CD, which just says black hoodie swabs, are for wearer ID. That will be swabbing with 2 sterile wet swabs, the neck area, anywhere that would contact where the wearer of the potential wearer of the garment may have contacted, like the neck or sleeve cuffs. Yeah.
And those are the swab, so just swab that you sent forward was to identify who was likely wearing that swab, correct?
Correct.
And then the stain swabs, were those swabs from areas that were tested positive for the pheno test and the hemotrace test?
Correct.
Okay. Now, going back to the exhibit that's on the screen, you did a test for a pink bodysuit as well, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us the first test that's listed in your report and what that means?
The first test for the pink bodysuit, item 6, is acid phosphatase again.
And that's for semen, correct?
Correct.
And what was the result of that test?
Negative.
And then going down to the next test, I believe it's the pheno test.
Mm-hmm.
What was the result of the pheno test on the pink bodysuit?
There were areas that were negative for pheno, and then there was an area that was positive.
Okay. And did you do any further testing on the area that was positive?
This one, I did not do any further testing on the positive area. I just swabbed that and I sent that forward.
And what was the reason you didn't go further into the hemotrace or hemostix test?
Because it was such a small area, I was worried about sample consumption in my testing. And so I just sent, in this case, I did send the tested swab as well as an additional sterile swab of that same area to DNA.
And just to get that out of the way, are those listed on record number 8 that you have as well?
Yes, they are.
And which ones are listed there?
The pink bodysuit stain swabs will be MD 24-691-6, capital A, lower D. And the pink bodysuit swabs will be MD 24-691-6, capital B, lower D.
And those were sent forward for further analysis by someone else, correct?
Correct.
Going back, the regular swab, not the stain swab for item or container 6 that you sent forward, that was the same thing as the wearer ID that you talked about earlier?
For the wearer ID, it was the same process as the hoodie. I used 2 sterile swabs, swabbed the neck area, and because it was like a sleeveless item, I swabbed around where the arms would be in constant contact and the ankle cuffs. I think I said all the neck area as well, the collar area.
And going down a little bit more quickly to item 7 now. First, what was that item that you processed?
Listen, this chair has already been turned upside down once by the. Oh, hold on, y'all. I put this ring light up. Hold on, let me put this ring light up for it before it falls on me. The chair has already been turned upside down once today about from somebody saying they found the body. They have not found a body. They found the body a couple days ago, but they have not identified that body as Nazia's. So I don't know. I think people are saying this on TikTok and Facebook. If I were you, just make sure you Google and get an actual news source saying it. But they have not found a body that is Nazia's. So I don't want the chat to get turned upside down again. Yeah, I don't want the chat to get turned upside down again. Yeah, we don't want to do that.
This was, item 7 was a blood card that was submitted as a reference sample for Nazia Harris.
Okay, and what did you do with that swab in terms of processing and passing it, or sending it forward for further testing?
So no testing was done on this as it is a known sample. It was a blood card, so I cut a portion of one of the blood circles on there and sent it forward to DNA.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And may I approach that to retrieve those exhibits?
Yes.
And in terms of those 2 items, the pink bodysuit and the Black hoodie. Did you take photos of your testing as it proceeded?
Yes.
And did you provide those to the OIC of this case as well as the prosecutor's office? Or were they provided?
They were provided, not by me.
Okay. And referencing the pink bodysuit specifically, the photos you took, do those fairly and accurately depict what you were doing and what you saw as your testing proceeded?
Yes, I take pictures before, as I receive the item fresh out of the package, I lay it out to get a full picture of the item. And I take photos after I mark it up with like my testing results and, at the end.
And that's all put into a PowerPoint, correct?
Correct.
And that PowerPoint would fairly and accurately depict your observations as you move forward in testing?
Yes.
I would, at this time, move to admit people's proposed 64, the PowerPoint for the pink bodysuit.
No objection. It'll be a minute. People 64.
And permission to publish.
Yes.
And just on the first slide here, first photo, is this just a cover sheet for the item that you did?
Yes.
Okay. Going to the second slide or second photo, can you just tell us what we're looking at here on this slide?
So this slide in particular, I take pictures of the front and back of the exterior. If it's a clothing item, front and back of the exterior. And in this case, front and back of the interior, which is on a further slide. But this here, the top left picture is the front exterior as if it was worn. So that would be, if you were looking at the person wearing it, that would be the front. And the bottom right picture is a close-up of the top half.
And if we could go to slide.
Key, I don't know if it's the lighting or what, but my assumption is these are the clothes that were found in the woods. That is my assumption. I don't know if the color, the camera, the way they have the settings on the camera are making it appear differently, but she's talking about the black hoodie. She's talking about the black jacket. These are the items they found in the woods. I think it's the settings on the camera. That's what I think is why we're seeing why this looks like a hot pink versus that what I call baby pink jumpsuit that we saw from the other camera. She said it looked red. Key, from if I look back here, I get why you're saying that, but I think it's the settings on the camera.
And we're looking at the 10th slide, starting with the top left. Can you tell us what we're looking at there and what is listed underneath that top left photo?
The top left is the front exterior again, as if worn, and this was after testing, after phenol testing. And the one on the bottom right is a closer look at the top portion, I guess from like shoulder to torso of the garment.
And you have some words included on the top right indicating that there was pheno negative testing on this portion of it.
Yes, that was a key to, so when the viewers such as yourself would look at this photo and see the pH-N, that's our way of saying this was a negative stain and keeping track of the stains that I did test. So the pH-N means pheno neg.
Okay. And can we go to slide 20? Yeah. Sorry, one back. And I want to focus on the bottom right photo here. What are we looking at in the bottom right of the 19th slide in the PowerPoint?
The bottom right photo is where the positive phenol stain was located. This would be the interior back portion of the item. So like inside here, I don't know if you can see, but like it will be interior inside I flipped it inside out to test those stains.
Okay, so what we're looking at here in the bottom right, that's inside out, so that's why we can see what would be the tag.
The tag, correct, yes.
And now could we go to slide 20? And this says on here PH-POS, does that stand for positive?
Positive, yes.
Okay.
What y'all thinking right now? I want to see if this intrigued you guys, or do you need me to go back? Do you need me to go back? Hey, Lisa, we're watching a hearing of Naziah Harris. It was Jarvis Butts' hearing, but it's regarding Naziah Harris. What are you guys thinking? Oh, my. Oh, my. I want to see what you guys are thinking after hearing what she just said, or do you need me to go back? If y'all need me to go back, I'm going to go back because we're a team and I don't leave the millionaires behind. But I want to know how you guys, hold on. Okay. From the head. I'm going to go back. Okay, let's start back right here.
The one on the bottom right is a closer look at the top portion, I guess from like shoulder to torso of the garment.
And you have some words included on the top right indicating that there was pheno-negative testing on this portion of it.
Yes, that was the key to, so when the viewers such as yourself would look at this photo and see the PH-N, that's our way of saying this was a negative stain and keeping track of the stains that I did test. So the PH-N means pheno-neg.
Okay. And can we go to slide 20? Okay. Sorry, one back. And I want to focus on the bottom right photo here. What are we looking at in the bottom right of the 19th slide in the PowerPoint?
The bottom right photo is where the positive pheno stain was located. This would be the interior back portion of the item. So like inside here, I don't know if you can see, but like it will be interior inside I flipped it inside out to test those stains.
Okay, so what we're looking at here in the bottom right, that's inside out, so that's why we can see what would be the tag.
The tag, correct, yes.
And now could we go to slide 20? And this says on here PH-POS, does that stand for positive?
Positive, yes.
Okay. And so that area on the inside of if it was inside out, that area tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
Correct.
Okay. And did you do the same?
Okay, now let me see what you guys are feeling now. I'm glad we watched it back because it's not where I thought it was, but the same thing remains. Same thing remains. Positive for blood, right? Positive for blood. Had to be turned inside out, which to me, I don't know if to me implies that maybe it dripped inside her clothes. You know, maybe it dripped inside. Somebody said something like maybe she was hit in the head or something. I don't know, but she turned the clothes inside out to test. I don't know if that's just something that they do. I don't know. So immediately I said, turned it inside out. Maybe that's normal. That's normal for her job, but it piqued my interest. And I was like, hey, I said, hold on, wait a minute. Could be blunt force trauma, India. Could be. Could have hit her in the back of the head. Because when I hear that, at first, I'm going to tell you what I thought at first, which I'm glad we watched it back. At first, I thought the blood was like inside her thigh, which to me would have like, oh yeah, it had to be a botched abortion. Maybe at some point, she started bleeding from whatever they took and it was inside the thigh. It's not the thigh. This is in her back, upper back. Maybe it didn't go on the outside, key, which would mean inside, right? Could be. Maybe that's why they flipped it inside out. But that just that made me like, wait a minute, what? because they flipped it inside out. Did he wipe her head with the jumpsuit? The reason I'm gonna say that I don't know about that, Miss Sheila, it's like middle back. Think of your bra area. It would, to me, would have just made more sense to use the hoodie. You know what I'm saying? Use the hoodie or something like that. To me, that continues to signal botched abortion. Like if she pull the jumpsuit down. Brianna, you mean like pull it down to take it off? Is that what you mean by that? Okay. You hear me, Carisha? I wonder if they found DNA in that lady's car. We're going to see, guys. I'm going to go back. I'm going to have to go back. The DNA stuff was hard to follow. I tried to pick up on as much as I could. Now hearing this, it might be worth a listen to go back. Yeah, like she didn't take it all the way off, just down. Could be right, Brianna. Oh, I really get what you're saying more now, Brianna. Taking it down, pulling it down to maybe her thighs or her knees, pulling it back up. Got you, Brianna. Y'all get what Brianna's saying? Brianna is saying, hey, what if because it's a jumpsuit, she pulled the jumpsuit down and they did whatever, and then she was pulling it back up because it's not a large amount of blood, but there is some blood there. She pulled it back up and maybe blood got on it that way. So maybe she was stripped out of her, taking it off. The inside was shown. True too, Key. Or Missy, listen, he trusted her. I mean, she trusted him, and he said, we're going to get rid of this baby. People can't find out. You know, y'all have seen the shows. They'll never understand us. They don't understand what we have. I love you. Only you. Like, they sell them so much foolishness. So you could be right by that, Missy. You really could.
Sort of PowerPoint for the black hoodie that we tested, or that we talked about earlier as well.
Yes, I did.
And do those pictures that you took, were they put into a PowerPoint similar to this one?
Yes.
And do those pictures in the PowerPoint fairly and accurately depict your observations as your testing move forward of the black hoodie?
Yes.
Move to admit people's proposed people's proposed 44, so we got a little mixed up with the numbers.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
And permission to publish. And looking at the first slide of 44 that's on the screen, can you tell us this is just the same cover page?
Correct.
And going to the second slide here, what are we looking at here in this photo?
This will be the front of the black hoodie if worn.
And this is before, is this before any testing had been done?
Yes.
I want to go forward to slide 7. And what are we looking at here on slide 7 of this PowerPoint exhibit?
This is the hood area of the external portion, the external hood portion of the hoodie. I was trying to get accurate angles. That's why so many pictures, but.
Okay. And is this, again, just standard overview before any testing had been done?
Yes.
And if we can go to slide 8. And what are we looking at here?
This is the interior portion that would be in contact. Like if you pulled the hood over your head, it would be the area up here.
So you're looking at the inside of the hood that would touch the person's head. That
yes. Yep.
And slide 9. What in this photo are we looking here at here, and has any testing been done at this point?
This is after testing. This is back to the front of the hoodie, plus obviously the sleeves. This is after ALS screening, which is alternate light source, which is used for screening for body fluids such as semen and saliva. I ALS the hoodie, and I marked those areas that had a fluorescence to them with a silver Sharpie. so I could further test after done screening. And IR, which is an infrared, is similar to, it's also an alternate light source, but it's more so for blood on dark items where the dark fabric would become lighter, and if there's blood or possible blood present, it would appear darker. That anything that I saw, I marked with a yellow paint pen with IR next to it, so I can distinguish between the ALS samples, the ALS areas that I saw and the IR areas that I saw.
Okay, and we see a lot of markings on the front of this hoodie.
Yes.
Are you able to tell us, and I know you said the color, but what portion of this is the IR versus the ALS? And it may be easier for you to step down a little bit.
Yeah. So the ones that I observed with IR, I actually wrote IR next to them. I don't know if that's visible on there, given how small the picture is, but other photos, I took pictures of certain areas. Yeah.
And if we could just go to the next, or if you could zoom in. And so, for example, that on the front, as we're looking at it, left side of the zipper, that's where IR illuminated?
Correct, where there's like where the icon, the hand, oh, it moved. Right there, and there's an arrow pointing to that large area, like those were areas that dropped out under IR, so I put IR next to it so I'll know what to follow up and how to follow up.
And that IR is to indicate blood, correct? It's not a test for blood, but it's
a screening tool used to locate dark stains that may be possible blood.
Okay. And if we could go to slide 20. And this is a closer view. Is this after you've done any other testing other than?
I don't know what I'm feeling right now. So we don't know. Yeah, India, right now she probably gonna get to it, but right now she's saying she used the infrared light to locate dark stains that could possibly be blood. So all of these things are marked out. Then I'm sure she's gonna go into, and then I tested these stains and it was blood, it wasn't blood, right? So the reason I stopped is because the areas on the jacket are making me, someone in this chat, and I forgive me for not remembering your name, said they thought maybe he tried to perform a C-section. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm trying to come up in my mind, where all of this blood will come from on the jacket. So that's why I stopped y'all. So let's see.
Then the light screen.
Yes.
Okay, and what testing was done at this point based on this photo?
This is after the pheno testing was done. This particular picture is reflecting a phenopositive area. And it was also screened with IR. As you can see right over the swabs there, it says IR. And that's what led me to follow up with pheno, was because I saw it under IR and it was phenopositive.
And where is this, if you're able to say, on that hoodie?
So this would be, if I was wearing it, it would be in this area, the upper shoulder.
Y'all remember phenopositive was blood? Do y'all remember that? Do you guys remember that? When it was phenopositive, it was blood, and all the phenopositive things she sent over to DNA to have the DNA tested to see whose blood it was. I'm making sure that we're all on the same page. Okay. All right, guys. So she is saying that on the jacket in this area where we see this circle, it was phenopositive. There is blood on this jacket. Pheno N is negative. Yes, but she said phenopositive here. Let's go back just to make sure.
No, it was because I saw it under IR and it was phenopositive.
And where is this, if you're able to say, on that hoodie?
So this would be, If I was wearing it, it would be in this area, the upper shoulder,
And for the
bicep
record-
area, yes.
For the record, the witness indicated to her right upper shoulder. Yeah, right. Yeah. You said shoulder. Are you saying that this picture was taken from the right shoulder area of the hoodie?
Correct. Like I had to move the sleeve a little bit to get it in the picture with the ruler and the swabs. And it's like this area here.
Okay.
I call it the shoulder area.
Next slide. We're going to look at slide 21. And again, can you tell us what we're looking at here? Then I'm going to ask you a couple follow-up questions.
So this is another phenopositive stain. This one is located on the rear of the sweatshirt, on the bottom right exterior of the sweatshirt.
And you had, in the last photo that we looked at, it said stain 20, and then this one says stain 28 in the text area of the slide. What is it? How do those stain numbers get assigned?
That is for my purposes, so I can keep track of how many stains I tested and what stains I tested. I know if I give it a number, it's just I start from number one and I just go. It's a tracking system for me, so I won't double test the stain, and because we report out the number of stains tested in our system, so that's for me to keep track of how many stains I tested.
And if you know, how many stains were identified on the black hoodie?
I can't recall offhand.
I'm going to slide 22. And what are we looking at here for this photo?
Those are the cartridges used in the HemaTrace test. As you can see, you read them per line. The first two only have the one line, that's the control line, which because there's no visible line in the testing area, it is a negative result. And the third through fifth cartridge have the double line, so those are considered positive results.
And that's for stains. The stain numbers are listed there, correct?
Correct.
And that's stain 28.
Yeah, I had to Google again because I got to make sure we are all on one accord in this live. So the HemaTrace test is what tests blood to make sure it is human blood. So we've got the test to make sure it's blood, right? And then we've got the HemaTrace test to make sure it is human blood. So human blood was found on a jacket that also contains Nazia's DNA and Jarvis's DNA. And I believe there was an unknown suspect, just so we know what we're looking at in terms of DNA evidence, blood, okay? Just so we all on one accord.
Sorry, 20, 28, and 38 that were positive on the HemaTrace test?
Yes.
Going to slide 23. And what are we looking at here in this photo? And at what point in your testing was this photo taken?
This was after pheno testing and the AP testing, which was the semen testing. And I put the key there because these are for the results that I wrote on the sweatshirt. So my tech reviewer and whoever's reviewing the photo would know what those meant when they saw them on the sweatshirt.
And you would agree with me that the majority of this sweatshirt is covered in your markings, correct?
Yes.
And going to slide 32 now. What are we looking at here in this photo in the 32nd slide?
This is the exterior of the hood towards the back of the hood. If you were wearing it, it would be like the back right of the hood.
And what testing is indicated on the back of the hood?
This was viewed with IR, and it was screened with IR first, and then I followed up with pheno testing in this instance.
And what was the result of your pheno testing on this area of the sweater?
So stain 37, which is at where the tip of the ruler is at the bottom, that was a very weak positive for pheno, and 36, which is upper towards my typing there, that was also a pheno weak positive.
And did you do any further testing with this section of the hood because of the weak positive? If you remember.
I don't recall offhand.
Now, you had mentioned earlier that you sent new swabs or went back and took new swabs to send forward for DNA analysis, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what stain swabs numbers you sent forward for that analysis?
On this one, it was stain 20, which was the shoulder stain, and stain 28, which was the one in the rear of the sweatshirt.
I have one moment.
Yes.
Is there both of those stains 20 and 28 that you sent forward were phenopositive and hemotrace positive, correct?
Correct.
There was a third one, I think it was 38, that was also hemotrace positive and phenopositive.
Yes.
What's the reason you only sent 2 of those 3 forward?
I sent one from a representative area, which was the one from here and the one in the back. The other one, is available to be tested in the future if necessary, but I selected 2 of the stronger phenopositive stains, and they were hemotrace positive stains. I sent those 2 because they were from 2 different areas on the sweatshirt.
Okay. And
before you move on, you said here, for the record, can you indicate where she was pointing to?
yeah, for the record, the witness indicated towards her right shoulder, and then the other area was from the back
rear. I can
right
stand
side.
if you need.
No, I just want the record to be clear.
Okay.
From the lower back right.
Yes.
In terms of the testing that you did and your experience testing and doing blood screening and things like that, are you able to talk about the quantity of results that you saw on this sweater at all? In terms of there being 38 swabs, at least 38 swabs, is that normal in your experience that there'd be that much on there, or are you able to talk about that?
I'm not able to say because it varies from case to case.
Fair enough. And do you still have record number 8 up there? Or did I take it?
No, you took it back.
You indicated earlier that the 2 stain swabs that were sent forward were from stains 20 and 28, correct?
Correct.
And then going forward, they were labeled as ending in 5AD and 5BD.
Correct.
Are you able to tell which stain number corresponds to 5AD?
I would not be able to tell without looking at my notes.
With looking at your notes, refresh your memory?
Yes.
Then please do so, and then look back up at me when you remember. Is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
What stain swab number that you gave it is 5AD?
5AD would be stain 20, which was the shoulder area stain.
And then 5BD would be 28?
Correct.
And that's the back right, lower back right side?
Correct.
I have nothing further, just thank you.
Indy, I was gonna say, she said after his conviction is not the time to start talking. Girl, people do it all the time and become millionaires from telling their stories, even in jail after they've been convicted. Like, they do it all the time. So I don't think it's far-fetched to think that after a conviction, he wouldn't be interested in doing some sort of tell-all book. Like he would still have leverage. People want to know what happened. Not even a lesser sentence. I don't think he's going to get a lesser sentence. Anything would be second degree murder, right? If he did something like that. But to say he wouldn't talk after conviction, I can see that. Because somebody just said in the comments, he doesn't think about anyone but himself. He would not do it to benefit her family because her family clearly doesn't give a damn. But if he could make money from it, he strikes me as the type of person that would do something like that. And then we might see the grandmama Shannon in some type of problem, right? Because he might tell it all then. So would he do it just for the hell of it? Hell no. But if the price was right, if he could negotiate something that benefited him, I think he would. There's no benefit to him saying anything. He like, y'all figure it out right now. But people talk after convictions all the time. That's just not unheard of. I don't think it makes sense in this situation. Hold on, India. She said, I gotta see what she's talking about. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. I just saw that comment. I was like, I think he'd tell. Hold on, y'all. Let me see what my friend's talking about over here. It's probably all the way up. Some other. Y'all, what comment is it? Y'all know I'll be looking back and forth. A TikTok with chains on the fridge. The grandmother? India's absolutely right about this. Outside of this is very common. I saw that one. I don't see it, y'all. I'll go back in a minute for the sake of not prolonging this.
Who's handling this witness, Mr. Riggins or Mr. One moment off the record. How you handling both in custody? So let me do this. Okay. I want to handle a quick dismissal, just so that she can go right downstairs. Okay. No, okay. I do. And we dream and counsel on Patrice Johnson. Can you get Dre? What's her name, Dre? Okay. So we don't need this. I do. Okay. What's up? And Mr. Mahana, good morning.
Well, I guess you started with the ALS. That was your screening.
Correct.
Said, right. And then you went from there to the IR.
Correct.
And then from there you went to the phenolphthalein.
Correct.
Okay. And so of all the spots that you tested, there were 3 that were positive for blood, you said, correct?
On the black hoodie?
On the black hoodie.
There were multiple that tested positive, but I focused on the ones that had a stronger pheno positive were the ones that I focused on.
Okay, and you said you didn't do any confirmatory testing on the ones that tested weak, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said of all of those, you sent 2 for testing for DNA.
Yes.
Okay. And then moving on to the pink jumpsuit. Again, you tested a number of spots on the jumpsuit for phenolphthalein.
Correct.
For blood, presence of blood, correct?
Possible presence, yes.
And it, based on my review of the pictures, it looks like there was at least 10 spots that you tested. Is that fair to say?
There was at least 10 on the pink jumpsuit, yes.
I think I saw a number like 16, and I don't know if that's where it ended but that seems fair, between 10 and 20 maybe?
Possibly more, but yes.
Okay. And was there only one spot on the jumpsuit that tested, that you confirmed for blood?
Well, it was tested with pheno, which is the possible presence of blood. I didn't do the hemotrace to confirm that it was human blood because of the limited amount of sample. But yes, it was the one spot.
It was one.
Yes.
And it was a small enough stain that you were concerned of that you would consume it if you tried to do any additional testing.
Yes.
Okay, and that's we're talking about, just for clarification, the spot on the actual jumpsuit, right? The spot that you were swabbing was small.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know what all the other areas on the jumpsuit were that you tested that had different colors on them?
As far as what they were,
what the substance was?
No, I couldn't tell.
You were also given a number of other samples of things to test. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think you tested some trunk carpet.
Yes.
And you tested that for with phenolphthalein, correct?
Correct.
And that was negative?
Yes.
You tested a driver's floor mat?
Yes.
Is that from a vehicle?
Yes.
You tested that for presence of blood?
Yes.
Using the phenolphthalein?
Correct.
And that was negative?
Correct.
You tested a driver's seat, cutting from a driver's seat?
Yes.
And that's also from a vehicle, presumably?
Yes.
Okay. That was also negative?
Correct.
And then there's a sample that was taken from, it says trunk trim. Did you swab the trim yourself, or was it a swab that was given to you to test? Do you recall?
I did receive a large plastic piece from a trunk trim that I did test, yes.
Okay, and so you tested that also for phenolphthalein, or with phenolphthalein for the presence of blood, sorry.
Correct.
And that tested negative?
Correct.
Okay, so of all the things that you tested from, do you know if they were all from the same vehicle?
I received parts from what was labeled on the packages from 2 different vehicles on different submissions.
Okay, do you know what type of vehicles they were?
One was listed on the submission form as a Cadillac Escalade, and there was another one, it was a vehicle, a Nissan Sentra, if I'm recalling correctly.
Okay. And so on a separate vehicle, you were given some, looks like maybe you were given actual door handles to swab. Does that seem correct?
I didn't receive any door handles. I received swabs of
a door
certain
handle.
parts of vehicles, yes.
Okay, and that was from a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and you tested that for blood, correct?
Correct.
And you used the phenolphthalein test?
Correct.
And also it looks like you did the hemostix test on that?
Correct.
And both were negative?
Both were negative, yes.
Okay. You were also given some swabs from a trunk speaker?
Yes.
And you did the same 2 tests on that, correct?
Yes.
And those were also negative for blood?
Yes.
And then it looks like you had another trunk door frame swab?
Yes.
And were you just given a swab? You weren't given like the door yourself?
Correct.
Okay. And you tested that with both the hemostix and the phenolphthalein?
Correct.
And those were both negative?
Yes.
And I just kind of want to talk, I guess, generally about the presence of blood or lack of presence of blood. Blood doesn't necessarily disappear, or the presence of blood doesn't necessarily disappear just because you clean something, fair to say?
It's possible.
But it's possible that it would not test positive for blood, but it also, something that had been cleaned could also test positive for blood still, even if I don't see it.
Correct.
Okay. So for example, if I cut my finger with a knife and I get blood on the floor, wipe it with a Clorox wipe, somebody could still test that for blood and potentially see evidence of blood having been there.
Potentially, yes.
I mean, there's tools like luminol that can detect blood, correct?
Correct.
And I think you used that in one of your other tests in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it is used, right?
Yes.
Okay. Blue Star is another tool that can be used to detect blood if there's an assumption or presumption that it's been cleaned. Fair to say?
It is. We don't use Blue Star though.
You use luminol instead?
Correct.
Okay. You don't have a test that can timestamp the presence of biological material, right?
We do not.
Okay. So you can't testify when blood is deposited, or presumptively blood is deposited on an item.
I cannot.
You also don't have a test for how it got there.
Correct.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
Very briefly, Judge. Ms. Green, Ms. Quick just asked you about the samples that tested positive or presumptively positive of the phenolphthalein and the hemosticks or hemotrace. You said you focused on the stronger ones. First, what do you mean by the stronger ones?
Depending on the amount of possible blood that's there, sometimes the reaction can be like a stronger pink or a faint pink, or it can be instant, like a blaring pink. It just depends on how much is there. And the ones that, like, I had some weak positives up there, but I also had the ones that were like instant bright pink. That's what I consider a stronger pink.
Okay. And those are the ones that you focused on to send forward for further DNA testing, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And when you go through and do all of that work that you did in terms of the ALS, the IR, and then the pheno testing and the semen testing, what is the reason that you're doing that? Is it to get the best possible sample to go forward, or is it something else?
That is true, to get the best possible sample going forward, the one that would possibly have the most body fluid in it. We sent forward for DNA, and in this case, I conducted semen testing as well as the blood testing, because when the clothing was submitted, the person that received the case and had case details, it was possible sexual assault listed on the lab request form.
Okay, and so that's the reason you did the semen testing?
Correct.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Green, you're done testifying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McPherson, I saw you look at your watch.
Which is actually broken, but Judge, I think with the scheduling of our witnesses now would be.
I'm gonna swap over because I said that should be good. I said that the next one we're gonna do is our last one for the day is gonna be King. Because thank you. I think I said they were saying his testimony, he testified 2 months ago. Yeah, this King is gonna be our last person for the day. Because his isn't that long, but he testified, like I said, 2 months ago. And hold on, let me scroll up because I was reading the comments, and the comments they did not disappoint. But Jarvis is again walking in court with his head held down. Like he is really pissing me off with that. But here we're gonna watch him, and we're gonna scroll on up to this young man.
Watch your step. Do you have his name on? Could you spell his first name for me?
Cordell.
Okay, so for those of you that are watching, this is King. This is the business partner. He was with him the last day that he had Naziah as well.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning.
And Mr. Wright, do you have a nickname?
Yes.
And what's your nickname?
King.
Is that King?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. How old are you?
37.
When's your birthday?
11/17.
What year?
86.
And Mr. Wright, back in January 2024, were you on an MDOC tether?
Yes, I was.
And what dates were you on tether from?
From March 14th.
Anyone with $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans may qualify for help from National Debt Relief. Getting
23 to March 28th of 24.
And what were your other restrictions back then?
I could leave the house from 6 in the morning. I had to be back in by 9 p.m.
Mr. Rick, do you know someone named Jarvis Butts?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Jarvis Butts?
I first met him. We worked together at a shop called Frank's, and then we owned a shop together.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
No.
You, would you be able to stand up so you can look around?
Yes.
Did y'all see him? Now he has on glasses. Y'all know Annette tried to play and say, "Where is my glasses?" He has on glasses. Sir, you see that man sitting over there? That man said he does not see him. Look right at the man. Exactly. Look right at the man and said, "Nope." And you know what that tells me? He knows exactly what that man did. He knew exactly what that man was doing. He just didn't give a damn. Because you see that man, ain't no way you got loyalty to a child molester. Brianna, ain't no way you out here having loyalty to a child molester. Lord Jesus. Now he's standing up.
No.
When did you meet Mr. Butts?
Take a look at this officer right here, y'all. Take a look at this officer right here. Watch this.
No.
Good.
When did you meet Mr. Butts?
2018.
And you said you two worked together initially at a place called Frank's.
Frank's.
All right. Where was Frank's at?
He has a couple locations. He has 7, but the one I met him at was on Warren in Neff.
Warren and that. Okay. And what locations of Frank's did you work at with Mr. Butts?
Warren and Neff.
Yes.
And Mr. Wright, I'm approaching people's proposed exhibits 4, 5, and 6. Can you look at these and tell me if you recognize those?
I recognize this one, and this one.
And those are those a fair and accurate depiction of the Frank's Auto Shops? At least 2 of them on Warren and the other one maybe on Harper?
Yes.
Okay, which is the one that's on Harper?
The last one on the inside.
Okay, and that's People's Exhibit, proposed exhibit 6?
Yes.
Okay, you're not moving the admission of People's 4, 5, and 6?
Any objection? No objection. They'll be admitted as People's Exhibits 4, 5, and 6.
Thank you, Judge. How long did you work at Frank's with Mr. Butts?
A few years.
About how many years would you estimate?
2.
And when did that change from Frank's to another shop?
Maybe in 23 sometime.
Would it be earlier in the year or later in the year?
Maybe maybe in May. Well, maybe April, May.
And then where did you guys work then?
We got a shop together on 9,000 Connor.
And what is at 9,000 Connor?
A sicko, a car wash, and our shop was in the middle of both.
may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett, I'm handing you what's marked as people proposed exhibits 7 and 8. Can you look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize.
And are those a fair and accurate depiction of your shop at 9000 Connor?
Yes, it is.
And you're not with the admission that people's proposed exhibits 7 and 8?
No objection. They'll be admitted as people's exhibits 7 and 8.
Thank you. Who did you, and who was it that you mainly worked with at 9000 Connor?
I'm sorry,
Who was it that you worked with at 9000 Connor?
Jarvis.
I want to take you back to when you were working at Frank's with Mr. Butts. Did you ever see Mr. Butts with any children there?
Yes,
And specifically, did you see him with any young girl children?
yes,
And did you know who those were?
yes.
Who were they? Who were they?
His daughter, his niece.
Daughters and niece. What about any boys?
Yes,
And who were they?
his sons.
How often would you see him with the children there at Frank's?
Sporadically.
Now Taxes is getting up to $4,000 instantly.
And at 9000 Connor, did you see Mr. Butts with any children then?
Yes,
Any girls?
yes.
And who would they be?
His daughter.
And what about any boys?
Yes,
Who would they be?
his sons.
And how often would you see him with the children at 9000 Connor?
Sporadic.
And as it relates to this case, it's fair to say that you spoke with Detroit police a few times,
Yes, about 4.
about 4 times. Okay. That first time that you talked to Detroit police, do you recall about when that was?
The first time was the day before Valentine's Day, so like February 13th.
February 13th, and is that of 2024?
Yes,
All right. And at that time, were you presented with a jail call?
yes.
And who was that jail call with?
Jarvis,
Okay. And who was he talking to?
me.
All right. And what was the topic of that jail call?
He called to ask would I receive a cell phone out of a truck for him.
And were you familiar with what truck he was asking you to get it from?
Yes.
What truck was that?
It was a Z71 Chevy Suburban.
And did you know who that truck belonged to?
Yeah, his baby mom or somebody he was dealing with.
And do you recall listening to that jail call?
Yeah, I recall.
Okay. If I, I would move to admit the jail call from, I believe it's February 8th, 2024, between Mr. Wright and Mr. Jarvis Butts.
Any objection?
No objection.
What's the exhibit number on that?
Sorry, that's exhibit number 1.
It'll be admitted as people's exhibit 1.
Thank you, Judge. And may I publish?
Yes, I need photos.
Thank you, Judge. And for the record, I am playing people's exhibit 1.
That's it.
This is a one-time free 3-minute call from an inmate at Woody County jail. Your phone is not set to collect calls. This call has been provided by Helmet as a courtesy for friends and family. You cannot receive additional calls from this entity until you call prepaid calls. We can take your credit or debit card information over the phone and connect you immediately back to your phone. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. Press 1 to accept all communications from this. Thank you for using Helmet.
My guy, what's up, man?
Not shit, man. What's happening?
Nah, shit, man. How you feeling? My bad, I missed your call. I was working like a motherfucker.
I figured they said you was up there banging. They said something banging.
Yeah, you know it.
What's up, my nigga? Who is that, Tim? What's up, boy?
You know it.
And shit. Man, I'm calling, man. These bitches, they put my money on my motherfucking books, bro.
Oh, yeah, take a minute for them to put that shit on there. Even if you walk in with it, man, they be playing it crazy.
Yeah,
I swear to God. They should have a machine and shit. You show you straight, you need something. I mean, I'm getting a couple hours for that,
Yeah, I had some money on my books, nigga. I came in with money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they put this shit on my hookup. I was up on the tab and they come up $0. That's some bullshit.
That shit crazy.
Yeah.
How is it, though?
Man, that's some bullshit. I'm really gonna be quarantined on this whole shit, bro.
Oh, yeah, they got you on that quarantine club for how long? 3 days?
I don't know how long, nigga. Shit, I'm about to be the only one in this bitch on my part.
You say what happened?
I said, shit, I'm about to be the remember me and DNC and young in this motherfucker. We want these boys on this bitch.
Okay.
Millions of gun owners represent the best of America. Meet the faces of firearms.
Yeah, so.
What you need?
Huh?
No, I was actually telling you what that customer needs. Man, listen. You straight?
Yeah, my nigga.
Huh?
So yeah, I'm good. Oh shit, yeah. You got passion number, right?
Yeah.
So Dig, I'm gonna need you to call her one day, nigga, and get that truck up there, nigga. Get my phone up there back seat, bro.
Oh, man. All right. So I'm going to get the truck up there. What will tell her?
Tell her you fuck around and lost your card up there too when we was moving the radio on the seat. Now,
You have 1 minute remaining for this call.
reach behind that back seat.
Where? Yeah.
So you reach behind that back seat, bro. The box right there. Straight behind the middle of that back seat, bro.
Okay, under it or in the back or in the back
In
thing?
the back, like right in the back of the seat, bro.
Okay.
On the second row.
I got where I need the key. You know you took the key. You took the key to the gate.
It's the same key.
I don't got that key to it.
Yeah, you do. It's the same key to the lock and the door.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right.
Yeah, it's the same key, bro.
Now, you know I got to. I'll put the money on the phone later, man. When I get around, baby, I will put the credit card. You?
If you need them on that, I call my wife and have her bring it up the seat.
No, I don't need it though. If you said the same one, I got it. So I don't need it right now anyway. Just when I get the scrap out of there.
Okay.
And Mr. Wright, were you successful in getting that cell phone from the vehicle like Mr. Butts asked you to?
She came up there, but no, I wasn't successful. It wasn't there.
Wasn't there? Okay.
When we say she, who you referring to?
Tasha,
And who's Taki that you know of?
his baby mom.
Okay. Did you look for it in the vehicle?
Yeah, I looked for it.
Okay. And you were unsuccessful at finding it?
Yes.
And Mr. I want to talk to you now about the second time that you were speaking with Detroit police. Would that be fair to say that was just a couple days after your first time?
It was not long, a few weeks maybe. I was off tether at that point, I believe.
Okay. And do you recall talking about fixing a red Jaguar and going to Ypsilanti?
Yes, I do.
Tell me about how many times did you and Mr. Butts go to Ypsilanti?
I believe it was either 2 or 3.
And how did that come about? Whose red jaguar is this?
My son's grandma.
Your son's grandma.
So she called, said she was having some problems with it and asked if we would come look at it, which is not unusual. We do house calls depending on the person and where it's located, but this is my son's grandma, so of course we're gonna make the exception. She called and said she was having problems with the car, asked if we would come look at it. We went, assessed the car at her house the first time. I think we made a minor repair there, not to the extent that it was the problem that she was having after the fact.
Okay. So, where is this red jaguar located when you guys go out to see it?
It's in my son's grandma's driveway in Ypsilanti, off Michigan Avenue, I believe.
All right. And who goes with you out there that first time?
Jarvis?
Okay. It's just you and Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys go out there and you assess, make a minor repair.
Yeah.
Does it completely fix the car?
For that problem, yes.
Okay. And then is there another time that you end up having to do work on this red jaguar?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
She drove the Jaguar for a while. It was doing fine. And then she said it was leaking something. I asked her what it was leaking. She said she didn't know. I asked her if she could get it towed to the shop. She said, yeah.
Okay. So at some point, this red Jaguar gets towed to your shop at 9,000 Connor?
Yes.
Okay. And who works on it at 9,000 Connor?
Me and Jarvis.
Okay. And what do you do when you finish fixing? Do you ever finish fixing the red Jaguar?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you do when you finish fixing it?
We take it back to her. I called her first and asked her how she was planning on retrieving the vehicle. She said she was going to tow it, and I didn't want to cost her no more money, so I told her that we could bring it.
Okay. And do you recall if that was on or about January 9th of 2024?
It was on.
It was on that day?
Yes.
Okay. So on that day, before you take the red Jaguar back, who was tell me about how that day started for you.
I woke up. I typically leave the house at 6 because that's what time I could leave. So I went to the gym. I got to the shop probably around 8:30. I don't know who opened the shop. I can't really recall which one of us opened it, but Jarvis may have been there already. A few cars came in, then the Jaguar probably got there maybe around 9 o'clock. I assessed the Jaguar. Jarvis left for a moment. I had another mechanic, being it's a foreign car, so I had a foreign car mechanic on call to help with the work, but he was busy, so he came, said he wouldn't have time to do it, so I think I Googled it, seen how it was done, and I proceeded taking the water pump off.
Okay. So you're working on the Jaguar, and is Mr. Butts at work that day?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. What do you guys being you and Mr. Butts, do as it relates to work on the night?
I think we had a few cars that came in that needed some minor repairs. Between that and the Jaguar, we was jumping in and out of the Jaguar job, and the cars that pulled up, maybe oil change, tune up, whatever, et cetera, so forth was. But we was mainly working on the Jaguar, trying to get the water pump off, as it is a hard job to do.
And do you always have all of your parts on stock or on your person in stock with you?
No, we call either AutoZone, Mansfield, one of the auto stores that has them.
Okay. And did you have to go get any auto parts on January 9th?
Yes, we had to go get the water pump for the Jaguar, as well as some other parts, I believe, for other cars.
Okay. And when you go and get parts, is it usually just one of you, both of you, or something else?
That depending. If it's a car there, then one of us will stay. If it's not a car there, we go together sometimes.
Okay. And on January 9th of 2024, did you guys, did one of you guys go to the auto parts store, or did you both go?
We both went.
Both went? Okay. Tell me what happens when you go to the auto parts store.
Before that, I called them. They ordered the water pump, so we went and picked it up when they called and said it was in. We got in the truck, went to AutoZone, got the water pump. On our way back from AutoZone, I believe we forgot something, so we ended up turning back around, going back to AutoZone, grab whatever we forgot. came back. And on our way back, we was coming down Harper. Jarvis said, I see my niece right there. She walking. We pulled into Angel's liquor store. I still didn't see her. He pointed across my face, said she right there. She was coming across the street at that time. She got in the truck with us. She spoke, hi King, hi Jay, and we proceeded back to the shop.
Okay. So when you guys are driving to these auto parts stores, who's driving?
Jarvis,
Okay, and where are you at?
passenger seat.
Okay. And you said when you guys are heading back to the shop the second time,
Mm-hmm.
that's when you said Jarvis spots someone.
Yes.
Who does he say that he spots?
His niece.
His niece. Okay. And do you recognize his niece?
Yes, when I see her, when he pointed her out to me, yes, I recognize her walking across the street.
Okay. And so you guys pull over. Where does she get into the car at?
I believe she getting the behind me, so the back seat behind me.
Okay. Does Jarvis say anything to her?
Yeah, she speaks to both of us, and we speak back.
Okay. What does he say to her?
Hi.
Hi. And where do you guys go after you pick up his niece?
Back to the shop.
Okay, and that's at 9,000 Connors?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you guys do when you get back to 9,000 Connors?
He back in. We get out. We proceed to working on the jack.
All right, pausing to say this. All right, guys. So now we have, first of all, he know good and goddamn well Jarvis ain't turned to that girl and said hi. But I digress. So now we have Jarvis's sister, Tawana Butts. We have Talasha Moore. We have Jarvis. And all three of these people saw. Y'all, hold on. Yeah, I went blank for a second. All three of these people saw Naziah with Jarvis Butts on the day that she disappeared, right? And although King, and I'm gonna tell you, I don't know, in his mind, I think he's helping him some kind of way by saying that he didn't see him in that courtroom. We all know he knows that man is in the courtroom and he sees him. He has on glasses, for God's sakes, which probably give him 20/20 vision. He sees that man in the courtroom, but for whatever reason, he didn't want to identify him. But he is going through the chain of events for the day. King is, first of all, he can say he didn't, she said King saw her first and last. Listen, he did not at any point. His story sounds, he sees him clear as day and he remembers that day clear as day. Listen to what he's saying. How did they end up at the grandmother's house? Because she'd already paid for a tow truck to get me the car. I didn't want her to spend additional money, so I told her we would bring it to her. He remembers that they both went to the auto store. He remembers that Jarvis is driving, which was on purpose because Jarvis said he was going to go get that girl, right? And I'm going to tell you this right now. If for any second you think Jarvis said, oh, there go my niece, and I'm going to pick up, babe, I bet you any kind of money Jarvis said, I got to go meet my niece. I got to pick my niece up from school. I know he wants us to believe that Jarvis randomly saw that little girl, right? I'm iffy about that. They could have, it wasn't random because Jarvis knew he had to get the girl. That could have been what Jarvis told King, or he told King, right? I gotta meet, let me scoop my niece up real quick. It could be one or the two. Either he didn't tell King that he was gonna get this little girl, which the way their relationship is, I don't see him. I don't know. He's a liar, right? He lies about everything, but I don't see him thinking that it would be odd to King if he said, I got to go pick up my niece. Come on, friend. Jarvis is a liar. Told everyone something different. The bus stop isn't too far from the shop to be working in January. It was cold and it was raining that day. Snitching don't count when it comes to children. Come on, Malaysia. Let's talk about it. So for me, he could have told Jarvis. It could have looked like, not to Jarvis, to King. It could have looked like it was a random sighting. But the fact of how they were on that phone, he trusts him to go get his phone. I just believe he actually told King, let me run it. Let me pick up my niece real quick. That's just because, see, Jarvis and Naziah had agreed to meet, right? He knew he had to get that girl. So it wasn't a random pickup for Jarvis. What I'm trying to get is, did he really tell, did it appear random to King? Or did he really tell King, I'm finna pick up my niece, and now King trying to save a little face? Y'all we'll listen to the rest of the testimony and see how we feel.
Jaguar. I may have got out the car first with the parts, and he was in the car with her for a second. I got out, started working on the Jaguar.
And what happens next? What do you guys do?
I believe she get into the front seat, reposition herself to the front seat of his truck. It was colder that day. I believe she started the truck. We started working on the Jaguar, putting the parts back on. It took a little minute. Like I said, it was a difficult job, so it took a while.
Now, YouTube really cutting up today, y'all. YouTube said, baby, you're going to pay for this no ads, because they couldn't.
At some point, I believe his truck ran out of gas, so we had to stop what we were doing to push his truck to the gas pump so he could get some gas.
So you said that she gets out of the car that you guys were in?
Yes.
Okay, and then she gets into Jarvis's truck?
No. We was always in Jarvis' truck.
Okay.
So she gets out the back seat and repositions herself to the front seat, so she can start the cover.
And tell me, what kind of car, what kind of truck does Jarvis drive?
Escalade.
Okay. And what color?
It's pearl white.
What, if you can see, what is his niece doing while you guys are working on the shop, at the shop?
I believe she's on her cell phone, I believe.
Does Jarvis ever take his niece anywhere while you guys are working at the shop?
No.
No? Okay. Did you ask him if he was going to take her home at all?
I believe I asked him, was he going to drop her off when the truck ran out of gas? We had to push it to the pump. It was just a distraction from work, so I asked, was he going to drop her off? He said no.
And
did y'all hear that? He said that she was a distraction from work. The gas station was next door, but did you hear him say he asked, was he going to drop her off because she was a distraction from work? Why would she have been a distraction? That make me feel like he knew her being around messes up his mind, Jarvis's mind, right? Because she's sitting in the car. How would she be a distraction unless you already know what's up with him and this little girl? And you feel like the mere fact that she is here is going to make him not focus on work because he's trying to focus on her. Do y'all see what I'm saying? Let's rewind it. Y'all didn't hear it. Let's rewind it.
Her home at all?
I believe I asked him, was he going to drop her off when the truck ran out of gas? We had to push it to the pump. It was just a distraction from work, so I asked, was he going to drop her off? He said no.
And did you finish working on the Jaguar that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens after you finish up on the Jaguar?
I called my son, grandma, and asked her how she was gonna retrieve the vehicle. She said she was gonna tow it back. I told her she didn't have to do that. That was just spending extra money. So I asked Jarvis, was it all right if we dropped it off? He said yes. And we started making preparations to do so.
Do you recall about what time you guys finished the Jaguar and prepared to leave?
Right around 7:30ish, somewhere around there.
When do you guys eventually leave the shop?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about who all leaves the shop?
Me, Jarvis, and his niece.
Okay. Tell me about the driving arrangements.
So I drove my 300 and Jarvis drove the Jaguar.
And where was his niece at?
She was with him in the front seat of the Jaguar.
I'm gonna just say, as T-Bass said, she kept doing shit. She had the truck running, which made it run out of gas. That pissed him off. Why would you be mad at the kid and not the adult that brought the kid? And they just literally drove from the AutoZone to get the car parts. So he had to have known he didn't have gas. He's right next door to a gas station. So the smart thing would have been to go to the gas station before you pull back up at the shop. So if I get the move, taking the car over there was a distraction, but to make it seem as if this little girl is the cause of all of this that transpired is just ludicrous, right? That is ludicrous. Getting in, and she's getting out of the car to go use the restroom because there's no restroom in their shop. And that's what I'm saying. She's 13. She's not 3. So it's not like she wasn't there to clean Keisha. I don't think she was ever there to clean. The car has to, exactly, and it's cold. It's in Detroit. The car has to be going. Hold up. We shouldn't have been using the gas for heat if he wasn't hiding her. You better clock it. Come on, y'all. Come on. It wasn't about the gas, y'all. Read between the lines, y'all. It wasn't about the gas. This man knew what that man was doing to that little girl. He knew what he was doing to that little girl. It was the girl's presence, period. If she's around, you're probably not going to work as much as you need to. Oh, clock it, Malaysia. Come on, y'all, Megan. Shay, she had to go to the restroom. Come on, Isis, he's sick too. Because any man that sits around and knows that his partner is molesting his niece, and you just sit around like it's not normal, he won't even say her name. He knows her name. He won't even say her name.
Now, are you able to recall what his niece looked like that day?
Yes. Faintly, but yes.
Do you remember what kind of?
And I'm gonna say this too about King. King is not slow. Do you guys hear how King talks? He speaks well. King is not slow. He might have some anger issues, whatever's going on with him, hitting on a pregnant woman. But he is not slow. He's very well spoken. Have you all been catching his vocabulary? He's not slow, so we're not gonna even operate like he didn't know what was going on. If we can look, I don't know how to look people up, y'all. If somebody on the live knows how to look them up and you can send it to me, I'll pull it up. I don't know how to look people up.
What kind of clothing she was wearing?
I remember she had a jacket on. Like I said, a coat. It was cold, so I think it was colorful.
Colorful?
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
And Mr. Right, I'm approaching the People's Proposed Exhibit 2. And I'm gonna direct you to the top left corner. Can you tell me, is there anything that you recognize in that?
The jacket in channel 1.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the jacket that you've seen his niece, Jarvis's niece, wearing that day?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 2.
Any objection? Okay. So we admit as People's Exhibit 2.
Thank you.
For the life of me, I can't understand why the hell he wouldn't identify Jarvis in the courtroom, but he is telling us everything else. I don't get that. I don't get that.
I'm going to show you your man, Coach. And I'm showing you it's marked Appeals Proposed Exhibit 3. Do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
Thanks. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of Jarvis's niece as you remember seeing her back on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the same niece that went with you to Ypsilanti?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 3.
No objection. Okay, to be admitted as People's Exhibit 3.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see that Cordell has any relation to a sex offender registry. But I did look him up for you guys. All of his charges have to deal with guns and drugs. And the most recent is for assaulting the pregnant woman, like India said. But I don't see anything about any defender. Actually, I know he said it, but he said it was a distraction from work right after he said he asked Jarvis when was he going to drop her off. So just using context, the distraction is she's sitting in the car running up all the gas. Now we've got to push your car. I got to take a stop from work, push this car over to the gas station so we can put some gas in your car because again, she's sitting in the car, she's running the gas. What if this happens again? But I said I think it all goes back to him knowing what's going on with between Jarvis and this girl, and knowing that as long as that girl is in Jarvis's presence, there may be some type of distraction. Something's going to happen. I think Cordell knew. I absolutely do think he knew. Listen to him as a kid. He is a very well-spoken man. Jarvis might be in jail. He might be a felon, but he is not crazy. He is not crazy. I think when you dropping her off, somebody said it may have weirded him out a bit that this girl was there. I don't want to be around her. I know what you do, but I don't want to be around her. You know, right? You done had this girl in the car with me. I know what's going on with y'all. Plus, we don't know what Jarvis told him. We don't know. Wait a minute. Which Cordell? Cordell is right here. And that's what I was talking about when I was talking about the charges, y'all. Do you think Jarvis was uncomfortable? Could have been Marcy. I think he knew something. That's why he said the distraction. Like, don't drop her off, get away.
So, you guys are driving to Ypsilanti. You said you're driving in your 300, and Jarvis is driving the Jaguar with his niece.
Yes.
Okay. About how long did it take you guys to get to Ypsilanti?
It was raining that day, so about 35 minutes.
And when you get to Ypsilanti, what do you do?
We get out, we park the car, get out, we go in. My son's grandma and I believe his auntie was there as well, so they greeted us. you know, they'd spoken to him before, so they greet him. And then my son, grandma asked who the little girl was.
And did you introduce the little girl?
No,
Okay. Who introduced the little girl?
Jarvis did.
And what did Jarvis introduce her as?
His niece.
And about how long do you guys stay in Salem?
Not long, maybe 15 minutes or so. My son, auntie, had to go get the rest of our money that my son, grandma didn't have, so she went to the ATM.
What do you guys do when you went to the ATM?
Talking. She was just telling us about other work she needed to do around her house, etc., so on and so forth.
And was Mr. Butts with you the whole time?
Yes.
So, you guys eventually leave Ypsilanti.
Yes.
And tell me about the driving arrangements coming or leaving Ypsilanti.
At this point, we only have one vehicle, which is mine. We get in, Jarvis in the front. I believe Naziah sat behind me.
Sat behind you?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any kind of talking or conversation when you guys are driving?
No, I got sounds in my car, so no.
And do you recall about what time you guys, where do you guys go when you leave Ypsilanti?
Back to 9,000 Conner.
And do you recall about what time you guys get back to 9,000 Conner?
Probably around 8:45. I was cutting it close on the tether.
Okay. If you guys remember the cell phone mapping, remember his phone was pinging. 9,000 Connors is the shop. That's the shop. And remember his ping, Jarvis's testimony is giving that that cell phone mapping some credibility because he pinged around that time in that area. Jarvis is saying this is where we were at this time. So we know for a fact Naziah was still alive at 8:45 p.m. because Jarvis, King, and Naziah were all at the shop at 8:45.
What do you do when you get back to 9,000 Connors?
Open up the shop door where he left. He left his truck in one of the bays, so we opened up that bay door, went through the gas station because that's the way we entered the shop. Went through the gas station, opened the shop, opened one of the bay doors. I went to the back and started splitting the money that we had made for the day, and separating the receipts, etc.
Where do you see his niece go?
Getting in this truck.
Do you recall where at his truck she got into?
Passenger seat.
Is that front passenger, back passenger, or something else?
Front passenger.
And where's Mr. Butts at?
Back in the back with me, separating the cash.
And when you leave, do you lock up the shop?
No, I left first.
You left first. Okay. So when you leave, who's still at the shop?
Jarvis and his niece.
Do you see them leave the shop at all?
No.
Okay, guys, there you go. There you guys go. So, Ms. Hall just gave us another piece of the story. So, King leaves the shop after they do the receipts and everything, right? King is gone from the shop. He leaves Jarvis and Naziah at the shop. Ms. Hall just said he checks in at their hotel. She said from 9 to 12. Hold up. Checks in and out the hotel between 9 and 12.
And have you seen Jarvis's niece, the one that was with you on the 9th? Have you seen her since January 9th, 2024?
No.
Now I want to talk about the day after that you guys went to FC, so January 10th. Do you recall if Mr. Butts was at work that day?
I don't think he was.
What makes you think that he wasn't?
I believe he called me like 3 times, 4 times. No reason for him to call me if he was standing right next to me.
Lockwood Police.
Can you ask the question? Re-ask the question.
Yes. So you said that you don't believe he was at work because he would call you, or he called you so often?
He called me. We had a 30-minute conversation on one account, and then we had another conversation about 15 minutes. So
that makes.
What they talked about, I don't know. But the question was, she's talking about the next day. The next day. He said he was at work. He couldn't have been with Jarvis because Jarvis called him. Wait a minute. I don't want to say he at work. Hold on, y'all. I don't want to say he at work. Let me hear the question.
I don't think he was.
Call if Mr. Butts was at work that day.
Okay, well, I was correct. She asked if Jarvis was at work the next day, the 10th. And what King is saying is, I don't think he was at work. Why do you think he wasn't at work? He said, because he called me so many times that day. He wouldn't have called me that many times if we were standing right next to each other. Meaning King was at work. King was at work.
I don't think he was.
What makes you think that he wasn't?
I believe he called me like 3 times, 4 times. No reason for him to call me if he was standing right next to me.
No response. So I don't think he's speculating. So he lost putting police.
Can you ask the question? Re-ask the question.
Yes. So you said that you don't believe he was at work because he would call you, or he called you so often?
He called me. We had a 30-minute conversation on one account, and then we had another conversation about 15 minutes.
So that makes you believe in your mind that he was actually on the ceiling?
What's the question first?
It's asking, based on those conversations, in his mind to him, that means that Mr. Butts was not at the shop with him. I don't think that's leading. It's stating a conclusion.
He said he already stated that he wasn't at the shop. We didn't move. So I'll overrule.
Thank you. You can.
One more time. I'm sorry.
Sorry. So based on the length of those phone calls and the times of them, did that make you believe that Mr. Butts was not at the shop?
Right.
Did Jarvis Butts ever mention to you about his niece being missing?
No.
Have you talked to Mr. Butts, aside from that jail call that we played, since turning himself in?
No.
And do you know someone, do you know any of Jarvis's siblings?
Yes.
And which sibling do you know?
I met his brother and I met his sister.
You talked to his sister. Well, strike that. Do you remember would his sister ever come to the shop?
Sporadically.
Right. Okay. And are there times that you talk to her?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked to her about Jarvis's niece being missing. Do you remember would his sister ever come to the shop?
Sporadically.
You talked to his sister. Any of Jarvis's siblings?
Yes.
Do you know someone? Do you know any of Jarvis's siblings?
Yes.
And which sibling do you know?
I met his brother and I met his sister.
You talked to his sister. Well, strike that. Do you remember would his sister ever come to the shop?
Sporadically.
Right. Okay. And are there times that you talk to her?
Yes.
And you talked to her about Jarvis's niece being missing.
After the police questioned me, I believe she came up there and we spoke about it, yes.
Oh, the sister said, I'm about to go investigate myself.
And Mr. Wright, I'd asked you earlier about if you'd seen Mr. Butts in the courtroom. You said that you couldn't see him.
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
And I'm showing you People's Proposed Exhibit 9. Can you tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And who is it in that photo?
Jarvis.
Okay. That's Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. Now I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 9.
Exhibit as People's Exhibit 9.
Thank you. Mr. Wright, I kind of want to direct your attention back to People's Proposed Exhibit 3, People's Exhibit 3, I'm sorry. Can you see it from here where I'm holding it?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know who this person in this photo is now?
Yes.
Okay. And who do you know her as now?
Naziah.
Look at the defense, y'all.
And the next time that you see Jarvis Butts after January 9th, 2024, do you see any injuries on him?
No, I don't believe I've seen it.
Really further, Judge.
Okay, Ross.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning.
You said that, I believe, in your testimony that you have known Mr. Butts since about 2018, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you met at Frank's, the shop that you looked at.
That's correct.
And you said you guys worked together at Frank's for about 2 years.
That's correct.
And so that means in about 2020, you opened up the shop on Connor, is that?
No, in 2021, I went to prison.
Okay.
So that's why we didn't work together for that period of time.
And so you came back
I came back and we went back to the same thing.
at Frank's,
Yes.
and then what year was that?
That was 2023.
Okay. And so then, how long after you came back were you, the two of you at Frank's together?
Maybe a few months to maybe like the middle of the year. So maybe around either June. It was before summer, so maybe around April. It was still a little cold outside.
Okay. So like early spring
Yeah.
of 2023 is when you said that you think that you opened up the shop at 9:00?
Yes, it could have been earlier than that, but yes, around about.
And so you became business partners?
Yes.
Did you become business partners?
Yes.
Okay. You also consider Mr. Butts a friend at that point?
Yes.
As far as the business arrangement, you said it was a 50-50 split. Did you split it every day at the end of the day? Or?
Every day at the end of the day.
Now back around the beginning of 2024, maybe the end of 2023, were you seeing a woman in Clinton Township?
A woman in Clinton Township?
Yes. A friend of a woman named Shannon Harris?
In 24?
Yes.
No.
Or ever?
Yes.
When?
One thing Jarvis gonna do is have them damn lawyers ask people their business on that stand. And he gonna try to embarrass you and make something on that stand. Cause what the hell does him messing with one of Shannon's friends have to do with this? I hope it makes sense later. But one thing I'm learning about Jarvis gonna get back there. He gonna tell you all your business.
When were you seeing her?
It probably was 2000 and maybe 19 or 20.
So before you went?
Before I went to prison.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Butts ever have a falling out about that?
No.
Now that's one thing I learned. You can't be lying to your lawyer. So Jarvis done told. So is Jarvis insinuating that King was talking to one of Shannon's friends, and I guess one of Shannon's friends, and then at some point did Jarvis go talk to the friend and they fell out about it? Because why else would they fall out? What? What are we hearing right now?
Now you and Mr. Butts, did you talk about your personal lives?
Sometimes, yes.
You just spent good days at work together, right?
Right.
So presumably it came up.
Of course.
Talk about girlfriends.
Of course.
Did women often come to the shop looking for Mr. Butts?
Sporadically.
Did he talk to you about the various women that he would be seeing or juggling, maybe?
That happened.
Okay. Did it sometimes cause drama at the shop?
It happens.
Would come up and confront Mr. Butts,
It happens.
maybe about other women that he was seeing?
It happens.
Did you ever feel like that was affecting the business?
Not at Frank's.
What about at the business that you owned at Connor?
No, it didn't happen as much.
Didn't happen as much in Connor?
Right.
Now, sometime, I guess, while the two of you all were working together, you had a friend that was, I guess, talking to or trying to date one of Mr. Butts' daughters. Is that correct?
That happened.
The daughter was 21, 22.
She was somewhere around there. I'm not 100% certain, but yeah, around that age, 20, 21, 22.
And that caused an issue for Mr. Butts.
It did.
He got pretty upset with this friend.
It did. I was in prison at the time, but yes, I was involved directly.
Did you ever hear about an altercation that happened?
Now, baby, not the pedophile who's around here talking to people's children that are 4, between the ages of 4 and 13, and you're mad at a person trying to talk to your 21, 22-year-old? What? Did I just hear that right? Did I hear that right? You yourself are so disgusting. You would mess with a child between the ages of 4 and 13. But a man can't date your 22-year-old. And because he has a history of messing with his own children, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say he was mad because he wanted his child for himself. It's not making sense. She said exactly what I was thinking. That's why that's my girl. Can't nobody talk to his kids but him. This man is insane.
Between the two of them?
Some kind of altercation did occur, yes.
Was it your impression that Mr. Butts was pretty protective of her?
Yeah.
Based on that?
Based on that.
Do you know how many children Mr. Butts has?
13?
And you said that some of them would come to the shop.
Yes, that happened.
You're familiar with them?
Yeah.
And I can ask you to name all of them, but at the shop on Connor, you said his sons would come,
His son will come sometimes and stay today with us.
and his daughter.
She'll come sometimes and stay today with us.
And what's her name? Do you recall?
No, I don't want to misname it.
Okay.
I think it's someone with a J or something like that, though, but I'm not 100% sure.
Was she like a teenager?
He has a teenager. She come up there sometime, but not really. The littlest one, maybe 9, 7, 8, 9, somewhere around there.
Okay. And then his niece would also come?
Yes.
Would she come typically with his own children?
When I first met her, yes, that's how I met her with his daughter. She would always come with his daughter. They would come up there sometimes to get air in their tires. Maybe money, just typical kid stuff.
Did he ever, or did the two of you ever have them like doing chores around the shop?
Sometimes.
Did Mr. Butts talk to you about his children?
Yes.
Did you talk about spending time with them?
Yes, I believe he lived with the majority of them.
And you said that, you mentioned Tasha, she's one of the mothers.
Who the hell Jarvis lived with? Who Jarvis lived with, y'all? I believe he lived with the majority of them. Who he lived with? Because I know he ain't talking. He can't live in his car in front of that house. I know that's not what you're talking about. Hold up. She said, hold up. Miss Jefferson, who is Angel? That's another baby mama? Because I don't know if we met her. The Wilshire house. Okay, she said the Wilshire house. Okay. Miss J. Because I said, I know they ain't talking about in that house. The Wilshire. Okay. That's the house that the fiance could never go to, y'all.
Yes.
Was that who he was living with at the time?
No, I don't believe so.
Now, you said, I believe in your testimony, that you had been to Ypsilanti twice with Mr. Butts.
Or 3 times, one of the.
It possibly could have been 3.
It could have possibly been 3. I'm not 100% certain.
Now, one of the times that his niece was at the shop was, you said, on January the 9th.
First time I seen her by herself, yes.
That's because y'all picked her up on Harper?
Yes.
Did Mr. Butts seem surprised that he saw her?
I'm not sure. I couldn't really, we was riding. I wasn't really paying attention to his expression. He just said, hey, there go my niece. I didn't see her, so he pointed her out to me. And
at that time, you only knew her as his niece, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have any idea what her name was at that time?
No.
And in fact, the reason you learned her name was when you identified that picture that was just shown to you and the police told you.
Yeah, how does she come to his shop often and he doesn't even know her name? He couldn't even tell you his daughter's name just then. Somebody said, oh, King is a street dude and probably tried to stay away from whatever Jarvis had going on. That might be true. That might be why, because how doesn't he know his name? I mean, know those babies.
That's fair, sir.
Zakia, now I can't tell you all 340 people's name in this chat, but you best believe if you've been a regular on my live and I see your name in this comment section a lot, I'm going to look at your picture and I can tell you what your name is. Now, y'all, these kids specifically, Janiyah and Naziah, were at the shop. They went to clean often. If you might not know all of them, but you should at least know those two. Him up here like he don't know their names is sending me. Maybe he really was trying to distance himself. He may have known what he was doing. Whoever's comment that was, I don't ever get on here and proclaim to know any type of street politics. Maybe he was trying to keep his distance from those girls because he knew what Jarvis was doing.
Now, in the time that you were at the shop on the 9th with Mr. Butts and his niece, did you see any inappropriate behavior or anything that made you raise your eyebrows between the two of them?
No.
What about any of the other times that his niece would have been there at the shop? Did you ever see any behavior that made you question or thought was inappropriate?
I can't say I have.
And now he just pissed me off again. Because damn well. I'm sorry. Streets are not, he's not crazy. This man, like I said, he's very well spoken. He's given a great account of what happens. For him to sit here and say he didn't know nothing was going on, I would probably go on the limb and say that Jarvis said something, because people as crazy as Jarvis who feel like they got this gift of gab, they're invincible, he'd be stupid enough to say something to him about it.
Now, the three of you wrote back from Ypsilanti on January 9th. That was your testimony, right?
Yes.
Was there any conversation between Mr. Butts and his niece in the car?
There was no conversation between really nobody. I had the music on.
And I'm going to back up to earlier in the day when the three of you came to the shop the first time after you picked her up on Harper.
Okay.
You said that she pretty much stayed in Mr. Butts' car the whole time?
Yes.
She said she was on her phone?
Yes.
Did you ever leave the shop at all after that before you guys went to Ypsilanti?
Maybe in the gas station.
So not really, just the attached gas station?
Yeah, maybe to the gas station. I'm not sure if I actually physically left the building. I'm not sure.
Would it have been for more than like 5 or 10 minutes?
If I ever left, no, maybe to use the bathroom, so maybe 10 minutes tops if I had to leave.
You never went out to grab parts at any place that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
Now, after January 9th, what was the next time you said that you saw Mr. Butts?
The 11th.
The 11th. Okay, he was not at work on the 10th?
No.
Okay. Were you there on time on the 10th, do you recall?
I'm never on time.
What time did you come in on the 10th?
Probably about 8:40. I go to the gym, so we open at 8, but I'm never there at 8, so I probably got there maybe 8:49.
And on the 10th, were you the one that opened the shop?
Yes.
Now, you were aware at that time that Mr. Butts was supposed to turn himself in and serve a jail sentence willing to be jailed. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
You haven't talked about that, obviously, because he was going to leave the business for a while.
Correct.
And you actually went to the courthouse on the day he turned himself in to support him, right?
Yes, I was there.
And he was going to be serving time on a gun possession charge, is that right?
That's correct.
If you know.
That's correct.
And because you were kind of paying attention to what was happening, you understood that the court date had gotten changed a few times.
Yeah, he told me that it had changed. So I believe he's supposed to get sentenced on the 9th, but it got pushed back to February the 7th. So I learned that through him. I didn't go to court with him that time. It's just when he got sentenced, I went to court with him that time.
Are you familiar with any court dates that he had out in Clinton Township around that time?
He did say he had something going on with his daughter, I believe. I believe it was domestic with his daughter of some sort. So yeah, I was familiar with that, I believe.
Was he going to court for that at that same time?
Around about, I believe it was supposed to be, yes.
No, you got involved because at some point you became aware that the drug police wanted to talk to you in February.
They came to the shop and picked me up
They actually took you home.
to headquarters.
Okay. And that was the first time on February 13th, is that right?
That was February 13th, for Valentine's.
Then you said you spoke with them again a couple days later.
Yes, I would believe the first time I spoke with him, I was still on tether, so it had to be sometime after I was on tether.
And then you spoke with them again in March, right?
Yes.
Was that a phone conversation?
No, all of our conversations was via person.
And then a couple weeks ago, did you also speak with the police
Yes.
and the prosecutors?
I don't know if a prosecutor, but yes, I believe she would. Yes.
Now, in February, when you were talking to the police, by that time, had you seen anything on the news or on social media about you later learned was Mr. Butts' niece?
No.
So at the time you were interviewed by the police, you didn't know anything about it?
No.
And at the time that you were talking to the police, when you were untethered in February, you were untethered because you were on parole, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you had about 3 weeks left on parole at that point.
Not 3 weeks in February.
Yes.
I had 3 weeks left on tethered. I got off actual parole in May.
Okay. So the tether was coming off, but you were still going to have to report.
3 more months after the tether came in.
And in February, I believe it was the second conversation that you had with a detective, presumably, you and the officer, the detective, spoke about the tether, right? Do you recall that?
I believe so, yes.
Because you were concerned every time you would go somewhere, you would be late, you were very.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
On time.
Right.
And in fact, he actually said, hey, we'll take care of you if anything pops up, right?
He said, I'll talk to your PO, so you're fine.
Okay. And he also kind of warned you that you didn't want to get somebody upset about the way you were answering these questions and have somebody feel some kind of way about you. Do you recall him saying that to you?
He may have said something to that extent. I'm not sure though. This is the first conversation or the second you asked me?
The second. Right at the top of the conversation.
I can't really recall every word. I know they were a little agitated, I was a little agitated. There was a lot going on, so maybe.
It's possible that conversation.
It's possible.
Did you understand any of his statements while you were talking to him to mean that police wanted you to give answers, and if you didn't give answers, that they could mess with your parole or your tether status?
Also speculation.
It goes to his state of mind.
But he doesn't know.
It's about what he believes might happen and could impact what he said. Was it your understanding that if you didn't give certain answers, that the police might impact your parole or your tether status? Was that a concern of yours?
I mean, it was already affecting my tether, so I wasn't really, you know what I mean, concerned about how he placed his questions upon me, no. So, I mean, more of a concern with my being picked up by the police. Police contact is a violation of parole within itself, so I was violated for the police contact, regardless to whatever he was saying. You get what I mean? So, no, I don't believe it impacted anything at all, actually.
But your parole wasn't actually revoked because they took you to the station and interviewed you, right?
No.
Now, we talked a little bit about this a few minutes ago. Mr. Butts was juggling a few different women during the time you knew him.
Yes.
And it's hard to keep up with all his baby mamas.
I mean, it wasn't my job, so yeah.
And witness that were his baby mamas.
Right.
Did you get the impression from Mr. Butts that he didn't want these women to know about each other?
Of course.
And a woman named Tasha was one of Mr. Butts' ladies.
Yes.
And that was one of his baby mamas.
Yes. To my belief, yes.
So there was some discussion about a phone call between you and Mr. Butts while he was at the jail about his phone, right?
Yes.
And after that phone conversation, Tasha actually came into the shop to get some work done on the car.
Yes, he came to get a oil change and a headlight.
And that's when you went and kind of looked for the phone.
Yes.
Now, you didn't really want Tasha to know that you were looking for the phone, right?
Of course not.
And the reason for that was?
She's going to wonder why I'm looking for a phone.
And was it your impression that Mr. Butts was afraid it would reveal that he was talking to other women?
Of course.
And so you're trying to help him keep the peace?
Of course.
Yes.
So y'all know what they're saying. Thank y'all for being concerned. It's 5:09. I'm getting off after he's done, and I just checked. He's almost done. But they're basically trying to say that that he would fabricate or he would lie because his parole would have been violated. And he's like, what did he say? Irregardless, he still would have been violated for some other stuff that he had going on. Any type of trigger by the police talking to him, anything could have violated his probation. So he was like, no, that's not what it is. But that is what the defense is trying to say. He could have been lying.
I think the testimony was on the 9th, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there was an issue during the day. Mr. Butts had his escalator there, is that correct?
Yes.
And he had run out of gas,
Yes,
and he had to get gas, is that right?
that's correct.
At some point you pushed him to the, or helped push the escalator to a gas pump.
Yes.
Do you recall leaving with him that night and going and getting gas together?
For his truck, or what we saying? Or for like a gas can? What do you?
Well, either one. Did you all leave the shop to, and perhaps you in your vehicle and he in his vehicle and end up at a gas station
No.
on the night?
No.
Yeah.
Do y'all hear that? So either Jarvis lying or King lying. Remember, King said he left the shop. Oh, my. King said he left the shop and he left Jarvis and Desire in the shop. The defense is asking, do you remember you and Jarvis that night leaving to go get gas? So y'all never went to go get gas, you in your car, him in his car. I don't know how that would help him, but it would mean that you didn't leave them at the shop. And if you lie about that, what else could you be lying about? Brianna, y'all better keep listening.
I don't remember nothing. No.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
You redirect? Okay. Mr. Wright, you are going to testify.
Thank
Okay, yeah, we done. I told you we had that. I just want her to take a look.
No.
Yeah, right. And about the shop to,
For his truck, or what we saying? Yes.
and he had run out of gas,
Yes,
and he had to get gas, is that right?
that's correct.
At some point you pushed him to the, or helped push the escalator to a gas pump.
Yes.
Do you recall leaving with him that night and going and getting gas together?
For his truck, or what we saying?
Do you recall leaving with him that night and going and getting gas together?
For his truck, or what we saying? Or for like a gas can? What do you?
Well, either one. Did you all leave the shop to, and
He seemed genuinely confused. T saying T, you're gonna have to call me. I'm about to get in the car. We'll get dressed to get in the car. You gonna have to tell me why you said he's acting like he wasn't the last one with him. It sounds like you're saying Jarvis was the last one with Naziah. And if that's the case, help me understand that. But he genuinely he either looked perplexed because that wasn't supposed to come out, or he knows that Jarvis is outright lying. And why would Jarvis throw me out there? I don't know what. Oh, yes, I do know. If Jarvis leaves and goes to a gas station, if King meets Jarvis at this gas station with Naziah, they're both last seen with her. So, okay, let me go, y'all. Thank y'all so much for everybody that streamed with me today. We did 6 hours and 49 minutes today. Thank y'all. It's been so amazing. We got through a lot of testimony. Tomorrow we'll complete the testimony that we missed because I stopped and I went over to Jarvis. So we'll complete the rest of it. But I'm going to see y'all later. Thank y'all again so much. Thank y'all so much. And don't be mad at me because I'm telling you, I'm doing my thumbnails again tonight for the rest of the testimony we saw today. Bye, everybody. I'll see y'all later. Thank you. And y'all, Barchi, I said bye. I got up like I'm finna go. And here go Barchi right here. She thinks she's finna go too. Like the live on your way out, people. I love you guys. I appreciate it. See y'all later.